So imagine you have this amazing idea for an application or a website that you want to bring to life. Now, instead of setting up your own servers and dealing with all the headaches of managing hardware and infrastructure, you can turn to Google Cloud Platform or GCP. Hello and welcome to this session on GCP by Intellipaat. GCP is like having your own digital playground in the cloud. It's a bunch of services and tools provided by Google that makes it super easy for you to build, deploy and scale your applications without worrying about the nitty-gritty technical stuff. For example, let's say you need some computing power to run your application. GCP's compute engine lets you spin up virtual machines. They are like your own little computers in the cloud where you can run your software. You can choose from different types of machines and even pick your favorite operating system. If you don't want to bother with managing servers at all, GCP has you covered with App Engine. It's like a magic button that lets you deploy your app without worrying about the infrastructure. You just focus on writing code and GCP takes care of everything else. Now let's talk about storage. GCP's cloud storage is like your virtual warehouse where you can store all of your data, whether it's files, backups or media content. Cloud storage has got you covered. And the best part, it's secure, reliable and you can access your stuff from anywhere in the world. So in a nutshell, GCP is like a toolbox filled with powerful cloud services that make your life as a developer or business owner easier. It takes care of the technical complexity so you can focus on creating awesome applications and services. Now let us take a look at the agenda. First, we'll have an introduction to Google Cloud Computing. Moving on, we'll see why Google Cloud. Then, what is VPN and what is VPC. As we move forward, we have what is networking and what are the advantages and disadvantages of networking. Next up, we'll look into connectivity between different networks. Along with that, we cover firewalls and connectivity between machines and lastly, security in the network. Now before we begin, please make sure to subscribe to our Intellipaat YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Let us start with our first topic.
Now let's get started with the first agenda, that is what is GCP. Like its rivals Microsoft Azure and Amazon Web Services, that is AWS, GCP is a provider of public clouds. Customers can utilize computer resources located in Google's data centers across the world for free or on a pay-per-use basis through GCP and other cloud providers. GCP provides a full range of computing services, including tools for managing GCP costs, managing data, delivering web content and online video, and using AI and machine learning. Let's take a look at the next agenda, which is the skill set required to make a career in GCP. Firstly, we have database. Learn our database platform and query language to improve your database skills. Learning programming languages like Hadoop and MySQL can be quite beneficial. Next up, we'll talk about programming skills. Expertise in languages like PHP, Java, and .NET is required. Ruby and Python, two conventional programming languages, are also in demand. After this, we have Linux. Linux is an open source operating system that enables technology development without the trouble of obtaining permits. Many popular apps and websites run on Linux. There is a growing demand for cloud engineers that can architect, manage, and support Linux-based servers. Next, we'll talk about networking knowledge. It is crucial to integrate your network with cloud services. Fundamentals of cloud networking are a requirement for cloud computing. It is vital to have knowledge about virtual networks and to concentrate on simplifying the procedure for end users. Next, we have providers of cloud services. Understanding the offerings of cloud service providers is crucial for success in the cloud industry. Learn about cloud computing platforms including AWS, Microsoft Azure, OpenStack, and of course, GCP. Up next, we'll talk about web services and APIs. APIs and web services form the basis of the work done by cloud architects to tag, transport, and describe data. Open web services such as XML, SOAP, UDDI, and WSDI are utilized. The integration is finished and deployed on the corresponding platforms through APIs. Lastly, we have information security. Businesses are putting a greater emphasis on safeguarding apps and data. In cloud computing, keeping track of the situation security posture and taking preventative action are crucial. You'll get an advantage by learning cybersecurity and obtaining a credential. Let's move on to our next agenda, which is how to make a career in GCP. It can be tempting to choose AWS if you're trying to launch a career in cloud computing because it's the company that comes the closest to being well known in the industry. However, concentrating on several cloud providers can do wonders for your career. The Google Certified Professional Cloud Architect certification is one example. It was the highest paying IT certification available in 2019 and 2020. While it's important to remember that money isn't everything and shouldn't be your only driving force when choosing to work at Google Cloud, with an average pay of about 175,000 US dollars, it's difficult to ignore. Let's get into it. Firstly, we have creating a cloud portfolio. Utilizing the projects you completed during your course, create a portfolio. Make sure your work is constant from one project to the next because employers like this quality. If you use a project from a prior employment or internship, redact any confidential information before displaying it and your work. The journey is just as significant as the destination. Your qualification demonstrates your knowledge. Therefore, your online portfolio demonstrates your ability to use it. Acquiring credible references. Make a list of people who can attest to your expertise, character, work ethic, and motivation, such as your mentors and co-workers. Strong portfolios, cloud certifications, and references can outperform individuals with greater experience. On number third, we have network. Find people in your preferred industry proactively and ask for assistance or a meeting if you don't already have a large network or many contacts in the field of cloud computing. Focus on developing those connections while highlighting your shared interest in cloud computing. They will assist you to find a job if you can show them how valuable you are to them. Having a curious mind to explore the cloud technology. Since cloud technology is constantly evolving, so must a person's skill set. Since curiosity implies that you will take the initiative to develop your talents, it can be a more valuable quality than experience for cloud engineers. Being certified in cloud computing already demonstrates initiative and interest. Allow your curiosity to guide you toward practical experience using cloud services and applications. There are many chances to accomplish this for nothing or very little money. You will be able to talk about the components of cloud apps and services more effectively the more practical experience you have, even if it is simply experimenting. Showing determination. If you're turned down a few times or don't get the job interviews you want, do not give up. Keep working toward your objective and let the rejections motivate you. Keep up with the most recent cloud trends as they are always changing and keep your skills fresh with cloud labs and exercise while you wait for the ideal change. You'll be more likely to obtain your dream job the more you immerse yourself in the cloud community and practice using cloud technology. Getting certified demonstrates that you are knowledgeable about cloud computing. Even though it is not work experience, your practical experience demonstrates that you can use it. The finest cloud engineering jobs are usually competitive, and getting one will be a challenge for sure. You can gain a competitive edge by earning certifications, and you can improve your career by taking the necessary actions to make sure that you put your knowledge into practice. A certification won't assure you of getting your ideal work, but it will bring you far closer than you are today. Now let's take a look at the different career opportunities. Firstly, we have Google Cloud DevOps engineers, and the average yearly salary is around 111,000 US dollars. Unable to pick up between an operations environment and a development environment? Why not combine the two? Building and maintaining cloud environments as well as creating and advancing continuous automation of cloud operations are the duties of a DevOps engineer. Although it differs from organization to organization, a DevOps engineer will be responsible for a combination of the following: release engineering, provisioning and management of infrastructure, security, and lastly, DevOps advancement. After this, we'll take a look at Google Cloud Architect, and the average yearly salary is around 144,000 US dollars. The majority of those initially entering the cloud are most familiar with this role. A Google Cloud Architect is in charge of architecting, creating, and building reliable, scalable cloud systems, as the title of the position suggests. However, you can also be considering things like technical breakthrough, design and execution of applications, planning for cloud adoption, monitoring and management of systems, and lastly, establishing cloud utilization best practices for the enterprise. Third on the list, we have Google Cloud Developer. and the yearly salary is around 103,000 US dollars. A Google Cloud developer develops and creates cloud applications that are safe, scalable, and highly available. The cloud developer will utilize the same programs and tools as a regular IT developer to create these applications, but they will make advantage of cloud resources. Your role likely involves working with cloud native applications, which could include evaluating needs, creating systems and solutions, debugging and coding, and lastly, utilizing managed services and cutting edge databases. Number 4 on the list, we have Google Cloud Network Engineer, and the average yearly salary is around 100,000 US dollars. Network engineering is all about putting network topologies into place and managing them. As they create the cloud infrastructure, you might find yourself collaborating with cloud architects, but your attention will be on making use of network services, VPC implementation, understanding connectivity between hybrid and multiple clouds, and lastly, protecting both new and existing network architectures. After this, we'll talk about Google Cloud Security Engineer, and the average yearly salary is 121,000 US dollars. Security will always be required regardless of the business, the product, or the industry. Additionally, it involves more than merely telling team members not to use the password 123. Designing and implementing secure workloads and infrastructures in accordance with industry standards and security best practices will be a responsibility as a security engineer. A security engineer could be defining organizational guidelines and structure, putting best practices for identity and access management into practice, setting up network security measures, and keeping track of data and controlling incident reactions. Lastly on the list, we have Google Cloud Data Engineer, and the average yearly salary is 118,000 US dollars. The Google Cloud Engineer gathers, transforms, and publishes data to enable data-driven decision making. Let's take a look at our next agenda, which is benefits of making a career in GCP. Firstly, the enticing pay rates. Employers place a high value on cloud computing expertise as the sector expands. Due to the significant skills gap created by the strong demand, careers in cloud computing also come with remarkably high wages. Several ways to advance. There are many different job options available in cloud computing. You have a lot of possibilities if you're ambitious and want to advance. There are numerous roles available such as cloud developer, engineer, or security specialist. Additionally, the industry is not top heavy because it is young and expanding. If being a leader is your goal, you may eventually do so. Next on the list, we have the expanding sector. Want to make sure you have the most recent abilities and remain relevant? Developing new skills in cloud computing is a wise move. Companies are investing more and more in cloud computing each year, and the industry is expanding quickly. And lastly, a stable job. The cloud will remain. The preferred method for delivering software solutions is now the cloud. Both large and small businesses rely on cloud services to obtain the software they require to run. Those with the necessary abilities to succeed in cloud computing will continue to be in great demand. Long-term stability is likely if you work in this important developing field of IT.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
We are just starting with introduction to Google Cloud Platform. You all can see here. Okay, this is just basics about Google Cloud Platform, and you all can see there is networking. In networking, we have VPCs, we have network services, hybrid connectivity, network tiers, network security. We will be covering off all these important areas in the class. Okay. Then you can see here, there is networking, there is compute, This big data is now known as analytics. Then we have storage. I already explained you storage. And then we have artificial intelligence. So I'll come to each one of it step by step. Under big data, friends, I will be explaining you what data proc is and how data proc is used, where it is used, how the storage of data proc is done. Here, see, all these topics like Hadoop or even Spark, for Hadoop, you can just spend more than 50 hours just learning about Hadoop. Same thing can be done about Spark. You can spend almost more than 50 to 60 hours learning Apache Spark. So practically, if you ask me that, explain me everything about Hadoop, it may be a little difficult and challenging to do. You big insights about Hadoop, how it is used, how Hadoop is used from a Google Cloud's perspective, that I'm going to surely explain and make you understand. So here you all can see here on my screen. So we saw compute here, and then we saw Google Cloud products and services storage. And under storage, there is big table, data store, Firestore. I explained you that these data store and Firestore, they are almost similar. Then you have storage. I explained you that storage is nothing but cloud storage, which is different from all these database storages. This storage is similar to GCP storage. Then you have Spanner, in-memory databases like Memory Store, Redis. Then you have File Store, which is like file system. And then you have SQL, that is Google Cloud SQL. Then here you all can see we were talking about the big data and analytics. Okay. Under big data analytics, we again have BigQuery, we have PubSub, we have Dataproc, we have Dataflow. IIT Core has been discontinued. This will continue only till the month of June. So, or as a service on Google Cloud. Then we have Composer. This Composer is nothing but Apache Airflow. Okay. So you all must have heard of Apache Airflow. So what are these tools? These are basically tools that are used for building data pipeline. Okay. So Apache Composer is nothing but Apache Airflow. Dataflow is nothing but Apache Beam. No, we are not going to do IoT here. Like I told you, here on GCP, IoT Core has been discontinued by Google Cloud. In the next few months, they are discontinuing the IoT. But there are other services which are used as part of IoT. Like, for example, if you want to store high-speed data that is coming from IoT, you can store it in big table. Okay, so that is how you will learn. So we are not doing an end-to-end pipeline of IoT project of IoT, but surely you will know what components of database to use if you have to use IoT.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Google Cloud Platform? And your options are a cloud-based productivity suite, a cloud computing platform offered by Google, an open source operating system, or a social networking platform. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
The first question I'm going to ask you all is, why are you choosing Google Cloud? Typically, if you go to a company, there will be always be a competition between three main Google Cloud services, right? For example, there will be someone with AWS skills. Okay, there could be some other developer which is having Microsoft Azure skill. Okay, then there will be you who are there, who's having Google Cloud skills, correct? GCP, I'll put it here in short form, Google Cloud, okay? And there could be others who are working on IBM, okay? There will be others who are working on Alibaba. There will be some who are working on Oracle. So these are the other cloud providers in the market. Now, if you see today, a question that is being asked is, who is the most popular most popular cloud provider? That is 100% AWS. Typically today, AWS has more than 35% of the market share. Okay. It is the highest. A lot of companies are there on AWS, and they started AWS started somewhere in the year 2007. Okay, it has an earlier mover advantage. At one time, Google had almost close to 60% of the market share. But today it has come down to around 35%, but it is a significant player in the market. So who is the leader? 100% it is AWS. Then the next player that you have is Microsoft Azure. Okay, there Microsoft Azure is a great marketing company, also a technology. Microsoft, a lot of enterprise customers are already there on Microsoft. A lot of big banks, manufacturing companies, they all use the Microsoft platform. So naturally, there are over lakhs of professionals who are Microsoft certified professionals. Okay. So if you see, naturally for them, moving on to cloud Azure is the easy step, correct? And Azure today commands around 18% of the market share, which is significant, and it is growing at a good rate. So this is the market share. Google Cloud started, though it started investing in cloud somewhere around in 2010 onwards, but Google did not really focus on cloud. It did invest initially from 2010 to approximately 2014, and then it slowed down. And the real investment on Google started coming from 2018 onwards. Okay. So from then, Google has been growing at the fastest rate. Okay. So the growth rate, okay. So this is the market share. So all these numbers are approximate. Many companies, research companies give different market shares. This is what I have known of. And Google's market share is today in the range of around 16%. And the growth of Google is the highest. Okay, it is growing at a rate of 45%, which is the highest among all cloud providers. Okay, whereas other companies are going at the rate of around 12%, and this around 11%. Okay, so if you see, a lot of people are adopting Google Cloud as one of their cloud programs. But in terms of numbers, we will always say AWS is number one, Microsoft is number two, and GCP is number three. See, there are two reasons. One is, if you see, AWS already has lots of customers, so it is having a larger customer base. So if it is having, for example, around 100 customers or 100,000 customers, whereas you can imagine Google may be having around 50K customers. So if you see, the base of Google is small here, so naturally the growth rate will be higher. But another reason is Google is leader in many technologies, okay, like GKE, Kubernetes engine, container technology, then AI, okay, AI ML, there is TensorFlow, there is data engineering. So all these reasons is giving that people are finding GCP as a more better solution than other companies. Okay, so that is one of the reasons what I think it is growing at a fast rate. Surely there is some lift and shift that is there, but those are specific to those environments. What I will be covering is how we are going to do lift and shift from other cloud to GCP. Okay, because see, tools and technologies are different, though the approach may be same. There is always a difference in how it will happen. Okay, now let us understand, why are we choosing Google Cloud? Okay, I'll do comparisons again between these cloud providers, but our question is why Google Cloud? But why do we think Google Cloud? So let me tell you, one of the first things is, Google has today the world's largest internet pipelines. Okay, what it means, all this internet, they are traveling to optic fiber pipelines across the world. Okay, so if this is USA and on the other side you have Japan, the world's biggest traffic through these optic fibers which are laid under the sea. Okay, so Google has the world's largest internet pipeline, even bigger than AWS. And as rightly said, more than 40% of the world's traffic is traveling through Google pipeline. So if you see, it has one of the world's biggest robust infrastructure. So what is cloud? Cloud is a machine that is running on the internet. And imagine, your pipeline that is providing is one of the biggest. So that is, I think, one of the biggest advantage that Google is offering to its customer, that you can use the Google's high-speed data pipelines. Okay, so this is one reason why two reasons why you can Google. It has the largest internet pipelines, and also 40% of the world's traffic is traveling through Google pipelines. Okay. Now the third point which I want to tell all of you is, which is the world's largest and most visited website? Which is the world's most visited website? Excellent, google.com, correct? In a month, okay, in a month, over 100 billion, okay, visitors visit this website. Sometimes the number crosses even 1 trillion, okay, in a month. So you can imagine, so it is what you can say, close to 1 hits in a month, or you can say less than 1 trillion hits sometimes. Okay, so you can imagine Google has built one of the most trafficked website in the world. So many hits are coming to this website. Did you ever see Google slow down or give you, it is giving you a lot of time to give you the results? Did you ever see that? No. So which means Google has built a technology that is highly scalable, correct? Highly scalable, available. Okay, so I'm writing here some keywords: scalable, available, reliable, okay, and high performance website. How did Google do it? How did Google do it? You can see Google is an expert in building, secure also, in building this website. How did Google build a website? If you see today, if such traffic goes on to Amazon.com or even Netflix or Zoom, okay, many of these companies, there could be, if so much hits are suddenly coming, there can be a scalability problem sometimes, okay? But Google has been able to give you those search results within milliseconds, correct? How did Google do that? So that comes to our fourth answer, okay? That is, Google has built the world's finest container technology. What is container technology? Okay, container technology is, your applications are running on small containers, okay? So these are your small containers. These containers act like small machines, okay? They are not small machines, but they act like small VMs, okay, small virtual machines. So whenever there is more traffic, okay, whenever there is more traffic that is coming from the users, okay, whenever there is more traffic coming from the users, the containers increase. And when the traffic reduces, from the users, the containers decrease. Okay, so this is negative. The containers decrease, and when the users decrease, even the containers will decrease. So what happens? This is, you are able to optimize your infrastructure. What does it mean? So it means very simple. If you are having one user, okay, what will you do? You will take him on a bicycle. Okay, why? Because there is only one traveler. If there are two travelers, you will take him on a bike. Okay, if there are four travelers, you will take him on a car. If there are 20 travelers, you will take him in a mini bus. Correct? So what happens? Depending upon the number of users, you are scaling up your technology. Okay, so this scaling up happens very easily because of container technology, and Google has built a container orchestration tool. Okay, what has it built? A container orchestration tool. What is the name of that container orchestration tool? Kubernetes. Okay, so Google has built this world's finest container orchestration technology called as Kubernetes. Okay, this tool has been built by Google, and what did Google do? It has open sourced this product. What has it done? It has open sourced. It has not asked money from you for using this product. It has said you take it for free. Okay, so Kubernetes, Google has offered it to the world for free. Okay, so you will find this Kubernetes is there on AWS, it is there on Azure. But which company invented Kubernetes? It is Google. Okay, if Google Cloud used this as a product, they could have easily made more than $4 billion revenue easily, okay, in a year's time. But what did Google do? It gave it for free to the world to use. So that is the strength of Google. So you can imagine, if you have to use Kubernetes, if you have to use container technology, which cloud will you choose? Google, because Google has built it, and 100% Google can give you better services than Azure, or for that matter, AWS. So friends, when I'm doing a comparison, you can see I'm not just comparing one product with another. We are learning more insights about the product. So this information which I will share with you, because tomorrow when you go to any company, and if somebody asks you, why should we choose Google? These are the things which you can talk to them, not just doing Apple to Apple comparison, because of course that is also very important, but you can give something more to the company when you talk to them about this. Okay. Now let me ask you one more thing. So this was the fourth point, that is container Kubernetes. And then let me tell you about the fifth point. So friends, here, which is the world's biggest mobile operating system? Android. Absolutely right. Okay. So there is Android, and who built Android? You all know. It is built by Google, correct? Google built Android, and it has open sourced. It is open source. It is free, correct? It is freely available to you. Now, sixth point. Okay, you all have heard of big data, correct? You all heard of unstructured data. You have heard of structured data. You all may have heard of this technology called as Hadoop. Okay, it was very famous from the year 2006 onwards till around 2020 almost. Okay, very famous. It is still being used. But who invented Apache Hadoop? Who invented Apache Hadoop? who invented Apache Hadoop. So actually, the story goes that Apache Hadoop was created by Yahoo, okay, yahoo.com. But Yahoo actually picked up the white paper or the architecture, okay, the white paper and architecture for Apache Hadoop was given by Google. Google published a white paper and architecture called as the Google File System. Okay, Google File System. So what Google did is, Google has built this search engine, okay, google.com, and this search engine had become #1 because Google had created a top class file system called as GFS, okay, which was called as Google File System. And Google, what it did, it open sourced, okay, or it created a white paper and architecture, and it published it. And what Google did, what Yahoo did was, Yahoo wanted to build such kind of a search engine. So Yahoo actually hired few data scientists. Then they created Apache Hadoop. Now what Yahoo did, Yahoo open sourced Apache Hadoop because it had anyways taken the entire architecture from Google File System. It was not their own creation. So Yahoo actually then went ahead and gave it out for free. So if you see technically, the architecture for Google File Hadoop had come in for Google File System. So you can say the innovation and the architecture building happened from Google. Okay, so this is the 6th point. Then let me all tell you, we all have heard about artificial intelligence, right? You all have heard about 7, artificial intelligence, AI. Have you heard of this product called as TensorFlow? Again, this is the one of the best technologies that is driving the deep learning and various other AI models. Okay, so this technology is called as TensorFlow, and it has been built again and open sourced by Google. You know about another language in the world, okay, which is called as Go. Okay, again, very popular. Again, here with artificial intelligence, you must have seen, if you're doing machine learning and data science and AI, then you all will be familiar with something known as Google Colab. Okay, so Google Colab is a platform where you can build AI ML models, for free. Okay, so these are the advantages which you have when you are choosing Google. Now let me ask you a question. Can you all please list down what AWS and Microsoft has given to the world for free? Tell me, what has AWS given to the world for free? What has Microsoft Azure given to the world for free? Everything is paid. Probably 1 or 2 solutions here and there, but whenever you go on to AWS, whenever you go on to Google Cloud, on Azure, you will find that they have not pretty much given anything. Now let me show you some negative news about AWS. Okay, so you can see here on my screen, I am typing AWS fight with MongoDB open source. Okay, you can see here, you just type this. So if you all see here, you can see what is this news talking about. AWS MongoDB database collision. Okay, what it means is AWS picked up MongoDB open source database. It renamed it as DynamoDB and started charging money for it and giving it to you for use. Got it? You can see more news over here. AWS gives open source the middle finger. AWS and MongoDB, the economic realities of open source. Okay. You can see tons of articles here. You can see here again, AWS Document DB, service steers and open source again. Okay. So, dispute. Okay. So now this is MongoDB. Again, there is another company called as Elastic. Okay. You can see here, this is another company called as Elastic. They have a dispute with Elastic. They have a dispute with Kafka, Confluent. Okay. So if you want, you can see there are tons of news in the open source market where how AWS is taking open source products and not giving back anything to the community. It is taking the fee from the people and making use of it. You can see lots of articles over here around MongoDB. AWS pushes MongoDB compatible alternative licenses. You can read it up and you will get an understanding of this. Okay. So this is 1 second. Sorry, somebody said they cannot see my screen. I apologize for this. Thank you. Let me show here everything. Okay, once again, you all can see my screen now here. Okay, so you can see here what I typed in the search is I just typed AWS fight with MongoDB open source. Okay. You can see here. I'm seeing the news. What does it show? AWS MongoDB database collision. Okay. So what AWS did, it took up a product called as MongoDB, which is an open database, NoSQL database, introduced the product as DocumentDB. Okay. So you can see there are a lot of articles on how AWS has created problems for the users. So if you see here, you will see tons of articles. You can just read up about it. There are more articles here. Let me go to this. Yeah, here you can see AWS gives open source the middle finger, which means actually it is cheating the open source community. So MongoDB is available for users for free. Okay, MongoDB is giving their database, NoSQL database to the people for free. But what AWS does, it picks up the MongoDB database, installs it on its cloud, and then it charges money from the users for using MongoDB. It gives a different name. Okay, it is calling it as Mongo Document DB or DynamoDB on the cloud environment. So you can see there are lots of examples over here that explains. And here also you can see dispute between Elastic. Elastic is again another database company. So there is Elastic, MongoDB, Confluent. Confluent is owned by Kafka. So you'll see there are many open source companies, okay, that has built the product for free, but AWS will copy that product, set it up on their environment, make some changes, and will charge money for using it. I don't know, people are liking it. I cannot give an answer to that. I'm just giving you something additional to learn about Google. Okay, I may be wrong. You all can go and figure it out, do your own research. But these are what my answers are when I go to a customer or when I have to convince them, why they should move to Google Cloud. Clear? Is there a diagram for seeing all the 180 services? So I said not 180, there are 80 services for Google Cloud. I said around 180 maybe for AWS, putting all together. So all these are different services. I don't know if there is one single diagram that explains, but there is a sheet. Okay, I can give you one sheet that has all the services. Okay, that can be given, but how these services interface with each other, how all these services are used, I don't know if there is any diagram of that, but there are diagrams that will are there for 4 or 5 services, 2 services, or 1 services, like that. Okay, but I don't know if there is something. Yeah. So I can give you a list of 80 services. Is there a map or a diagram that explains all the 80 services, I really don't know, or I have not come across. If any one of you comes across something like that, please give it to me also, because I am also looking for it. As we go, we will share the list and we will discuss over it. Okay. So this is what we have about Google Cloud, GCP. And now, we will be moving to our next topic. Okay. So our next topic will be about networking. So let me just write down here. We'll be now taping up our next topic, which is called as networking. Okay. So before I move to networking, I hope this is clear. You all understood very well. Any questions, doubts of what we have learned so far? You all got a good overview. Okay. So there are many more points with regards to comparison. As we go along, I will surely do the comparison again, GCP and Azure also. Like now, while we'll be learning about networking, okay, there will be some comparisons I will draw between how does it compare with AWS, VPN, VPCs, all of that, I will be surely be covering. Containers in Google in DevOps are same. Yes, containers that are used in DevOps and containers that are used in Google are same. There are different types of containers. They are called as Docker. They are called as CRI. So there are different types of containers, but what you said is right. They are the same. So Docker's containers are VMs only. So I'll give an explanation of Dockers and containers. It is like a mini VM, that is the simple explanation. But surely we'll cover that as we go along. I'll give you a comparison. What is wireless technology that is used in your home, in our home, in offices? But if you want to use internet over long distances, you need optic fiber. So friends, you all must be familiar with networking. So in networking, one of the key terminologies that is used is called as VPN, correct? So let me ask you this question. What is a VPN and why do we use a VPN? So I'm getting some good answers. It is known as a virtual private network. Excellent. So let us understand when you go onto the cloud. So let me first show you on the Google Cloud environment also. Here you all can see my screen. See my screen here. I'm just going to cloud.google.com. Here you all can see. Okay. And then I'm clicking on something which is called as a console. Okay. I'm trying to log in. So you can see here, I already created my account and I'm going to click on the console. Okay. Because I have to log in. And many of you also must have already created this to log in. So let me click on this console. Okay. You can see here. So after clicking in the console, many of you will get a message, create a project. Okay. Since I've been using this for a long time, you will not, I am not seeing that message, but you will be asked to create a project. Okay. So what you should do is you go ahead and create the project. Okay. And let me tell you one thing, don't delete your projects. Understood? Do not delete your projects because there is a limit in how much number of projects you can create. Okay. So I will show you ways of how to shut down your resources or services. But remember, do not unnecessarily delete your projects. Okay. Now here on my left, you can see there are many services. Do you see? There are many services. There is cloud overview. There are products and services. Okay. And if you want to view all the products, you can click here, more products. And you can view many products. Okay. And what we are interested in the networking. Okay. So let me click here on my left. And what we'll do is we'll click on all. You do not delete your VM. You can you do not delete your VM. What you need to do is click on products and services. Okay. Is it chargeable like AWS? So see, if you keep deleting your projects, then they will not, you will have to write to them to increase the quota for your projects. There is no charge for creating a project. Okay, there is no charge for creating a project. It is free. So a project is actually similar to the resource group that you have in Azure or in AWS. Okay, there is something called as resource group, and in that resource group, you have to create you create the services. In the same way, we have projects in Google Cloud. Now here you all can see on my screen, there is management, there is compute, there is storage, there is analytics, there is networking. So what we are going to learn today is about networking. You can see here, this is the topic which we are going to learn about networking. And within this networking, you can see the first topic we are going to learn is VPC, okay, virtual private cloud. Before we understand what a VPC is, okay, what a VPC is, first we need to understand what a VPN is. So what is a VPN? A VPN is actually a virtual private network in your office, okay, on premise, in your office. So in your office, when you create a VPN or a secure network, it is called as a VPN. Now, what is a VPC? Now, can you all tell me what a VPC is? So you all can see my screen. I'm just sharing it here. So having understood what a VPN is, what is a VPC? Yeah, you all can answer. If you have any doubts, questions, please keep asking. I will answer them. But just asking you some simple questions. What is your understanding? Do you know what is a network? Do you all know what a LAN is? Okay, some very good answers have come in. I have really liked this. So here you can see, very nice answers. In AWS, we have to delete an instance. Otherwise, they keep charging us virtual private cloud, virtual private network. It is isolated network where we can privately access other resources. VPN provides secure network as a VPC, private network on cloud, local area network. Answers have come in. So let us understand here. So friends, when you are working in a company, okay, your IT developer, so you're working in your office and you're working with a bank called as HSBC Bank, and you're an employee in HSBC Bank. Okay. So what your IT team will do in your office, okay, this is the office. They will have many computers, right? They have many computers. So all these computers are connected to each other using a LAN network, correct? You will have a LAN network that is used to connect all these computers with each other and call it as a local area network. Now, you also have a concept of WAN, that is wide area network. When you want to connect different locations, far off locations, then you use a WAN. Now, what is a VPN? So VPN is a type of a LAN, but what VPN does is it helps you to secure your network. How does it help you to secure your network? By using firewalls, by using routing tables, by having a router. Okay, it will create a proxy for you to connect to the internet. So all these things are implemented on a LAN to create a VPN. So VPN is a secure network, and you can use a VPN to connect with other branches of your HSBC Bank. Okay, so if there is another branch of HSBC Bank, okay, and you want these branches to be connected with each other, so you can establish this connection between these two branches by using a tunnel. Okay. And this whole concept is called as a VPN. And what is a VPN doing? It is a virtual private network which uses the internet to protect your computers and your network. Is that clear, everyone? What a VPN is in your office? And you can log in into this VPN from a remote location, and you will be connected into this network, and you can do your work in a secure way. So this is what a VPN is. In the same way, okay, just as you have a VPN in your office, you can create a VPN on the cloud. Okay, what you can do? You can create a VPN on the cloud. Now, what is the VPN on the cloud called? If I create a VPN on my cloud, what is it called? A VPN on cloud is called as a VPC. Clear? It is a virtual private cloud. Okay, so this is the beginning of VPC. So a VPC is a secure network that is created which protects your on-premise systems from external attack. This is what is called as a VPC. Okay. Now the same network, if you create it on the internet, it is called as a VPN. Okay. So 1 minute, please hold on. 1 minute, please. And I have clicked here on the network. You all can see, okay, a difference between a VPC or a VPN. So like I told you, friends, in your office, when you create a network, you call it as a VPN. What does this network do? It connects all the machines and resources to the VPN, and it is secure. Now, when you're on the cloud, a cloud is also a type of office, correct? Okay, it is a data center. In office also, you can have an office or you can have a data center. Now, in this office also, you can create machines. Now, if I have to connect these machines with each other, what do I need? I need a VPN. Another name for a VPN on the cloud is, what is another name for a VPN on the cloud? It is a virtual private cloud. Is that clear? It is just another name. Very simple. It is not that you create a VPC within a VPN. No, it is just a name change. Okay. In your office, you are using a VPN. On the cloud, you are calling it a VPC. Simple. You can call it as a VPN on the cloud also. Sir, my question is, we can create VPN in a VPC. Then how are these two terms the same terms in the cloud? I think I answered your question. You can type a yes. It is the same thing. You call a VPN as a VPC. There is no difference. These terms can be used interchangeably. You know, you can create a VPN. So if you click onto the console, VPC network, and then you click on VPC networks here, and within VPC, you can click on create VPC network. And once you click on create VPC network, here you can see on my screen, you can create a network. Now this is how a network is getting created. You all can see here. So you create a network. This is a network. There are various terminologies for different networks here. Okay. There is IP address, bring your own IP, firewall, routes, VPC networking, shared VPC, serverless, packet mirroring, all this is there. And that is what a VPC network is. We'll start with this. Now, to help you understand a VPC network better, we will start with a lab. Okay. So what are we going to do? We will start with a lab. Okay. So let me explain you the first lab. So we'll be starting with our first networking lab now. We'll be starting with a networking lab. Now let me first explain you what is the lab all about. So while doing the lab, I'll explain you the concepts as well as you will understand what VPC is all about. Please give me 1 minute. I'm just preparing a few slides for the lab. I'm preparing some slides. I'm showing some diagrams which will help us understand the lab better. So let me explain you the lab so that you will understand this as a real-time case study. So what is this lab all about? So here you all can see what we are going to do is we are going to create a VPC first. Okay. Now there are some questions that are coming in. If you want to create any resources, okay, if you want to create a VM on your machine, okay, you want to create a you want to create any resources on your GCP cloud, the first thing you need is a network. Without a network, it will not allow you to create any resources. So to create a network, you first need to create a VPC. Now, when you go to create a VPC, if it is the first time, it will ask you to enable the compute API. Okay. What you should do, you should enable the compute API. So I can see on the chat, somebody has just put a message. The first time you create a VPC, you need to first enable the compute API. Another thing that happens is, suppose you go to create any, okay, or if you go to create any service, it will ask you to first create a VPC. Now, typically when you create a project, okay, typically when you create a project on Google Cloud, it will actually create a default VPC for you. So what must have happened is somebody must have deleted the default VPC. If you have deleted the at the time of project creation, if you have deleted the VPC, then it will again ask you to create the new VPC. So another point which you have to remember is, third, that when you create a project, GCP will create a default VPC for you. So you can go into their networks and check if a default VPC is created. If it is not created, then we can manually create a VPC network. Now in our case, what we'll be doing is we will be manually creating a VPC. Okay, manually create a VPC. Clear? So what we are going to learn in this lab is, imagine you have to you have gone to a company. Okay, as I click my VPC, it prompts me to enable the compute API. Yes, you should enable your compute API first. Very good. Then isn't there a default VPC? So you can go and check in your VPC network if there is already a default VPC. If it is not there, then you create one. Sometimes there are these errors that happen within the cloud environment.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
So as we see here, one of the first things that you can see on my screen is, if you click on products and solutions, okay, I click on all products. Okay, you can see here, I click on all products, and then in all products, we are going to networking. So you can see here, this is a section of networking. Okay. And in this networking, what we are going to choose is VPC, okay, which is known as a virtual private cloud. Now, I will ask you a few questions. These are questions even from a standpoint of certification exams, understanding the concepts, okay, how we are going to use the networking, how it will be used in our work, all of that we will be doing. Okay, so that is what we are going to do here. So let me see. So here you all can see my screen. I'm showing you a diagram. Now this is what we want to discuss. So I'll tell you what is the use cases over here first. Okay. This is what we will be implementing as a lab. So the lab is also complex, but before we do the lab, we need to understand why we are doing it. What is the objective? Okay. Why we need networking. Okay. How this networking is different from AWS networking and Azure networking. What are the advantages and disadvantages? So the question here is not only just doing the lab, but tomorrow when you go to a company, okay, and the company tells you, build an application on cloud. The company tells you migrate an application to cloud, migrate. For all activities that you want to do on cloud, your concepts of networking has to be very thorough and clean. How it works on GCP, how it works on AWS, how do you do interconnectivity, all of that concepts we will do. So most probably we may not start the lab today practically, but what we are going to do is everything is related to the lab, everything that is going to come in your exam, we are going to cover in terms of slides and understanding. That is the first step. So let me ask you a few questions. What is the difference between a VPN and a VPC? Technically, if you see, okay, technically, both are same. Both are same. There is no difference. Okay. The practical, it is just the name change. So if I have a network on cloud, I can call this as VPN also. I can call it as VPN. Nobody is going to tell me this is wrong. But for the purpose of differentiation, I'm just calling it as a VPC. So a VPN is basically a virtual private network. Okay. Whereas when you create a network on the cloud, it is called as a VPC. Now there are some differences in terms of implementation and technology that I will explain you how the differences are, because when you go onto a company also, you will see all of this happening. Okay. So now, for example, when you are in on-premise, okay, on-premise, which means suppose you are working with HSBC Bank, imagine, and your bank has some computers over here. Okay, so these computers are interconnected with each other. You can call this as a LAN, okay, local area network. If I want my computers to be connected with other regions also, okay, other regions, then I can call it as a WAN, which is a wide area network. Okay. Now the challenge with the LAN and WAN is they are not secure. People can hack into this. There is no single point of entry. Okay. It is open to hacking. especially if you want to connect to the internet, it will be a challenge. That is where people came up with the concept of VPN. Okay. A VPN is a virtual private network. The advantage a VPN gives is it will secure your network from attacks. There will be a gatekeeper, okay, through which your entry point will be there. There will be a gateway through which your exit is there. So your connectivity to the internet will happen through the gateway. So this is the internet. And all of this will happen in a secure way. Now, when you create a VPN, virtual private network, you need a lot of hardware devices in your company. Okay, you will need routers, you will need gateways. Okay, there is a lot of IT effort that goes in to create a VPN. Okay, so it is a lot of effort that goes into creating a VPN. Now, the same thing when you are trying to create it on the cloud. Okay. Now, when you are trying to create a VPN on the cloud, you will see that you are able to easily create a VPN, okay, or a VPC on the cloud easily. I'm using this word easily. Now, I have a question here for all of you. Why do you think it is easy? Why does it happen easily? Why can't you create a VPN on your on-premise easily, but you are able to do it on the cloud easily? What could be the reason? Can you tell me, anyone? We do not care about the hardware. Okay. All resources are pre-built. Excellent. You do not need to buy anything. In cloud, it all get automatically created. Hardware is already in place. Excellent. See, that is a very good answer all of you gave, and it is really bang on target. Now, there is a concept in networking which is known as SDN. You will come across this concept very often. It is known as software-defined networking. Software-defined networking. Okay. What it means is you have your hardware. Okay. The cloud on the data center adds the routers. It has the gateways. Okay. It has the networking devices, the NIC devices, all of that. Okay. The hardware is there. You're not directly logging into the hardware and making the changes. Rather, there is a layer of SDN on top of this. Okay, there is a layer of SDN. And what you're doing, it is simplifying the implementation for you for creating the VPC below. It is simplifying it. A lot of it is being done automatically. There is automation that has happened in the background. So you may think that because you created a VPC on the cloud, it may be easy for you to do it in your office. It is different. It is not easy. There is a concept of software-defined network and automation that is helping you create these SDNs, VPCs more easily. Yes, even switches. Absolutely right. Okay. Now, if there are a few concepts which I want to again explain to all of you. This is again very important. Like I said, when you look at HSBC Bank here, again, I'm going back to the same example. This is on premise. So this is your bank building. And here is your GCP cloud. Okay. This is your cloud. Now you want to migrate applications, correct? You want to migrate software. You want to do many things. How will you do it? How will you do it? Okay. What I have done is I have logged into Google Cloud. You all can see here. This is my dashboard. There is project 1. Very good answers are coming in. There is a title. Okay. And let me show you a few things, okay, which will help you to understand. Have a dedicated network, use third-party tools, excellent answers. Now imagine we want to connect to Google Cloud. How did I connect to this cloud? Using a user ID password, I connected. Now you can see here, I want to connect into some of my machines on Google Cloud, for example. So what I do, I can click here. You can see here, this is my Cloud Shell. Okay. I'm clicking on my Cloud Shell. You all can see my screen. I'm clicking on my Cloud Shell. You can see it is creating a machine for me. So you can see here, what is a Cloud Shell? No prerequisite necessary, no bash, no kubectl. Okay. It is creating a machine for me in Chrome. Okay. You can see here, this is Cloud Shell. Since you haven't used Cloud Shell for a while, it may take some time to unarchive your disk. It is provisioning me a machine here. Okay. It is giving me a free machine. Okay. Remember that the Cloud Shell is giving me a free machine. Now this is my free machine that has been created. What does it show here? It shows Bamboo Vault 3015. Okay. It shows my name and it shows Cloud Shell and Bamboo Vault. Now, what is this Bamboo Vault here? Let me show you something interesting. See, if I click on project 1, okay, do you see there is a name for project and there is a ID for my project. This ID is unique. It is immutable. So you can see there are many IDs that are created. This is unique across the world. Okay. Nobody can use a Bamboo Vault this number as a project ID. It can be 6, but not the same value. You can have the same project name. That is no problem. But project ID has to be unique. You will see in your case also. So here it is identifying the project ID. Got it? So this is my project ID and I have connected into my Google Cloud project through my Cloud Shell. Okay, so if I type here some Linux commands, ls, you will see a lot of my project folders are already here. It gives me around 30 GB space, which I can use for my various projects and deployments. I can keep these files here. I can connect to my Google Cloud. So if I say there are some specific commands that I can run. So the specific commands are, I can type here gcloud. Okay. So gcloud means it is invoking the Google Cloud. Okay. So you can see here, I just type gcloud. It will show me some commands that are there. So there are AI commands, there are AI platform commands, there are ML commands, notebook commands. So all these different types of commands I can use when I am connected into Google Cloud. Okay, so this is my connection to Google Cloud. You connected into Google Cloud. All your applications are here. Okay, this is, imagine this. This is application 2 and this is application 3. Now you want to establish a connectivity between Google Cloud and your on-premise environment so that you can move these files. Why do we need a connectivity? Why can't I just use my internet? Okay. Why can't I just use my internet to establish the connectivity? There are many reasons. When you are using the internet, it is not secure. Okay. Number one. The connectivity is not reliable. Not reliable. There is speed issues. Okay. So there can be many problems if I'm just going to use the internet. So what I want to do, I want to build a tunnel, a connectivity that will help me connect between GCP and my on-premise so that my people can securely connect between my bank and Google Cloud. So you will have to create a tunnel that will help us connect. So there are different ways you can create that tunnel. The first way, you can call it as a VPN tunnel. Okay. This doesn't need any devices. The VPN tunnel can be established between your HSBC bank and GCP. It is at low cost. It can give you speed up to 5 GB, okay, 5 to 10 GB speed. And you can do your basic work using this VPN tunnel. So let me show you the VPN tunnel here. So before we go to the VPN tunnel, let me click on products, all products here. And in products, as you can see, we are going down. And you can see there is this option called as hybrid connectivity options, network connectivity. Okay. So this is what we are going to select now so that I can show you the different options that are available. So you can see here, there are two options by which you can establish the connectivity. One is called as the VPN and another is called as the interconnect. Okay. So let me see in the chat, there are messages. Harshil says, when I click on Cloud Shell, accounts.google.com refuse to connect. So first, before you connect, what you do, you try to create a project. Have you created a project? Okay. You create a project, and after creating a project, then you try to connect. Most probably that could be the reason a project is not created. That is why it is refusing you to connect. So you can see here, in this case, in hybrid connectivity, this VPN connectivity is low cost. It is the basic. So a virtual private network lets you securely connect your Google compute engine resources to your own private network. So this is your own office private network. It allows you to connect to the Google's network in a secure manner, and Google VPN uses these protocols for establishing the secure connectivity. So how do you establish the connectivity? You can click here, create VPN connection. Okay, so you can see here, this is how the tunnel is created. So you can see this is the tunnel. So let me just copy these images so that you all will get a clear idea of how this is working. So here you can see this is a high availability VPN. I'll just copy this image and put it in the screen here. 1 minute. What you can do as a first step, you can go here and you can say create a default network. Okay. You can create a default network. Explain, just give me some time. Those are all small issues that you will face, but we will come to it. I'm going to do it practically. Again, you will be able to create those accounts. So here Avan says, what if we are migrating data, both link get down and we have to restart the migration? Yeah, so then there are different options that you have. I will tell you those different options. If you want high availability, then you go for interconnect. Okay, that I'll explain. So let me explain you what is a classic internet connect first. So you can see here in this VPN, this is your HSBC bank. Let me just create one more slide for this. This is your
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which programming languages are supported by Google Cloud Functions? And our options are Python only, Java only, Node.js only, or Python, Java, and Node.js. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
And this is your Google Cloud network. What you're doing here is, this is your own premise using your VPN. Okay. VPN service of Google. You are creating a tunnel that establishes the connectivity between your Google Cloud and your on-premise. Okay. So this is a classic VPN. There can be reasons when this tunnel can go down for various reasons. Maybe your internet wire is cut, okay, or the overall network globally for that particular provider is cut. So all these reasons can happen, and typically this tunnel, it is a very simple implementation. Okay, there can be speed issues. It can just give you very speed from 5 GB, roughly about 10 GB, not more than that. So low speed, but you can at least get started immediately. You can get started immediately. And the cost is very minimum. So it has minimum cost. Now, suppose you want high availability. Okay. So you can see here on my screen. So this is high availability. Now again, this is HSBC Bank. They are providing you another network. Okay, this is Google Cloud. So it provides 2 tunnels. Okay, this is little costly. And these 2 tunnels will help you. If one of them goes down, the other one is still there, and you can establish the connectivity. So this is the way in which you establish connectivity between 2 environments. Okay, so Kiran is asking a question: is the tunnel region specific? No, the tunnel is global. I will answer your question with an example. And also tell you why Google's tunnels are global. Okay, it is different from AWS. I'll explain that. I'm coming to it. So here you can see this. What we have used is a VPN tunnel, private network. Now someone said, okay, what happens if if both the tunnels? So we need more redundancy. So what you do, you go in for interconnect. So you can see here on my screen, this is more expensive. This is known as interconnect. Okay, interconnect lets you establish high bandwidth. You can see here very high bandwidth, low latency connections between your Google Cloud VPC networks and your on-premise infrastructure. Okay, so this is interconnect. Now this interconnect is in 2 parts. So here you can see, if I click on create VLAN attachment, so you can see here, it is showing me 2 types of interconnect. So let me just take this first and show you. So these are all latest slides and images which I'm showing you. You all can always use the slides and decks which are there already, which is there already in the LMS, but these are all new stuff, okay, which I'm showing you here. So this is interconnect, dedicated interconnect, okay, and the other one which we are going to see here, this is your partner interconnect. Okay. So this is your partner interconnect. So I'll explain you what is this dedicated interconnect. So here, this is Google's dedicated interconnect. This is called as the Google dedicated interconnect. Now here Google offers you, if you are using Google's dedicated interconnect, okay, it offers you 99.9% SLA. Okay, it helps you connect on-premise Google VPC with the new VPC, and if you see here, we will see the SLA values that they're offering. So what Google is offering, it can give you speed from 10 GPS, okay, 10 GPS to 100 GPS. That is the highest speed it is giving, 100 GPS. Okay, it is going to lay the fiber length, okay, high speed fiber from Google's data center to your office. So this is how it is going to build the interconnect for you. And let me show you the SLA here that they are offering. So you can see here, it is established, it is telling that they will offer 99.99% availability for dedicated interconnect. Okay, so even you can say it is either 99.9 or 99. So you can see it is giving you an SLA of 99%, which is very high. Okay, even regular telecom companies will not give you such high SLAs, but Google is offering you an SLA of 99% here. So this is your dedicated interconnect that it is offering with 99% SLA. But how does this dedicated interconnect work? So let me just show you here a concept of POP's GCP regions. So let me show you some images. I'm just pulling out some diagrams which will help us to understand how these work. Okay, here it is. This is good. Okay, so these we are all set with all the required diagrams and examples that we need. Now, all of this networking is also associated with few more concepts. Okay, so here you can see how do we relate this concept practically. So let me take you to the 1 minute. So all of these concepts are interconnected. Okay, it is not that I teach you one concept and then focus on that. No, that will not clarify your understanding. This whole networking is a very large area, and I'm explaining it to you in a way that you can find relations with each other and get your understanding clear. Okay, so we are doing it like a big project now. So if you see here under networking, when I go into networking and I click on create VPC network. So in this VPC network, we have a concept called as subnet creation. You can see here a concept called as subnet creation. And here it is showing a default as custom. What we are going to do is we will select automatic. Okay. So when you create networks, you need a subnet. So I click on automatic, and what it does is it creates subnets for me, and it has created so in automatic VPC mode, let me see the number of subnets which it is creating here. 50. So I've selected 100. So it has created 15 subnets, and I'm just saying what is the latest number of subnets that it has. 1 minute. So what it has done is it has created subnets for most of the regions that are there in Google Cloud. So Google Cloud currently has around 24 regions. Okay, so what are these regions? These are basically data centers. So regions are basically data centers. Okay, so if you see here, this is the Mumbai region. This is New York. Okay, this is California. This is Sao Paulo. This can be somewhere in, this can be Paris. This I think is Sydney. So wherever Google has a data center, it will identify it as a region. Okay. So there are 24 regions which are there, and each region generally has zones. Okay. Each region will generally have zones. Now, what are zones? So region is the city where it will have a data center. Like, for example, let us imagine it has a data center in New York. So you say the region is New York. And in New York, they have a data center. So if there is one data center, okay, we will call it as Z1. Then this zone 1. Okay. If there are two data centers, it will become zone 2. If there are 3 data centers, it will become zone 3. The naming can be as ZA, ZB, and ZC. So every region will typically have at least 2 or 3 buildings, okay? 2 or 3 buildings which are known as data centers. And these data centers are known as zones. And these buildings are spaced at a distance of around 20 kilometers. Okay, so these data centers will be at a space of 20 kilometers from each other. Why they are putting it as 20 kilometers? Because if there is some problem or flooding in one building, you can still have another building working, third building working in New York. So this is the concept of region and zones. So you have regions, you have zones. Then they have a concept of edge nodes or POPs, okay, point of presence. Okay. Now this will be connected with what we are going to learn now. This is called as point of presence. Now, what are point of presence? Yeah. So here we can see Keshav said tunnels are pipelines. If line drops, then data in the traffic will be lost. So that will happen if you are using a VPN. Okay. If you are going to use a dedicated interconnect, then Google is guaranteeing you 99% uptime. So there is a 1% chance that your internet will go down. Clear, Keshav? Supriya says zones are in areas in the same city. Correct. Zones are data centers in the same city. Devian Mukherjee says how subnets are being distributed among regions. It is showing 24 regions, but creating subnets for 15 regions only. Why is it so? There is a answer for that. The reason why Google is creating subnets for only 15 regions is because Google's network is global. Okay. Whereas if you look at AWS or any other cloud provider, their networks are regional. Okay. I will come to your answer again. I'll explain you in detail what does it mean as we go along. Give me some time. Clear, Devian? I'll come to your answer again. How it is able to do that. So if you see here on my screen, Google has all these internet pipelines that is growing all across the world. Okay. So Google has the largest internet optic fibers in the world. It owns it. Okay. Optic lines in the world, internet optic lines. It has the largest. It has its own networks. It is able to give you a VPC network, okay, which is global in nature. It is not regional. Now that is the biggest difference between AWS and Google. Okay, the difference between regional network and the AWS. So this is AWS and this is Google. When you create a VPC on AWS, the VPC network is regional in nature. What does it mean? When you create a VPC, for example, you are creating a VPC in New York. Okay, you create a VPC here, and you are having an office in Singapore also. And if you have to create a VPC, you have to create again another VPC in Singapore. And how do you establish connectivity between now this is the same bank, this is HSBC Bank. Okay, this is also HSBC, Singapore. Now, how do you establish a connectivity between VPC in New York and Singapore? You will have to do VPC peering in between these two. Okay, same company, same VPC, but you will have to establish a VPC peering between the two. That is how it works. Okay, I can see very good answers coming up. Intelligent, very nice. Scope will remain within New York. But when you look at Google Cloud, if you create a VPC in New York, you have two options. You can create a auto VPC, and that auto VPC will create subnets in all regions of the world. What is the advantage it gives you is, you created a VPC here in New York. Okay, a VPC here in New York. There is a subnet also that is created here. But the moment Google creates a VPC, okay, let me just create it here. The VPC of Google is global in nature. Okay, it is not regional like AWS, it is global. You have to create subnets in each region. Okay, so there is a subnet in New York. If you are in Singapore, it will create a subnet here also. But when you want to establish a connectivity between Singapore and New York, you don't need a peering to domain. The connectivity can be directly established between two subnets. Does it make sense, everyone? Clear this concept? The VPC in Google Cloud, when you create, is global in nature. As you can see, Google has, in addition to the data centers that are there, Google has many edge point of presence, POP, okay, and edge nodes. So I would request our friends to put their mics on mute. Let me just mute it. 1 minute. Yeah, so I muted all of them. Yeah, edge nodes are, I'll explain you what edge nodes are. So edge nodes are points. See, these are all data centers, correct? Okay, these are all data centers that we have. Now, edge nodes are points or locations where the traffic of Google Cloud. So you can see here, these are all Google Cloud's optic fiber wires, right? Okay. So your traffic that is there, they can travel on Google optic fibers, correct? But it is not there all over the world. You know, it is there at about 40% of region, you can see. So suppose your optic fiber, your traffic is going over this optic fiber, and it comes up to, for example, here in Brazil. Okay. So this is the node. From this point, it will travel onto the internet. Okay, it will travel onto the internet. So edge node is a point where your traffic exits and enters the Google's optic fibers. Clear? Okay, it will exit and enter Google's optic fiber. That is known as the edge node. So I'll show you a diagram again. It will give you more clarity. So you can see here on my screen, there are two types of network traffic that Google will allow you. One is called as the premium. Okay, what does the premium do? So if you take the premium network, then your traffic, your website traffic, okay, your application traffic, all these traffic will travel on Google's optic fibers, which is very high speed. Okay, Google's optic fibers, which are high speed fibers. And what it will do, it will, suppose this is New York and you have to travel till Sydney. Okay, your user is in Sydney, Australia. Okay, this is a user in Sydney, Australia, and he wants to access your website in New York. So your website that you have created is sitting here in New York on a machine website. So when this user wants to hit your website, he will travel on the internet, on the global internet, okay, for maybe 200 kilometers. Okay, and this is the point of presence, or the node, you can say, where it will enter the Google network. So it will travel. So you can think of it will not be Sydney. This point is Sydney, and there is a city called as Canberra, where there is no Google presence. So a user from a remote city called as Canberra wants to access your website. So his traffic will travel over the internet. It will reach the closest point of presence, which is in Sydney. It will enter the Google network and it will travel very fast to the website. So this is how the premium network works. And the node. Node is the point where it will exit and enter the Google optic fibers. Is that clear? Now, if suppose you are taking standard. So in standard, what happens? You can see here on my screen. Here again, your user is in Canberra. Now this has a higher cost. Okay, this has a higher cost. This has absolutely no cost. Okay, there's no cost for this, but this is slightly costly. Now your user is in Canberra, Australia. He has not taken the premium network. He has taken standard. Your user will travel along the internet. You can see this is all internet traffic. And this is New York, a place near New York, point of presence. So this traffic will travel and it will enter into the point of place at a point that is closest to this data center of New York. Okay. So you are traveling onto the Google optic fiber over here. Till then, your traffic is on the internet. Okay. So that is the difference between the premium network and standard network when you are building your applications. So what's the difference between edge nodes and point of presence? Okay, so let me just check that out. They almost mean the same, but let us get the absolute answers. GCP edge nodes. Okay, so we'll go back here. So if you see here on my screen, edge nodes are, so you have the data centers, and these are the big data centers that are there in almost today. I think the number of data centers are around 35, not regions. So you have around 35 data centers. In addition to this, Google has entry points, which are known as edge nodes. So have about 10 servers Okay, it is smaller than a data center. It has about 10 servers. It has a full deployment of a data center where it will allow you to enter into the Google's data pipelines. And edge point of presence is generally just one server. Okay, it is generally just one server which is hosted on somebody else's data center. So edge node is kind of, you can think of it is a data center with just about 10 servers, whereas edge point of presence will be a data center with one machine which the Google must have kept in a third party's data center. Make sense? Clear? You can just type a yes if it is clear. So edge node and edge point, both of them mean the same thing. It is a point from where traffic enters into Google Cloud's network. So you all understood what premium is, what standard is. This is again very important when you are building applications. Now here you can see on my screen, this is what they do. This is the end user. Your traffic is traveling around on the internet. Okay, it enters the edge node or edge node POP. Okay, so the word is point of presence. There are over hundreds of POPs across worldwide that are very close to the end user's ISP. So either Google has its own edge node or it has an edge node, a POP that is set up with third-party ISP providers. And then you enter onto Google's optic fibers. Okay, so this is the Google network, which they call, and it gives you higher speed. Here you can see again, edge networking is the practice of having compute and storage resources closest to the end user in order to deliver low latency and save bandwidth. Okay, this is edge nodes. Points of presence is an intermediate location between GCP region and the end user. The location could usually be a third party. So edge is usually the Google's network, and point is where they are making use of third party network. So this is the answer. And you can see here again another diagram. This is standard network. So this is the standard cloud providers or the standard network, and this is the Google network. It can offer you if you use the premium network. Now coming back to our on-premise to office connectivity, okay, which we were actually discussing. So why I wanted to show you the Google regions are, this dedicated interconnect is usually available in Google's regions. Okay, so wherever Google has a region or a data center and a zone, you can have a dedicated interconnect where it will offer you 99.9% SLA, which means almost 100% uptime. There is a 0.1% where there can be a failure, but this is Google dedicated interconnect. It is not VPN. It is dedicated interconnect where you have to lay your own optic fiber wires to connect into Google network. So this is how, this is HSBC Bank, and this is your dedicated interconnect. So it gives you speed from 10 GPS to 100 GPS. This is the speed for dedicated interconnect. And what is the speed for VPN? Can you all tell me? It will be in the range from 1 GPS to maybe 5 GPS. Okay, sometimes maybe 7 or 8, but usually it will range from 1 GPS to 5 GPS. This is the speed when you use a VPN, but for a dedicated interconnect, you can get speed from 10 GPS to 100 GPS. Now, since Google is having data centers in around 35 locations around the world, it cannot give you a dedicated interconnect. Okay, so instead of giving you a instead of that it will give you a partner interconnect. What it will give you? It will give you a partner interconnect. Now, what does a partner interconnect mean? So imagine your data center. So here, the reason it is saying customer provided cross-net is, this is Google office or Google data center in New York. Okay. Your office is around 50 kilometers or 50 miles away from the Google office. It is in New York only. But this is your on-premise. This optic fiber customer has to lay. You have to spend the money to lay the optic fiber to their office. Clear? So this is your optic fiber. That is why customer provided cross-net. Now, in partner interconnect, this is New York office, okay, of Google. And your office is maybe 150 miles away. So to lay, it is not practically possible for you to lay an optic fiber from here to this distance, 150 miles. Okay, it is very expensive. So you cannot do it. What you do, you go to a service provider like Horizon, okay, or Vodafone. You go to a service provider like Vodafone, who is an ISP. If he has an office in New Jersey, okay, so I'll say New Jersey here. This is New Jersey. If he has an office in New Jersey, then you take your optic fiber to his office, which may be 10 miles. Okay. And this partner, so this guy has already partnered with Google and they have established the connectivity between their offices. So you can go to a partner network and set up your connectivity. Now, in this case, Google doesn't guarantee any SLA, because that SLA will have to be guaranteed by the partner, and Google doesn't guarantee that SLA. Your partner has to guarantee whatever SLA is there. Makes sense? Clear? You all can type a yes if I answer all your questions so far and you all have clarity. So we have just covered these important topics of how to establish connectivity between on-premise. I'm just going through the slides. And now let us go to the, let me go back to my cloud. Okay, so you can see here, all these features are there. We cannot do a lab for this because you need to set up the networking and all of that. But this is the concept. It is very easy for you to set up once you start doing it. You can also have encrypted and unencrypted or VA high availability kind of setups when you are doing this. Either you are doing a VPN or interconnect. VPN is very low cost. If you want to quickly set up, 1 second, I'm sharing my screen, sorry. Okay, I'm going back to Google Cloud here. You all can see I clicked on hybrid connectivity. So this is from where your connectivity can be established. VPN is low cost. Okay, it can give you low speed, like 1 GPS to maybe 5 GPS or 7 or 8 GPS. So that is the speed generally it is given. We can see here what is the speed. There is no guarantee for the connectivity, though Google does offer around 99.9% SLA, but that is only if you are using a high availability. Now you can see here, Google guarantees speed up to 3 gigabytes. So it is not even 5. It is 1 to 3 gigabyte speed that you can have if you are using a VPN. So if you do not have any Hadoop systems, or you do not transfer terabytes of data, you can always go in for a VPN and set up your environment. So this is what we saw here in networking and hybrid connectivity. Let me just go back. So we are just going back here on all products and setup. And then you can see here on my screen, we are coming back to networking again. Okay. So we saw VPC network where we have to do a lab. We will be getting into it. Connectivity. So we will look at network services. Okay. So you can see here in network services, types of load balancer. There is an HTTP load balancer. There is an UDP load balancer. There are different types of load balancer. So where is a load balancer used in networking? So let me just show you here on my screen. So here, if you have a website, okay, and there is a VM, and you have maybe 100 users, okay, who are hitting this website. Now, if this number of users, they grow up to 200, okay, and from 200 it goes to 10,000, for example, 10,000 users. So it will become very difficult for this VM or website to handle 10,000 users. What you may need is, you will need another VM machine, okay, to handle this number of 10,000 users. If from 10,000 it goes to 20K, then again maybe you will need a third machine. Okay, so like that you will need all this machine. Now to distribute the traffic, you will need a load balancer here. It's called as LB. And there are different types of load balancer. There is an HTTP load balancer, which is typically used for website traffic. So all this user traffic, they will pass through the load balancer, and this load balancer will transfer the traffic to the different VMs. Okay. So this is the load balancer concept, and you can have different types of load balancers. In addition to this, there is Google has its own cloud DNS, okay, something like a domain naming service. So GoDaddy, then Bluehost, these are all domain hosting services. Google also offers you that. There is cloud CDN, which is like Akamai. So it is again used for hosting static images and static data. You can use the Google Cloud CDN. Cloud NAT is an older way of connecting to the internet. So you don't really use NAT nowadays. So NAT actually lets your compute instances and Kubernetes containers to communicate with the internet using a shared public IP. Typically nowadays you don't use NAT extensively. There are other ways of getting connected to the internet, but they have given you as an option of NAT. Traffic director, again, to move traffic between your microservices, they have a traffic director, which is primarily meant for APIs. If you're going to write many APIs or microservices, you can use the traffic director for managing the traffic.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
So here you all can see my screen. I am here at Google Cloud. You all can see my screen here. Okay. So I'm going to log into Google Cloud now. Thank you for your feedback. So I click on console. I'm logging into Google Cloud. And here on my left, I'm clicking on all products. Okay. So this is for you to show how the navigation is easy. And here I'm going down to networking. And here we are going to click on VPC network. Okay, so you all can see we are going to click on the VPC network, and there are some existing networks which are already there. I'm going to delete it because we want to start it afresh. Okay, so we'll delete this, and again there is another network. We will delete this. Okay, so we have deleted all the networks. Usually when you create a project, you will get a default network here. Okay, so you can use that default network, but what we are going to do is, for the purpose of the lab, we will try to do it from scratch. So while this is getting deleted, we will be starting with a lab. Okay, it's a real life lab that we will try to do. Let me delete some of my old data here. Yeah, we are going to do a VPC labs. And in networking, whenever you start a project like we discussed earlier, okay, you need to have a network. The reason why you need to have now this is the lab which we are going to talk about, lab 1. Okay, VPC lab 1 case study. And what is this case study all about? Okay, so this case study, you can apply this case study in multiple situations. Okay, what we are going to do is, first we are going to create a network. We will try to establish connectivity between different networks. We will set up firewalls. Okay, we will create some compute machines also. We will establish connectivity between these machines. We will see what is the security in the network. We'll ask some of you to connect into our network and see. We will ping our networks and see if we can hack in. Okay, so there will be many things which we'll learn from this lab. Now let me show you the diagram. So Himanshu, let us move on with the network. It is easy. Today I'm not feeling well also. I want to give you something very focused so you all can learn this during the week also. Okay, so please allow me. Let us complete this and then we will come back to other areas. Okay, I apologize for not answering. So you can see here, this is the network diagram that we have. So many of you had many questions about the network. So while we are looking at this network diagram, I want all of you to explain me what is this network all about. Now, why are we creating this network? Okay, so here, let us go back again. When you are setting up a website, okay, 1 minute, please. Yeah, when you are setting up a website, when you want to create secure development environment, when you want to set up test environments, when you want to establish production environments, okay, for your applications, when you want to create microservices environments, okay, microservices. For all of this, you will know how to build a secure network and how these machines interact with each other. So another example is, imagine you have a VPC here and you have created a application on this machine. Okay, so imagine this is a Python application. So database is on another machine here, another VPC machine. How will you interact with this? How will you establish connectivity between this? So these are the things which we need to know. So here in this example, see, we will be doing a full-fledged networking lab, but lot of things is useful and you can apply it in various situations. Okay, so if you see here on my screen, this is the diagram we have, and in this diagram we are creating a VPC network. What is the VPC network name we are creating. Okay, it is called as my network. So imagine for your company, your bank's name is HSBC Bank, and for your bank you need to set up some applications and environments. So imagine this is the development environment. Okay, this is the production environment. Okay, we do this example because once you do both of them, this is the same thing. You can actually do it on your own later. Okay, so later on it will be an assignment for you to do it, because I'll do this too. Once we do these two, this will become very easy for you to replicate. Now here we are creating a VPC called as my network. Okay, so it can be anything. It can be, the name of this VPC can be ATM project, for example. Okay, you are building an ATM project for your bank, so it can be any name. We are calling this network as my network. And in this my network, we are creating subnets. Now you can see here, this is the subnet that is getting created. Okay, in this subnet, we are using auto mode. So when you create a VPC, there are two modes. One is auto, another one is custom. Okay, so the other one is known as custom mode. Custom mode is more secure, and custom mode is what you will generally use in a production environment. So you can see here we have created a custom mode, and this is the CIDR IP addresses that is we are giving it a 20-bit. And what we are doing here is we are also creating a compute engine. Now this is part of our compute topic. Okay, so GCP compute, what we are going to do is we are creating a compute engine. Compute engine means a small VM machine we are going to create here. And you can see it is assigned a IP address also. So this is one subnet which you are creating, and the region where it is getting created is US Central 1. Okay, this is the region. And here we are creating again another subnet, which is in region Europe. This is a sub region, and there is again another machine that is here, which is called as mynet UVM. Okay, so imagine you have a Python application that is running here, and you want to access the MySQL database which is running on this machine. Okay, so there should be connectivity between these two subnets. Now, typically, if you are going to do it on AWS, you would have to establish a tunnel between the two. Okay, but in this case, you don't need to establish a tunnel. There is already connectivity being established between these subnets. The reason is because the VPC that you are creating is global in nature. It is not regional in nature. So in GCP, this will be global in nature, whereas in AWS, it will be local in nature. That is why you have to establish a VPC peering between these two. But here you don't need to do that. Again, you can see there is another VPC network, which is called as management. Now, we have given it as management. Imagine HSBC Bank, you call this as the credit card project. Okay, I give it as credit card project. Imagine we call it as the credit card project, but for the purpose of simplicity, we'll call it as management. And on this machine, the credit card project is running in production. Okay, and you need to establish some connectivity between these two. So we will check whether a connectivity can be established between the management net VPC and this VPC. Okay, typically it shouldn't, because a virtual private environment should be private and secure. Once it is within the VPC, there should not be no connectivity between the two VPCs. In addition to this, we will learn many other things also, like firewall creations. Okay, what are the default firewalls? Okay, there will be a lot of concepts that I'll explain, and all of this will be part of your certification exam also, and also it will come as interviews and practical learning. So we click on create VPC network. Here the first thing we want to create is this is the development environment, and company name is HSBC Bank. Now here you can see we are not going to use IPv6, we are disabled it, and you can see here we are going to create. So subnets lets you create your own private cloud topology within Google Cloud, and you can click and create a subnet in each region. Now you can see there are two parts. One is custom and automatic. When you select custom, then you need to manually enter your subnet name. So you have to give a name here. Maybe what you can give a name is, for example, we'll give a name. Let me just delete it and click here. We'll give a name as subnet. We'll give a name as subnet my network. Okay. We also need to give select a region where we want to create a subnet. So if the region is Asia, then I'll write here, create mynet subnet Asia East 1. Okay. And when we create this subnet, we also need to give the IP address range that you need. Okay. So you have to give an IP address range here. And this IP address range should be non-overlapping with other. If I'm going to give a IP address range, you can see here on my screen. If I'm going to give a range as 10.128.0.0, okay, and then I say /20, I cannot give the same range here also. Why? Because it is like a vehicle's number plate. I cannot have the same number plate in my US central region. I cannot repeat the number plate in Europe. It has to be unique. So here it is 128. You can see here it is starting from 132. Okay. So you are giving unique number plates in both the regions. The reason is if I give the plate, then when the connectivity needs to establish, or you are going to send packets between two subnets, if it has the same IP address, then it will not be able to reach the destination. So you want to always give non-overlapping unique IP addresses as the range. When you want to create multiple subnets, it will become very tedious for you to create multiple subnets. So what we do, let us take automatic. So I click here on automatic. So you can see here, it has clicked automatic. And here, surprisingly, it is showing me only 15 subnets. Okay, yesterday also somebody asked this question. There are about, I think so, approximately 38 regions where US has a data center. So each of these regions should have a subnet created, but in this case, it is showing me only 15. Let us go ahead and see. After the final subnet is created, it will create the 38 approximate subnets. We will see that. Now, before we create the subnet, you can see here, it is asking for creation of firewall rules. Okay. So whenever you create a subnet, there is some firewall rules that need to be defined for your VPC network. Sorry, not for your subnet, but for your VPC network, you need to define some firewall rules. So here, friends, it will come in your certification exam. Okay. So you can see, select the firewall rules below you would like to apply. Once the VPC network is created, you can edit these firewall rules again. There are some default firewall rules that are being shown here. Now you can see here on my screen. These are the two default firewall rules. What is the default firewall rules? For my VPC, my network, deny all ingress traffic. What does it mean? If you do not define any firewall rule, a default firewall rule will get applied, which tells after the VPC is created, and if there is any machine on that VPC, there will be no incoming traffic allowed to your network. That is why it is given as deny all ingress traffic. And you can see here, this is the priority number. Priority number 65,535. And the action it is taking is deny. And it is for all IP address ranges. What does it mean? It means that you will not be allowed any incoming traffic. But what is the other firewall rule? It says allow egress. Egress means allow outgoing traffic. Okay, that means from your machine on the network, it can go out to the internet. So you can have outgoing traffic, and the action here is allow. Again, it is showing 65,535 as the priority number. Now, what is the meaning of this priority number? See, you can define different rules as your firewall rules on your network. Okay. And these rules will get applied depending upon the priority. Now, if my priority is 1, okay, imagine I create a rule that has priority 1. Then this rule gets applied first, and it will have more importance than the rule that is at number 65,535. Is that clear, everyone? So if I create a rule and I say priority 1, okay, and my rule is that allow all incoming traffic, imagine, then this rule will get nullified and allowing all incoming traffic will get applied. Why? Because it is having priority 1. So priority 1 is highest and it has the most importance, and it will get applied, and all other rules will get applied differently. Okay, so let me see here. There are some questions coming in.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the main purpose of Google Kubernetes engine? And your options are data analytics, virtual machine management, container orchestration, or distributed file storage. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
IP address ranges gives those number of the machines, right? Yes, IP address range is for the machines. Are these private IPs? Yes, these are private IPs. I had 37. Then you are correct. Your subnet is 37, then it is correct. Are these stateless or stateful firewalls? So I don't know whether what is the difference between the two. I'll just check and tell you. We outbound egress. Okay, so Emmanuel says explain the difference between egress and ingress. Egress is very simple. Egress means outgoing and ingress means incoming. Okay, E means out, in means incoming. That is why it is. So low is high, correct. If we choose to give these IP addresses manually, how do we get to know which IP address range to select? Okay, you can select any value between these 4 digits, 10.128.0. You can start from maybe 1.128.0. There is a RFC framework. You do a Google for RFC framework and CIDR. You will see a lot of explanation about how these IP addresses have to be selected. One simple concept that you need to remember here is that these IP addresses, okay, they have to be non-overlapping. That is, if I start with 10.128, I cannot start 10.128 here, okay, or on other VPCs within my project, because you want unique numbers. So just imagine it is like a license number, and you don't want license numbers to be duplicated across vehicles. You want them to be unique. So that is the simple concept which we need to remember. Okay, you all can type a yes if I have answered your questions. If you have any more question, you can ask me. Now let's go back. We have deny and allow. Now, if I do not select, okay, you can see here on my screen, if I do not select these firewalls, then these two firewalls will get applied. Now imagine, let me ask you a question. If I use only these two firewalls, will I be able to access my machine on the network? No. Very good. Why? Because it is very clearly saying all incoming traffic will be blocked. So what we'll do is we will select these firewalls. Okay, and you can see here the priority number is 534, and here the priority number is 535. Now here we are saying deny all incoming traffic. Okay, deny. And here you are saying, here you can see allow custom, allow all incoming custom traffic. Which one will get applied between these two? Okay, between this and between this number 1 and this is number 5, which one will get applied? Number 1 will get applied. Excellent. Why? Because it is having a lower number, and which means it will have higher priority. So we will select this firewall rule and we will apply it. Now you can see here there is dynamic routing, and we will now create the VPC network. So let me click on create and let us see the VPC network that is getting created. So while this VPC network is getting created, okay, let me take you to another. What we need to do is we also need to create some virtual machines, okay, compute. Now this is part of our compute learning which we are going to do. We will create this VM on our VPC network. Okay, so let us go back while our VPC network is getting created. So Supriya, /20 doesn't mean 20 machines. You know, you will have to do some reading around RF. Tell you what is /20. 1 minute, hold on. I'll just show you a slide which you can read later. So here in my screen, okay, this is you can see here /20 is actually meaning class B 20-bit block. Okay, so you'll have to do some reading to understand what request for comment is. This is a standard used for assigning IP addresses in a network. So if you are going to use here you can see 172.16.0.0.12, or if you put 20, now in this case they have said 12, then it is going to generate IP addresses in the range of 10,048,000, 1,048,000. Okay, if you are going to use 24-bit block, it is going to generate 16,77216 IP addresses. If you are going to select 16 block, okay, if you 16 block here, then it is going to generate 65,536 IP address. So this is the meaning. It doesn't mean 20 machines. It means so many IP addresses. So you can, it is there, some information is there on this, but you will have to do some reading around the, yeah, these IP addresses means they are available for assigning it to your machines. It doesn't mean there are so many machines. It means that there are so many license numbers you have. Okay. So just because you have so many vehicles, right? So if somebody buys a vehicle 2, then somebody buys one vehicle, you will take this license number 1 and you will give it to him. If somebody buys another vehicle, you will give it to him. So like that, you have a pool of license. So here you can see this is the VPC network, and somebody had asked me a question that why only 15 subnets are created. I think there is a problem in the code, but it does create 37 subnets. So you can see here, there are 37 subnets created, and there are 4 firewall rules that are getting applied. Okay. Now let us go into this my network. You can see here on my screen. Now in this my network, a network has been created. Okay. I go into my network, and in this network, you can see for every data center or every region, it has created a subnet. Now you look at these ranges, they are all unique. So this is 128, 128.00, then the next number is 132, then 148. All of them are non-overlapping, correct? You all agree? All of them are non-overlapping numbers. So you do not have anywhere where 10.128 is repeated, correct? These two numbers are not repeated anywhere. And with this, what will happen? You can generate so many unique IP addresses. So there are 37 regions where these IP addresses are, subnets are being created. Okay. Now here you can see we have created a subnet for US Central 1, and this is the IP address. And there is one more region which is Europe West 1, and where you have an IP address 10.132.0. Okay. So here on my screen, you all can see, we will just look here. You all can see on my screen, once I scroll down in my network. So we have a subnet that has been created. You can see in US Central 1, another one is Europe West 1. So here you can see this is US Central 1, and this is the IP address range. Okay. And then this is Europe West 1, and this is the IP address range. So we are interested in these two subnets. So here we will create one virtual machine, and we will create one virtual machine in this subnet. Okay. You can see on my screen, we'll create one subnet here and one subnet. Go into my console. So I'll do a duplicate. So these are all stateless firewalls, because they do not store any data with regards to your incoming traffic. So if the traffic is coming from a particular IP address, and if that IP address is part of your firewall rule, it will get applied. Clear, Devayan? It is not a stateful firewall. These are all stateless firewalls. Okay. So this is one question. I think I have answered Supriya's question. So 65,534 means these are the number of license numbers that you have. These are not machines. Okay. These are, you have these license number generated. If any vehicle comes or any machine comes, you license number to that machine. Okay. So let me go down again. First one, having low priority, yes. So all questions are answered. Net mask equals to 255, 255, 240. Okay. I'll go down further. Vikas Kumar says, but we defined regions of subnet as US Central. How come it created subnet in other region? Okay. So this is one question here. Can someone answer me? Answer Vikas. Okay. His question was, you can see here on my screen. Okay. I'll again create a subnet. Okay. You can see here. I'll create another VPC. So when you're in VPC, you can see if I collect custom, then I need to enter the region. Okay. If you select custom, then I need to enter the region. I select Asia East 1, only one subnet will get created. Okay. I'll call it as subnet Asia East 1. Okay. But if I'm going to select automatic, then it will create all the subnets automatically in all the 37 regions of the world. In this case, if I select custom, it will create only one subnet. If I need again another subnet to be created, then I need to click on add. Okay, I need to click on done and then click again here, add subnet. So it will again create another subnet. So like that, I'll have to manually create all the subnets. Clear? You can type a yes. Sorry, do you see here now? Okay. So what I just did is, this is Vikas's question. He is saying, how did the US Central and all these 37 subnets get created? I clicked on create subnet, and then you can see here, there is two options. One is custom and automatic. Okay. So I delete this. If I select subnet custom, then I need to select the region. Okay, US East 1, and give a name here also as Asia East 1 subnet. Okay, and then put all the values manually, IP address ranges. And again, if I want to create more subnet, I need to keep adding here subnet. So like that, wherever your office is or wherever you need a subnet, you need to keep it adding manually. Clear? If I select automatic, then it will automatically create the subnets for me in all the regions. You can see here, within minutes, it has created all the subnets automatically for me. Okay. If I answered your question, please say yes. Okay. Let me see another question here. 1 minute, please. Okay. Because this is answered. Okay, Mian Naseem. Okay, what Mian Naseem says is, 1 minute. He says, I'm just showing you the diagram. Since VPC is a global service in GCP, it by default created subnets in all region as contrary to AWS. Correct. You are right. I think VPC is global and subnets are regional. You are right. So Himanshu Negi, does it select the subnet? It will create only in specified region. 100% correct. See why? When do you select subnet in a custom mode? Okay, you will select the subnet in a custom mode if you want your network to be very secure. Okay, secure network. So your office is in US Central 1. Your website is hosted in US Central 1. So you will only create a subnet in this region, not in all other 37 regions. Okay. Why are we creating subnets in all 37 regions here? Because this is my development environment. My developers are sitting all over the world. So if I have to enable them to connect into my VPC, into my machine, then I need to create a subnet for them across the world so that there is high speed maintained low latency is there, and the development work will happen. But because I have 37 subnets, it is also opening up to me because of our chances of hacking, because there are 37 subnets across the world. But that doesn't mean it can be hacked, because I have strong firewall rules. But in a production environment for credit card, I'm keeping only one subnet, not 37. Is that clear, everyone, the concept? So think through this a little while, all of you, so that you understand what you have to do. Uh, uh, and then I will answer more questions. Okay. Once. Okay. So here, 1 minute. Let me see. Okay. So here you can see Himanshu Negi said only in specified region. Okay. Then okay, what is dynamic routing? So in Google, it is offering you two types of routing. Okay. One is regional, another one is global. So when it is actually the VPC subnet routers that getting created. Okay. So whenever you create a subnet and the IP addresses are generated, you want them to be advertised across the subnets. Okay. So if you are going to select regional, okay, then your subnet addresses, okay, these subnet addresses for regional will be advertised in that region. Okay. Typically, you want it to be you want your subnets IP addresses to be advertised only in this region, right? You don't want it to be advertised globally, because it is a dev environment. If you select global, then your IP addresses will be advertised globally. Difference. Make sense? You can type a yes if it is clear. Then let me just go down further. All routing protocol applied automatically. Yes, Avan. All routing protocol and routing tables, okay, are applied automatically. And can someone give me a reason why it is applied automatically? Can anyone tell me? I had explained this yesterday. Why do you think all the routing information is applied automatically? Let me show it to you here on my screen. What is the meaning of our friend Avan Patel's question? So you can see here on my screen, when I go into my network, okay, and you can see here, if you go down, okay, you can see this particular region. Okay, there is subnets, there is firewalls. Okay, so if I click on firewalls, you will see there is firewalls. Okay, the different firewalls are here. Okay, and then you can see here there are 4 firewalls. So if I click on this, there are 4 firewalls that got created. Now if you see here routes, okay, it will generate the routing table. So it will generate the routing tables here. Let me just take you to the routing table. It is not showing up. It will show up here. Yeah, here you can see. So it has generated the routing information automatically. That is destination IP range means all the internet. So it is creating a default gateway through which all our traffic will go through this routing table. So all this information is being created automatically. Okay, the reason why it is getting created automatically is because Google Cloud is using a concept of software defined network, SDN. Okay, if you were to do it in your office, you will have to have the network, routers, gateways. You will have to configure your routers, enter the routing information in the routing routers. You will have to set up the gateway. All of them is being done automatically by Google. Did you manually set ingress or just the priority took care of it? So here you can see Google is giving you some firewalls automatically. Okay. So when I click create here, you can see on my screen. Okay, you see here, this is auto created. You can create more firewalls manually. Okay, you can create more firewalls manually. But since I click this, so if I click only 3, then 3 will get created. If I don't click any one of them, then these 2 firewalls will get created. So that is how it is. You all can see my screen. You go into this and click on compute VM instances. You click on create instance. So we'll create a compute machine and we will call this machine as one minute. You can see here on my, we'll call this machine as mynet USVM. Okay, mynet USVM. What is the region I should select? US Central 1. Why? US Central 1. It is not Europe West 1. Okay, if I should click here and select Europe West 1, you can see here. Okay, but I want US, so I'm selecting this. Machine configuration, I'll take the lowest. I'll take N2, N1, you can see, and I'm going to select F1 micro. Okay, the lowest machine. You can see here on my screen, shared core F1 micro. This is the lowest machine. I want to save the cost. And here you all can see firewall. I am clicking allow HTTP, HTTPS, and click on advanced options. And here under management, okay, under management, no, under networking, not management. Under networking, you can see here, I need to subnet. Okay, you can see here, this is the network, and I click here. My network, subnet is my network here. Okay, and what is the IP address? You can see. What is the IP address? 10.128.0.0. Why it is showing me 10.128.0.0 and not 10.132? Why it is not showing me that? Why is my subnet? Because if you see here, okay, you all can see here on my screen, we have selected US Central 1, correct? And what is the range for US Central 1? It is this. So naturally, it will not show this number, correct? It will not show. It will only show this number. Clear? Rest of it is all same, very easy lab. And then you need to ping. So I gave a name, selected the region, machine configuration, F1 micro, and firewall, allow HTTP. I am adding 2 more firewalls to allow HTTP traffic. Okay, at the time of creating of my machine. And here you can see subnet, network is my network, and here it automatically shows me 128 because I have selected US1 region. And finally, what you do, you click. Okay, so this is how you need to create your VMs for all your machines.
Just a quick info guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
The whole network is very simplified and easy to set up. Now, plus secure. Okay, it is not that these networks are not secure and do not have security depth. They are very secure. Unlike if you work on AWS, setting up a network like this would have been far more complex. Okay, in case of AWS, I'm writing it here. You would need a NAT gateway. You will need a internet gateway. You will need entries in the route table. So many of you who may have set up AWS network, you can see it is far more complex to set up a network on AWS. In addition to this, on AWS, you do not get the global network. You will only get a regional network. So here you can see the very big advantage that Google is offering is a global VPC, okay, and a subnet which is regional, but because it is global, your network is spanning across the world and you are able to move data from one place to another. Just last week, you all must have read in the newspaper, if you did in the news, if you didn't read, you can just check about Google Cloud. Google Cloud became profitable by a couple of $1 billion last week, and it has been growing at the fastest rate of 48%. That was the announcement that Google had made, which is a very big announcement because Google was making a loss on Google Cloud for the last many years from 2008, okay? And it has now, in the year 2023, become profitable. And you all also may have heard that the new CEO of Mr. George Kurian, and he incidentally is not an engineer or a technical person. He is a sales guy. And when he took over Google Cloud, a lot of Google employees protested, saying that he doesn't understand cloud. But you all can see the magic that he has created, that he has turned Google Cloud into a profitable company. Just wanted to tell you all that, every function and career in life has its own advantages and roles to be played. Just because someone is non-technical or he doesn't understand technology doesn't mean he cannot sell or do business in tech. Can we say GCP is for who wants to make application globally? If smaller scale application or who doesn't want to go globally, it is adopting AWS. Nothing like that. Everybody, the AWS is the. I'm just showing you. I was just showing you an advantage that Google has over AWS. Okay, but AWS also has its own advantages. So here you all can see on my screen, I have clicked on my dashboard, and last time I had created a network. So let me show you all that network here. So we go into VPC, you all can see, and I click on VPC networks. And in this VPC networks, you all can see we already created my network. Okay, so I had just created my network, and in this my network, you can see there are 38 subnets. Okay, and out of these 38 subnets, we are using 2 subnets. One subnet is for US Central 1, and another subnet is for Europe. So if I click on this subnetwork, you can see here, you all can see on my screen. So because I selected auto, I do not have to create each subnet separately. Okay. So you can see it will automatically generate the subnets, US central one, and the IP range is given here. So 10.128.0.0, this is the range. And what will keep changing is these last two digits. So imagine this is like a license plate number for US Central one, and there can be approximately around 68,000 license plates. So if you create 68,000 machines or resources, and you want to give a license number to each one of them, you can give it from this range. And again, we are creating, we are going to use two subnets. One is US Central one, another one is Europe West. And here you can see there is 10.132, again the fixed IP. And then the last two digits will keep changing. Again, you can create around another 68,000 license numbers or machines to whom you can assign the IP addresses. So it will start from 10.132 to 0.1, 0.2, like that. It will keep, you can keep adding new IP addresses. So our area of focus currently is only these two subnets. Okay. Now, there are another 35 subnets that are there. Okay, you all can see on my screen, there are another 35 subnets which have been created. I will not use them because in this particular project, I just need two subnets. Now these subnets, okay, you can see on my screen, 38 subnets. Where will you use? If you are a global company and you're having offices all over the world, you have users all over the world, and you want to create machines in each of these regions, okay, that is when you will create these 38 subnets. And why are we creating these 38 subnets? Because suppose I want to create a machine in US East region, okay, I do not want to make that machine in my Asia specific region. I want to create it in US East one because my machine is closer to his region, the latency will be less. Okay. So if this is US East and my users are here, then I don't want to create a machine in Asia and then he has to travel all the way over the internet to Asia to get access to the network. I don't want that to happen. I rather ask him to connect to US East one. Now this also, we are doing it for developer network. Okay. For developers, you want the developers to access the resources closer to their regions. That is why when we are doing a development network, you will typically try to keep all the subnets. One thing which I can tell you is, because these subnets are globally available, they are unbreakable. And it is not that people can just log in into the subnet, but it does expose the surface area for attacks. Okay, you're exposing your VPC surface area for any denial of service attacks. So typically, if you want to deploy a production or a real live application which is going to be used by users, you will try to use one subnet or two subnets, or only those subnets where you want your machines to reside. Okay. And you will not create 38 subnets. You may create 1 or 10 subnets. You will keep it limited. Okay. So that is the approach you have to take. Now I have explained you all about subnets. And now if you go down, you go up here, you can see there is static internal IP addresses. Now this is because if you want your IP addresses to be fixed, then you will use these static IP addresses. Next one we have is firewalls. You can see here on my screen. Now in this firewall rules, you can see we have created for my network. Okay, so there is allow HTTPS traffic, allow HTTP traffic, allow remote desktop traffic. There is SSH, secure socket traffic. There is ICMP traffic. So these are different protocols that you are allowing entry into your VPC. Yes, static IP is like your elastic IP. And then you can see this is the IP addresses that has been created. I explained you in detail about the firewalls and IP addresses, about the priority rules, all of this in the last session. Then we click on routes. Okay, so you can see here, this is the routes which we have still not entered, because all the routing information goes into the routes table unless you want some routes to be created specifically for our VPC here. So there is a route management, and in this route management you can see it is creating a routing for all the subnets which are there in our VPC. So it is automatically created the route information. This is for the traffic to move from one network to another, which with more ease. Okay, so the route information is automatically created. You don't need to explicitly create a routing table when you are going to use it, like we do it in AWS, where you have to connect to the internet. Now, having seen this VPC network, let us now go to, you can all see my screen. We'll go to the VM. We all did VM last time. Here, I clicked on compute, and in my compute, I'm clicking on instance, okay, to see the machine that we had created last week. So all of you can see here, we created one machine. Okay, you can see here, this is one machine that was created. I'll switch it on. I had shut it down. I'll switch on this machine. Okay, and I'll start. And this machine has been created on our US Central network. You can see here, it is created on the zone US Central 1, which means it is on my US Central 1 subnet. So if you, this machine has been created on my MyNet US VM, and this MyNet US VM is on my US Central 1 region. Okay, and within this region, it is in 1A zone. Okay, so it is, your subnets are not just present in the region. You also have to select a zone where you will create your subnet. Now, one question I have for all of you, you will see here my subnet IP address. Okay, okay, my subnet IP address. Okay, let me click here. And let us go into the VM. We will see some features and values of the VM. We will understand how it works. It is these all your questions in the exams, they will come based on this practical realities. Okay, so unless you understand this, answering the questions will be a bit of a challenge. That is why we are going in detail for all of these labs. So I'm clicking on the VM, and we'll see some things about the VM. Now you can see here in this VM, there is some basic information. Okay, machine configuration and networking. Okay, so we will see the network topology. We'll come back to the network topology. So here we are going down, and here, yeah, here you can see we are having a look at our network. In this network, you can see this is my network. These are my network tags. Okay. Also, it is associated with my firewalls. Okay. And here you can see this is the network interfaces, and there is a primary internal IP, okay, and there is a external IP. Okay, so there are two IP addresses, and you can see here this IP address is starting from 2. Do you see? This IP address is starting from 2, that is 10.128.0.2. Okay, and here it has a different IP address, which is my external IP. Now I have a question for all of you friends. Yeah, it is clearly written. This is one is a primary IP address, another one is an external IP address. Okay, so if you go back, so here you can see this machine will have two IP addresses. So here it is shown only one IP address. Ideally, it should have two IP address, which is this is 34.29.150.178. 34.29. So this IP address we have is 34.29.150.178. So this machine is actually having two IP address. This is my external IP and this is my internal IP. Now in this network, this was my first machine that was created. Okay, first machine. But this first machine is an IP address of 2 instead of having 1. So there is an IP address 1 here. Why do you think this IP address is having a number 2 instead of having 1? Very good. So you can see when any subnet is created, this is a question that will come in your exams. What you see in green color is this is the internet gateway. Okay, this is the internet gateway, IGW as it is called, internet gateway. And this internet gateway is also a resource. It is a machine. Okay, and for this machine, they have a IP address of 10.128.0.1. This one is reserved always for the internet gateway. Now, why do we have this internet gateway? See, like I told you, in this subnet, you can have at least 68,000 machines created within this subnet. Okay, I can create 68,000 small machines within this subnet. But when you are accessing the internet, all these machines will not get direct access to the internet. It has to go through the internet gateway if it has to access the outside world. Okay, so in this subnet, all the access to the outside world will happen through the internet gateway of the subnet, and it will reach out to the internet gateway of the VPC, and from there it will have access to the outside world. Otherwise, it is secure. And we have two IP addresses. The reason we are having two IP addresses is for security reasons. One IP address is the external IP. So suppose, imagine there are 10 users sitting on the internet on their laptop, and they want to access this machine. Okay, so when they have to access this machine, they are going to use the external IP to access this machine from the internet. And any users within the VPC, if they have to access this machine, they will have to use the internal IP. So for security reasons, we have two IP addresses. One is the external IP, because the external person doesn't know which machine, where it is hitting, because the IP address for internal machines will remain static, whereas this IP addresses will keep changing. Okay, if you want a fixed IP address, you can use a static IP. For security reasons, the machines have two IP addresses. One is the external IP, another one is the internal IP. And we'll go back to our machines here. You can see there are two IP addresses that are created. One is an internal IP, another is an external IP. It is called as ephemeral IP because if you switch off this machine and restart, 80% of the time, the IP addresses will change. Okay, sometimes it may not change, but a lot of time if you shut down the machine and restart it after a couple of hours, you will see this IP address will change. Okay, so that is how you create this. Please keep yourself on mute. Now, here Mr. Vijaya Kumar says to communicate between two networks. So internet gateway also has an IP, correct? External IP is not secure, we can say. The reason, I wouldn't say external IP is not secure. External IP is created so that any person who is attacking our machines from outside doesn't know the internal IP, because once you get to know the internal IP, you may be able to track the IP addresses of the all other machines, because see, they follow a range. And also you do not want anyone to use this internal IP to access other machines. That is why you're giving a external IP to confuse and to protect your internal resources. So here, now let us start on the screen. The next step which we are going to do is we will create one more VM. Now, before creating one more VM, let me show you something more. And I'm clicking here. 1 minute. I'm clicking here back on my machine. Now I want to access this machine. So how do I access this machine? There are different ways to access this machine. If I click here on SSH, you can see I can open it in the browser. I can open it with the custom browser. I can open it with an SSH private key. I can also use my cloud SDK to access this machine. Different ways to access it. What we are going to do is I'll click on this and open the machine in a browser. So here, we are doing a SSH directly through the browser. In other situations, you have to create a SSH key. You have to use a putty. All of that also can be done. But here, for quick work, we are just connecting it through the SSH key. Okay, so you can see here, I can click on this and directly connect into my machine. You can also create the keys. Now here you all can see what we are going to do is we are going to create instance. Okay, what is here on the lab? The name of this new instance is mynet EU VM. Okay, and we are going to create it in, you all can see my screen. We are going to create it in Europe West 1. Okay, and it will have a subnet number of 10.132.0.0. And what we'll do after creation of this machine, we'll try to ping these two machines with each other and see if it is able to ping the machines. Okay, so you all can see here. You can do the labs later because I'm not just doing the lab, I'm also explaining a lot of concepts and theory to all of you, because when you are doing the when you're giving the exam, it will become very easy for you to answer the questions. Okay, because you thoroughly know how each and everything about the VM creation or the network. Now this VM, they come under part of the compute. Okay, I click on create and we will give a name to this machine. Mynet EU VM is the name of this machine. Mynet EU VM. Okay, I'm calling it a EU West 1 VM just for more clarity. This is EU West 1 VM, and here the region also I should change. I don't want it in Europe West 1. I want this region to be Europe EU West 1, okay, which is Belgium. Okay, the zone, you can select any zone from here. Like I told you, these zones are data centers. And here, the machine types, okay, these are important. You can see on my screen, the first word of the machine, C3, E2, N2, N2D, these are all the generation of the machines. Okay, so there will be a question on this also. The first word stands for the generation. So N1 stands first generation, N2 stands for second generation, C3 stands for third generation. So third generation is more advanced. First generation is less advanced. So I clicked on N1, and you can see here on my screen, a question will come for this also. Most of the machines will have this naming convention. So it will have a naming convention N1 standard 1. Now, what is the meaning of this naming convention is N1 means generation, N1 generation. Standard means it's a standard machine, and 1 stands for CPU. Okay, what is the number of CPUs on that machine? So it has 1 CPU. If it is 2, then it means 2 CPU. If it stands 4, then it means 4 CPU. And if this is N2 standard 4, then it means second generation standard 4 CPUs. Okay, that is how you should understand how these machines are. It is a standard question that will come in your examinations. Okay, so you can see here, this is how the naming conventions are. N1 standard 1, N1 standard 2. So you can see 2 CPUs, N1 standard 4, 4 CPUs, 8 CPUs, okay? 16 for 16 CPUs, 32. So like that, these machines are identified. So remember, there is a fixed question on this in your certification exams, okay? Now here, once I select the CPU, I want to use a low cost CPU. So I go into shared core and I select F1 micro. Okay, so you can see immediately the price drops from $25 to just $4. Okay, to $5. So this is my monthly estimate. From $25, it has come down to $5 for a shared CPU. And as we go down, you can see here. Now, let me tell you, friends, this is another topic which we are covering. Just for the purpose of, while I'm creating this, it will be easy for all of you. So this topic is actually compute. Okay, so this processing and storage is separated. Okay, so there are persistent disk, means whatever data that you create on your VM, they need to be stored somewhere permanently. So you use this disk for storing the data permanently. So there are 4 types of disk: balanced, extreme, SSD, and standard. Standard is the low cost. And you see here, these are the different comparisons of the disk and the types. Okay, so standard is low cost. Okay, cost sensitive, low cost, throughput is optimized. General, slightly better. You can see here, it is 365 ops. This is 3000, so this is better. SSD is even better than balanced. Okay, 15,000 ops, very fast. It is like a flash disk, so it will improve performance. And then go in for extreme, that is extreme SSD, so very high performance. We are going in for standard, which is good enough, and it is low cost. So this will allow you to store your data on your disk even if your machine or VM is deleted. So it is having 10 GB. So we'll select this standard. Now here you can see there is custom image. Suppose you want to create a machine with your own custom image. You create an image and you can create here. And if you take a backup of this image, then it will go into the snapshot, and you can use the snapshot for creating a machine. So we are using public. I have selected it. And then you can see here, this is identity and API access. We are giving default. And firewall, I'm allowing HTTP and HTTPS. Now this is actually another two firewalls that allow HTTP and HTTPS traffic into our machines. Okay. And here you can see networking. This is important. All our machines should have a network. And if you go into if you go into networking, and here in networking, you can see there will be a subnet that is assigned. Where is it? Okay, here you can see under networking interfaces. Okay, it has selected a subnet for us. Now you can see the value. This is 10.132. Now this number of 10.132 belongs to our European subnet, Europe West 1 subnet. So it has automatically selected this Europe West 1 subnet because right in the beginning we selected the Europe West 1 region. That is why this got automatically selected. And then now everything is set. We can go ahead and create a machine. Okay, so if I click here, we can create a machine. Before that, I just want to tell you, suppose you want to install a server in your machine. So you can enter the values in your startup script directly, and those scripts will run directly here. Okay, so I click on create, and this will now create a new machine for us. Okay, so you all can see Mr. Vijaya Kumar, you saw we selected the lowest cost machine, that is the Share Core F1 Micro, just cost $5. Okay, and we can see now this machine is getting created. And when this machine is getting created, let me go here, column display. Okay, I'll add some additional columns here. So you can see I'm going to click on external IP and internal IP. Okay, network tags. Okay, so you all can see what is this machine, how it is. So I have added these extra columns. Okay, so now you can see it has an internal IP and an external IP, and this is my two machines have been created. One is in zone 1, another one is in central 1, and this is the internal IP, and this is the external IP, and all of them are on my network. Okay, you can see here it is all on my network. Now let us do some testing. Okay, what is the testing that we are going to do here now? Did you change anything in the networking? I did not change anything in the networking. As you all see here on my screen, I can open it and show it to you. Everything was predefined there, unless you want to change something in the networking. So if you see here on my screen, again, I'll show you. In the networking, because I had selected the region first. So if I select Europe West 1 region, okay, so you can see here also. Suppose I select a machine in Europe West 1 region. It will have only one IP address range. It will not change. Okay. So what you just need to make sure is that you can see here on my screen. This is my first machine, and this is in US Central 1. So you can see it will always have 10.128 subnet. Why? Because it in US Central. Now, if you go here back and I click on.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which Google Cloud service is used for big data processing and analytics? And your options are Google Cloud Functions, Google Cloud Storage, Google Cloud SQL, or Google BigQuery. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
1 second, hold on. Just taking little time. You all can see my screen. I'm reloading it. So in the networking, I did not change anything. I just wanted to show you all how the networking settings come in automatically. So here, if I go into this network, you can see my network subnet. Okay, they have not specified the zone here, but this belongs to US Central 1. So it will always have this IP address. And if I go back here, you can see Europe West 1 will always have this IP address. Okay. So now let us open the SSH. I'll again show you how we are going to test it now. So I'm going to ping from my US network to Europe. So if you see, what we are going to do here is we are going to ping from my net US machine to this machine. So first we will ping the internal IP. Okay. First we'll ping the internal IP. So let me ask you a question. First, we are going to ping the internal IP. Okay, where is the external IP values which I had put? 146.148.4.10. 4.101. Now this is my external IP and this is the internal IP. Same thing over here. It has two IP address. There is an external IP which is 34.129, 34.129.151. So 150.178. Okay. So let us understand conceptually. Okay. Imagine there are users here. Now, if these users wants to hit this machine, should they hit 10.128.0.2 or they should hit 34.128.15.178? Which one should they hit? It should hit the public IP. Okay, so screen here, I will do a ping to 34.129 from my laptop. Okay, I am on my laptop. Ping 34.129.15.178. So this is my laptop and I'm trying to ping. So it is on the VPC. If I'm trying to giving me a timeout, most probably what happens is for these machines, okay, for the DNS values to come onto the internet, okay, it takes time. The moment you change this IP address, it doesn't get addressable. That is the reason why it is giving me a timeout. Okay, it's not saying that it is not able to hit it, but rather it is giving a timeout error because it is not able to address from the correcting. So here you can see on my screen, when we are hitting the external IP, we are able to ping the machine. And I'm running this IP address from my PowerShell on my laptop. Okay, this is my laptop. My laptop has a different machine. It is not part of the network there, but I'm able to ping and hit that machine. And if I internal IP, which is 10.128.0.2, okay. So if I ping here 10.128.0.2, okay, let me just check 10.128.0.2. No, because it is secure and I cannot access it. So it will give us that it is not able to access it and the request timeout is there for 10.128.0.2. Okay. The same thing will happen 1 minute. I am sharing my screen. The same thing will happen for my Europe West 1 machine also. Okay. So what it says, if your these external IP addresses will have access for the outside world, but no access for the internal IP. Now let us go back to our, so you all can see on my screen here, these are external users. They have access to the external IP, but to the internal IP, they do not have any access. Okay. But now let us ping from this machine. Same thing will be for this network also. From here, I need to ping this machine. Okay. And I need to access 10.132.0.2. And also I should try 146.148.4.0.1. Okay. So how do I access from this machine? So what do? I go back. Till now, I did not connect to my VM. I had connected it from my laptop. Okay. You all screen which you see, this is my command line of my laptop. This is very simple. You all know how to open it. If you go to your machine's CMD and type run, you will open the CMD. Okay. And here, if I type dir, these are all my Windows commands. Okay. I am able to use this command here in SSH and click on open in browser window, and it will open my this screen. What is the screen? It says Linux machine mynet USVM. Do you all see? Understood? Just say, please say yes if you have understood how to open the console. Now here from my mynet USVM, I have to ping. I'm going to ping the Europe internal IP. Now, if I'm going to ping the Europe internal IP, okay, you all can see here on my screen now. Will I be able to ping the internal IP? You all can see on my screen. If I'm going to ping 10.132.0.2, will I be able to? 1 minute, please. So the answer to this is yes. Why? Because it is on the same VPC network. So you can see this is the same VPC network, right? This is a secure network. And my laptop was here outside the network. You all can see. When I am trying to ping from my laptop to the internal IP, okay, it will not work. That is what we just did. But from here, if it is pinging the internal IP here, it will work. Why? Because it is a tunnel and it is on the same VPC network. That is why we will be able to ping from this machine to this machine on the internal network. Is that clear, everyone? Let us see this. So you see, when you are pinging from this machine to 10.132.0.2, we are able to ping that machine and the network is established. So why it is, you all understood now, because it is on the same network. Now, if we from here, if we try to ping the external IP, okay, I'm just making it a little bigger now. Please give me a minute. Now we will try to ping the external IP. So 146.148.4.1.101. Okay. So we will remove this and ping the external IP of the machine. So when we are pinging the external IP of the machine, we are getting access to the external IP because it is public facing IP. So if you ping a public facing IP, my screen again, from this machine, when we are trying to ping the external IP, it is a public facing IP. It is accessible. It is accessible for this machine also. If you try to ping the public facing IP, it will work. But if I try to ping from here to my internal IP, it will not work because again, it is not on the private network and it is secure. Now I will explain you the use cases. We will again create this subnet also, and we will see how we are securing it. So I got a lot of yes, so I'll get started. What we saw here is how these VMs are secure, how external machines are able to ping the external IP here. Internal IP is not accessible, but from this machine, egress is possible. That is, you can ping the external IP as well as you can ping the internal IP. So typically, where this is used is you have a web server front end here. You have databases on the subnet here, okay, in this subnet. And when you want to access the front from here to the database, okay, if you use the internal IP addresses, it is more secure than using the external IP and connecting to the database. That is the objective. We are securing the network here. Now, this was one VPC which we created. Now, what we'll do is we will create another VPC, a second VPC. And there were many questions that you had all asked that will get answered in this particular example. So what we are doing is we are creating a management VPC here. In this management VPC, we are going to use US Central 1. Okay. And in this US Central 1, we'll create a VM. And what we are going to do this time is this VM will be custom VM. Okay. And here it was in auto mode. So it created 37 subnets. Whereas this is a production environment. Here we will create only one subnet. And in that one subnet, we will put a machine called as management VM. We'll create a machine called as management VM here. And then we will see this machine will have its own internal IP, okay, internal IP, as well as an external IP. And then we'll see how these VPCs interact with each other. So technically, this particular machine, if it is going to hit the internal IP, it will not work. If this machine hits the external IP, then it will work. That is how it is going to be. So one subnet, a VM created, it has an IP address 10.130.0.0 custom. And this is secure. Again, this is global VPC. Okay. This is also global. And the subnets are regional. So in this example, which you all can see on my screen, what is a subnet? Okay. Or what is a region? A region is, suppose you take US Central region, for example. Okay. Now, US Central region is Iowa. Okay. So Iowa is a state. And in this Iowa state, there is a building. Okay. And this building is US Central Zone 1A. So this is the name of the building. And this building has data center, correct? And this building has computers. This building has all the VMs, networking, everything. Now, when you are creating a VM, my friends, you are creating a VM in US Central. What it means is you are creating a machine in Iowa. Got it? What are you doing? You are creating a machine in Iowa. In the same way, suppose this is Europe West, Belgium. When you create a machine here, what is happening in the background? There is a building in Belgium. Okay, this is the Belgium data center, DC. This building has hundreds of GCP or thousands of VM machines, hardware. Okay, there are computers running. When you create a VM here, a machine is getting physically created on the hardware in this building. Okay, is this clear? Now, and this is the subnet of Europe West. Now tell me, if you are creating, if you have a subnet called as Europe East, can you move this machine to Europe East? Can you move it to a new subnet? Yes, no, correct? Not move this machine to a new subnet physically. As a snapshot you can, but physically you cannot move it. Which means if a machine is created here, I cannot change the subnet of this machine to Europe East 1. If I am changing the subnet of this machine to Europe East 1, which means I am physically moving this machine from Europe West 1 to Europe East 1, which is not possible. Yes, what you can do is you can create a snapshot of this machine. You create a snapshot of this machine, which is like an image, and create a snapshot of this image, and then copy this image to this network over the internet. What are you doing? You are copying the image of this machine, which is like a software, a virtual software of this machine. You are copying it to this location and installing it on a hardware which is there in this data center. Is that clear? You are not copying the physical machine. You are just copying the virtual machine to this location. And over here, you are installing it on a physical computer. Is this clear logically in the background what is happening? What about moving the machine from one VPC to another residing in the same region, like my network and management? See, you can move it within a region, but you cannot move it between the regions. So here, this is my network and this is management. Between VPCs, if you are going to copy, you again need to copy it over the internet network. You cannot physically copy the machine. You can copy an image and then set up that image on a new machine. Does that make sense? A VM is eventually running on a physical hardware, right? So you can always take your logical VM and put it on a physical machine on another data center, but you need to do it like a snapshot. When you are saying you're copying the entire machine to another location, then you are thinking of copying the entire physical network. I forgot to select my network VPC. VM got default VPC. That is why I'm struggling with. So what you need to do is you will need to create it again on my network, a new VM. If you want to move that same machine to my network, then you create a snapshot and then copy it over to the new network. Okay, that is one way of doing it. Because why do you do it is, see, many times if you have a machine which has all the software configurations, everything installed, you don't want to redo it, then you create a snapshot and move it. Clear, Mia? So it is like, first when we create a VM, it is on a server, but if we change it to another VPC, only copy is moved. So see, any VM has two parts. One is the physical on which that machine runs, and the VM is the virtual copy of the software and applications that are running on that physical hardware machine. I can create an image of this software, and I can copy this on multiple machines. Okay. But I will always need the underlying hardware to run the virtual machine. Now, some of the virtual machines, if it is having a configuration of 18 GB RAM, there is Kubernetes, there is a lot of these softwares that are there on that VM machine, and it is having a configuration of 16 GB RAM, I cannot take that VM and run it on a 4 GB RAM machine. Okay, so that limitation that you'll have. It is not deleted from the previous server unless you explicitly delete your machine. It will only happen in that case. So now here, before we create a instance, I'm moving on, friends. Okay, I'm assuming you're all. What if I create a snapshot of a VM, create a replica in a different region? I am going to get charged for creating a VM again. 100%. If you are creating a VM, it means you are creating a physical machine. Okay. You are going to run your VM. If you are going to create a image, then you will be charged only for the storage of that image. Okay. So let us come here back again. On the VPC, you all can see on my screen again, I am showing you the diagram. What we are going to do is we are going to create another network called as management net. You can see, and we are going to create a new VM. All the questions that you have asked, I'll again try to answer it as concepts here. You can see on my screen. So see, we are creating a new VPC network, and this VPC network, we are calling it as management VPC. And in this management network VPC, we are calling it as custom. Last selected automatic, so we did not enter any specific IP addresses. Okay. This time around, we will have to enter the specific IP addresses. So I'm just copying this IP address so that I know what IP address to enter. So here you can see I'm going to click custom, and here you can see this is the subnet. Okay, now I'm going to manually create my subnet. Earlier it was creating the subnet automatically. Now when I add the subnet, I am going to call this subnet as management net US central subnet. Okay, this is the name of my subnet. And why I'm giving this name like this? Because I want to identify it is part of management net, and this is US central. And you will see the same naming conventions in the VPCs also. So if I click here, you can see I'm creating a duplicate tab. And when I click on networks, you can see 1 minute, it is getting loaded. So in my networks, you can see how the naming convention is for the subnets. Okay, you can see these are the subnets. Okay, I'm clicking here on my network. And in this my network, when we go down, you can see this is subnets. And I will just add the more columns. Okay. So here you can see if I click on this network region, my network, it has to show me the subnet name. 1 minute. It will show me the subnet name. It is not showing it here. Yeah, subnets in the current project. So here you can see it is loading all the different subnets. And here there is a naming convention. It is following for the subnets. 1 minute. So here, the naming convention of the subnet is it should have given a subnet name. My network Asia East 1. So we are giving a similar kind of a naming convention for while creating the subnet. Okay, I'll put it in description. So here now, this is the IP address range. Okay. Now I have a question, friends. If I give this IP address range, okay, and I create this subnet over here. You can see this is having a different range, but if I give the same range over here, okay, 10 dot, suppose I give this range here, 10.128.0.0, okay, this same number. If I give it to here, will it work? Will my subnet work? Answer to your question is my subnet will work. Okay, it will work. Why? Because it is a private VPC. Because it is a private VPC, this number will work. I will have a problem when I have to establish connectivity between this machine to this machine. That is when I will face the problem. Suppose if I have to do a VPC peering between these two machines, and if I use the same IP address, internal IP address, then the connection between a private IP here and a private IP here, because it is overlapping, that means this IP address is same as this IP address, then the VPC connectivity will not work. It will fail. Okay. Why it will fail? Because I'm trying to connect these two. I'm not going to connect. If I'm not going to connect this VPC with this VPC, it is going to be isolated. Then I can use this IP address. Okay. 128.0, it will work. Okay, it will work. I'm clearly telling. You can try doing it. It will work. The overlapping VPC problem will happen only between this network and this network. It has to be unique. Why? Because they are on the same VPC. But if it is on a different VPC, I don't need to bother unless I'm going to establish a connectivity between the two VPCs. Here you can see if these are two separate VPCs, okay? This is two separate VPC. One is my network, another is management. Now this VPC subnet has a range from 10.128.0.0. And here we have, if I'm going to give the same number, 10.128.0.0, this machines will work. That is what I'm saying. It will work. Okay. It will work. Why? Because they are two separate VPCs. When will it not work? If I give the same number here, 10.128. You all can see my screen. Okay. .0.0. Then there is overlapping network. It will not work. So that is why we are giving a different number, 10.138.0.0. Okay. So if I give this same number here, it will work. When will it not work? It will not work when I am trying to establish a VPC peering between these two VPC networks. That is, if I want to establish a connectivity between this machine and this machine, okay, and if the IP range is 10.128 here, and here also it is 10.128, because it is having overlapping IP addresses, it will not work. It has to be unique. Is that clear? You can type a yes. I have selected the number 128.0.20, and it is for the US Central Region. I'll put this number as 1, checking. There is no value where it is used 129. Okay, you can see here. There is 128, but 129 is not used anywhere, or even 130 is not used. There are gaps between the IP addresses. So in this VPC, which we are creating, I'm giving a number 128 so that it doesn't overlap. And here you can see we have added the subnet. Clear, everyone? How you selected 129? How did you know? I'm showing you. This is my VPCs in this network. All VPC, all subnets in the network. Networks in my project and subnets in my project. All the subnets. So do you see the number 129 here? Okay, this is 10.140. This is 10.170. It is not there. Okay, if I search for 129, I will not get that number. I can show you. Okay, it is not there. Even 130 is not there in this list. Okay, type a yes if it is clear. So why 129? You can take any number, but you will have to search through this number and think which one to take. So I am taking, I know that you can see here from between, I am taking US Central, right? US Central number was 128. Okay, so where is US Central? I have done this project many times, so I know what number is there. You can take any number as long as it doesn't overlap. Any number means which should not, it should not come in this range. 10.12. It should start with 10, but it should not come in this range. Clear? Any number means it should be 10.140. So here you can see on my screen, I have taken this value 10.129.0.0. So you can see the ranges are in this example 10.129.0.0. Okay. And here you can see the region that we are selecting is US Central 1. Okay, US Central 1 management subnet. Okay, I'll put it in the description also. What is the IP range we have used? And like you can see, some of you want a completely isolated VPCs. Then you select private Google access. Okay. So whether the VMs in the subnet can access Google services without accessing external IP addresses. So private Google access, there will be no external IP addresses created. It will be very secure. And then if you go down, you can see now firewalls. So I'm going to select these firewalls. And last time you all asked me what is dynamic routing? Should it be regional or global? Okay. So dynamic routing is global. Dynamic routing allows all subnetworks, regardless of the regions, to be advertised on your premises router and region when using cloud router. Okay. So what it does is on your cloud router where all the IP addresses are there, it will get advertised if it will be global. With regional, then the IP addresses will be present on only the regional network router. So we have taken regional because you don't need we advertised on the global network. You just want it for regional. And then we are going to create this machine. Now, some of you have asked questions. Suppose you want to use the command line. So last time I showed you, I can just click on this command line and it will generate the whole code for generating the VPC. So you can see here, I have copied it. And if I go, you can see this code, G cloud, compute networks, create management net VPC, the project number, subnet is custom mode, MTU, BGP routing. Okay, then again, it is containing Google Cloud Compute. So this is the entire code that we have implemented through the command line. I can copy this code. Okay, Control C. And so there was a G Cloud interface that we had. I'm just searching for that G Cloud interface. 1 minute. It is not here. It is not here also. Not here. Here it is. So if I paste this command on this interface, okay, you can see here on my screen. This is my G Cloud. Okay. If I paste the command here, the entire VPC will get created. So either I can run it through the command line, that code, or I can run it through my G Cloud SDK, not through the putty. Putty is only for accessing the machine. I need G Cloud. Okay. G Cloud is the Google Cloud SDK. If I paste it here, then I'll be able to create my VPC. So I can do it through the console, and also I can create my VPC through the command line. Clear, everyone? Does it make sense? So it is showing there are some issues. Let me see. So here, what has happened is I need to click on this done. and a new subnet was here. I need to delete it. I just need one subnet. And now again, I'll go back and click create. So a new subnet is getting created. What is the use of an isolated VPC? An isolated VPC is if you do not want your machines to have an external IP address. Okay. Imagine, so an isolated VPC is used for highly secure environments where, for example, a government wants to put all his data, intelligence agency, banks. There are so many examples where you can use an extremely isolated VPC. So it is ring fenced. Nobody can access it ever. So management net, and you can see here it is only one subnet, whereas here there are 38 subnets. Clear, everyone? Do you see the difference? Okay. So this mode was custom and this mode was auto. So firewall rules, here we have 4 and here we had 6. Now this 6 firewall is after we add the HTTP for our machines also. So now I'll go back on my VM. Here you all can see. Now we need to create a new VM instance. Do you all see my screen? Okay. So let us now create a new VM instance. Network. It was given as 130. I selected 10.129.0.0. I could have selected 130 also. It has not been taken by anyone, but only for the purpose of showing you how to implement it, I took off another number. Clear? But don't get confused. Even this number 110.130 is not present in this subnet. Management, VM, US Central. Okay. US Central 1. Okay, you can see this virtual machine is going to be present in a data center in US Central 1, Iowa. There is a building in Iowa City where we are going to install our virtual machine on the physical computer which is present in this region and in this data center, that is US Central 1. There are multiple data centers, A, C, B, okay, and all of these data centers are spread about 20-30 miles from each other. I'm going to use on this data center. And you can see, once I select a VM, the region is permanent and zone is also permanent. I explained to you why it is permanent, correct? Now here, some of you, now here you can see, we are going to select the smallest machine. I explained what is the smallest machine here. So we are going to use N1 first generation. We are going to use N1. In this, some of you asked, how do we create a machine from a different location? So if you see, if you have created a VM, you can take snapshots. Okay, you can see these snapshots. Okay, so select an image or a snapshot to create a boot disk or attach a disk. Okay, so if you create a snapshot of your existing machine, you will find it in this location. Okay, so we are not using any snapshots. If you want to use custom images also, you can either use custom images or snapshots. So the custom images will come here in this list and you can use. So this is how you copy virtual images from one place to another. Either you can use a image or a snapshot for copying the VMs from one machine to, from one network or region to another. But we are going to use public images, which is available everywhere commonly. And you can see here, this is the public image and we are using 10 GB. So there is a question here from our friend. He is asking, how do we create a, how do you make an internal IP static? So internal IP is always static. You don't need to create a internal IP static. What you need to create is an external IP static. Got it? So here you can see default access is here, allow HTTPS, and then we will go to networking. Now, there were questions. How do you select the networking? Now, before that, let me also change this, and I should select shared core micro, very small instance. So you can see from $25, it comes down to $5. And here you all can see now on my screen in networking. Okay, this is important. Pay attention here. You have asked this question. So you can see the network interface is very intelligent. Since I gave it as management network, it selected this. Now, if you want to change it, I click here. Okay, and you can see it is showing now two networks. One is my network and management net. I want management net VPC, not my network. If I select my network, it will have its own network, subnet. But I'm selecting management net VPC, and it is giving me a network of 10.129.0. Clear? Can I see a yes? Some of you were asking questions here. Please type a yes if it is clear. You all saw how we are selecting a subnetwork. See, friends, I cannot show everything every time, so please pay attention. And now here, this is important. You can see there is primary internal address and external address. Now, this is shown as ephemeral, automatic. Typically, your internal IP will not change. Okay, so you can see here, this internal IP will not change. Though it is automatic, it will not change. But you still want to reserve or give a fixed internal IP. You can click here and you can select a fixed internal IP. Okay, assign automatically a static IP, or you choose. If you select a internal IP, it will get assigned and it will give you a fixed internal IP. Okay, most of the time it will not get changed, but sometimes you can see here ephemeral. If you're going to restart instance, won't change it IP, but deleting and an instance will change an IP. Do you see here? So if this particular machine, if you are going to keep it, shut it down, or restart, the internal IP will not change. But if you delete the machine and create it from fresh, it will change. So that is why I said you really don't need a static IP for the internal IP address. But if you still want to give some IP address there, you can still give it. Clear? And then now this is the static IP for external. Okay, so you can see here, external IP addresses change every time you restart the machine. So that is why you need an external IP address. So external IP addresses are associated with instance. Select an unused static IP or use ephemeral from IP pool. So typically, if you select a external IP, okay, you can reserve an external IP. It will be reserved. If you reserve an IP, the cost is in $0.1 or something. If you don't use the internal IP, the static IP on any machine, then it is expensive. I don't know the exact numbers of the cost, but you can surely check it in the billing calculator. So you can type google.com billing static IP. It will give you the information and costing for a static IP. I can't remember exactly here in my mind, but the costing is given under the. So here is the pricing, and then let me just search for static IP. So there is no charge for internal IP static or ephemeral, but for external, surely there is a charge. So if you go down a little bit, you will see the charges. So this is the charge. So if you take a static IP and don't use it, it is $0.01. If you take a static IP and you use it, then it is $0.004. So that is the costing for IP addresses.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
And in this VPC peering, this was one VPC and this was another VPC. All we did was establish a VPC tunnel between the two, okay, peer it, and you can see all the routing information that is there from the within the peering table gets automatically implemented. You don't have to explicitly mention the routing, okay. So this is one way of doing peering. Most of the time, 90% of the time, this concept of peering, okay. There is another method for implementing the peering. It is called as shared VPC, okay. You can implement peering. You can implement a connectivity between two VPCs using shared VPC. It is very simple. In shared VPC, what you do is, I'll show you here. So if you all see my screen here, I have come into the Google Cloud, and here on the VPC networks, if you click here, on the left panel, you will see there is shared VPC, okay. So one method of establishing connectivity between VPCs is network peering. Another method for implementing connectivity between VPCs is called as shared VPC, okay. So if I click on shared VPC, you will see we can set up a shared VPC. So in shared VPC, what you do is you create a host VPC first, okay. So your project becomes you enable the host VPC, and then within that you will select your sub projects, okay. So we have a host VPC, and suppose you have project A, okay. So this becomes your service project, and then you have project B. This becomes your second project, and both these projects will have their own VPC. So if you attach your service project to the host VPC, then the VPCs within each of the project can communicate with each other. You don't have to set up a separate VPC peering. The moment you attach it to a host VPC, the VPCs within the two projects are implemented. Now, the use cases for a shared VPC, okay, is very minimum. Most of the time, you will use a VPC peering. This is what you'll use 90% of the time, okay. It is easy to set up and also to monitor. You don't want your VPCs to be communicating with each other unnecessarily. But suppose you want to create a project where you know for sure that I want my VPCs to communicate with each other, okay. So within a company, it will happen only within a company. Now within HSBC Bank, I know that there are two departments. One is credit card, okay. Another is loans, okay. And I want all projects between the cards and loans to communicate with each other. So this is project card, okay. This is GCP project, remember, and this is project loans. So whenever you want all the VPCs to communicate with each other, you will set up a host VPC first. And in that host VPC, you will add this project card and project loans, and then these VPC will connect each other. That is how it is work. So minimum use case for this, just 10%. It is an option that Google is giving you, but preferably you will always be using VPC peering. So here, friends, let me just 1 minute. I'll just move this slide down. The regions, there are about 37 regions now. Okay, they have increased, and more number of zones. So I don't know how much zones are there, so you can count it later. And then we have edge locations. I explained you what edge locations are, and they are present in more than 200 plus countries. So Google has a large network of subsea cables, that actually carries the internet traffic across the world. And it is said that almost 40% of the internet traffic is passing through these Google subsea cables. And you also have 113 internet connect locations. So what these internet connect locations, as I told you, is a place where you can take your optic fiber wires and connect directly into the data centers. So these are global. Okay. Then at the region level, you have the subnets, and within that you have different zones. What we have learned so far, you all can see. 1 minute. You all can see on my screen. We have understood that Google has great cloud physical network. This is an advantage which is not there with other cloud providers. So many people don't know about this fact that one of the best physical network in the world of cloud is with Google, which gives you an advantage of very good connectivity, low latency. Okay. Peering can be established. The VPCs can be global. All these advantage you have when you have a strong, you have your own physical network. And one of the reasons Google is able to offer you a VPC global is because Google owns all these internet pipelines. That is why it is able to give you a global VPC. So you can see it is like a WAN, wide area network, but globally. Okay. It is more than just a wide area network. It is a global VPN that Google is offering you. Some of the important concepts that are there. We learned about VPC. I told you about cloud DNS. Okay, so I can just show you the different things which are there on the screen itself here. So if you go on this left, I'll explain you all the different features. Okay, we will not be able to do labs for all of them because it is a huge topic, as you know, but we will cover everything that is most important, and you will be able to get started with. When you go to a company, you will know the basics and the most important ones. So we'll make the best use of our time. So here, I'm clicking on networking, just showing you the different features that are available. So we covered VPC network, and within VPC network, if you go, you will see there are plenty of services within this VPC network also. So you have, you can see one is, you can see the different VPC networks that we created yesterday. Any IP address that you use will be visible over here. In addition to this, you will see the internal IP address, any external IP address, if you take, those will be visible. If you have your own IP address, you can bring your own IP address and use it from here. Firewalls, you all saw, we were creating a lot of firewalls. So all those firewalls are visible here. This is the strongest part of networking. Routes, you saw, the routing tables that are there, they get automatically created as we create the routing. We implemented VPC peering. Okay, you can see here. This is the peered network which we created. And within this peered network, you can see it is creating the routing information also from different VPCs to the regions that are there. So this is using a software defined network. Otherwise, a lot of time you have to manually create this routing table. Shared VPC we saw. Then they have serverless VPC access. This is an additional feature. 1 minute. So I'm just refreshing it. So I'm just give me a minute. It is asking me to enable the serverless VPC. So since it was not, I have to enable. So the reason that every time you every time you have to use a service, Google is telling you to enable a API. So what this means is all these services are exposed as a REST API, which means it is exposed as a HTTP URL, which you can call from your applications. That is the advantage that Google gives you. Every service in Google is exposed as a REST API. A big advantage when you are programming, when you are building programs. So what we are doing is we are now enabling this serverless VPC. So the serverless VPC allows, so there are cloud functions and cloud run. So what are these? These are actually serverless programs. I'll explain what serverless is in as we go ahead. And they using these serverless VPC, cloud functions and cloud runs can access applications in the app engine. Okay, so that is the advantage that you have with serverless VPC. What is a REST API? So a REST API, let me just show you an example of REST API. The API example. There are a few examples of REST API. So let me just see if there is an example of REST API that we can just call and run. I just want to show you a demo example of REST API. Yeah, here it is. So this is an example of REST API. So you can see here. So suppose you want to go to a banking website. Okay, what you have is you will go to a bank like HSBC Bank. Okay, and you will start using the internet banking over there. It has an user interface. Okay. Now, suppose I want to build an application which is a credit in my mobile app or any of these applications, and I can show the data about the employees. So this is the REST API. In the background, already the code is written, and in the background already code is written, and you can start using it. So I'll put these messages in the chat. You can read up about it, what a REST API is. VPC network here. So we saw serverless VPC. We will be covering serverless in compute. Till then, you'll have to hold on. We have another option which is called as the packet mirroring. So what packet mirroring does is it allows you to mirror your customers' traffic, and also if you want to set some policies on how the traffic is moving and how this data is moving, all of that can be implemented using packet mirroring. So it kind of you replicate how this data is moving from one network to another. That is the objective of using a packet mirroring. When we go back to VPC network here, products, then there are a couple of network services and tools. In network services and tools, we have the load balancer. Okay. So what does a load balancer do? When you have, like we have just created this network, and you want to establish a load balancing in front of your website. So Google offers you three types of load balancing. One is the HTTP load balancing. This HTTP load balancing is used when suppose you have an e-commerce website and you have thousands of users coming from different regions, and you want to balance the traffic between users from US. They should be able to access the machines in US. You want users from Japan to access machines in Japan, and also you want to scale up your application depending upon the load that is coming in. That is where you will use HTTPS load balancing. Okay, it is for internet-based traffic. Then we have TCP load balancing. Okay, especially if you have TCP connections coming in, SSL traffic coming in, then you go in for TCP load balancing. If you have database traffic coming in, you want to load balance your database, then you go in for UDP load balancing. So these are the various load balancing, and all of them have two different types of load balancing. One is for your internal intranet traffic, and another is for your internet-based traffic. So internet-based traffic can also be taken care, as well as your intranet traffic can be taken care by these load balancers. Google has one of the largest DNS services, which is called as 4x8. Okay. So what is a domain naming service of Google? You can see here. Again, it is giving me a data cannot be loaded because the API may not have been established. How to install an SSL certificate on a load balancer. So there are steps to install an SSL certificate on the load balancer. The link is there. I'll provide it to you. You can go through it. Meanwhile, let me set up the, show you the DNS. Okay. So in this, you can see Google is using the cloud DNS. Now this cloud DNS that you see here is used for your namespaces, DNS services. It is called as 888. So you can see here, and you can set up your DNS policies, as well as you can add your domain names or park your domains on this cloud DNS. The next one that we have is called as CDN. Okay. Now, what is the CDN? CDN is actually content delivery network. Okay. So you can see here the content delivery network. What is the content delivery network used for? So suppose your website, HSBC Bank, bc.com, is hosted in USA, and you have many users in Japan. Now, by the time the data is visible to the users in Japan, it will take time, because from US, all the data has to travel through the network to Japan. So what these content delivery networks do is, all the static data or the non-changing data, they will move to the CDNs across the world. So there will be a CDN here. There will be a CDN, Google CDN here. So all the static data like images, photos, text, they all will be moved into CDNs all over the world. So the dynamic data will come from here, and the static data will be delivered from here. This increases the, and Google has one of the largest CDN. That is how it is able to give speed to your website also, where we have the Google content delivery network. It uses the Google's edge network to serve the content closer to your users. So this is cloud CDN, and in AWS also you will find a CDN. The cloud front is similar to a load balancer. Cloud front is similar to a load balancer. So here, I'm just covering a little bit more about cloud CDN, static information across the websites. Then we have Cloud NAT. This is extensively used even in AWS. And in AWS, what you have is, this is network address translation. So AWS uses this extensively when you create networking. In Google Cloud, we don't use it. It is not that we don't use it. Google is internally creating the NAT networks for you whenever you're building VPCs. Okay. Now here, what does the Cloud NAT help you? It is a network address translation. For example, we have been using private IP and public IP. So whenever you want to translate the, whenever you're going to hit the public IP, and internally it needs to go back and connect to the private IP, that is where typically the Cloud NAT is used. It is also used for when you want your subnets to connect to the internet. That is where you will put a NAT gateway and enable your subnets to connect to the internet. Okay. We have one more option, which is called as the traffic director. What a traffic director does is, when you have hosted a website and you want those URL, hit an application URL. So that is what a traffic director is. Service directory. We have service directory. We have cloud domains. So all of these are part of the networking. So this also I have to enable it. Now this is primarily used again for microservices. You create a microservice and you want to register it, you will use the service directory. So these are all old tools. Instead of that, if you're building microservices, there is a product of Google called as Apigee. You can go in for Google Apigee, which actually takes care of all of these features which are given here separately. You can use Apigee for API management. So if you're going to do any API management, you go for this tool called as Google Apigee. You don't have to use these services. Now here you can see this is IAM, and this is where the users are added. And the features are similar to AWS, but you can see it is much more cleaner. Whenever you want to add a user, you can click here, add a user. New principles actually means users. Now, some of the, though Google doesn't use many fancy words, I have seen in AWS, they use a lot of fancy words, but here the simple word they could have used is add users. Okay. But what they mean by saying add principles is you can add groups, you can add domains, and you can add service accounts. That is the reasons why they are saying add principal. You have an email ID here, and you can add that user into the service account. Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. A lot of things which I have seen, friends, whenever you learn any of these cloud technologies, they have used their own fancy words. So it is very important for us to try and understand what actually it means. So here, whenever you want to add a user, you can add a Google account as a user, which means a simple user ID. A person has a simple user ID, you can add it as an account. There is a concept called as service account. I'll come to this concept of service account. In simple terms, what a service account means is any machine has an identity. It is called as a service account. Does it make sense? Suppose you have a VM, okay, and you want this VM by some name and provide it a user ID. So that user ID is called as a service account. So remember this term service account. This term service account is associated with any machine or any non-human being, if it is given a user account, it is called as a service account. A service account is always used for identifying a machine. What is a service account? A service account is used for identifying a machine. So any machine, any service, any application with Google Cloud, if you want to identify it, it will be called as a service account. You cannot use a service account for Supriya. You cannot use a service account for Avan, okay, or for John, or for Emmanuel. You do not use a service account for human beings. You will use a service account only for services, applications, machines. You can create a user account using G Suite domain. Okay, if you have a G Suite or a Google Workspace, you can use that. You can use your company's cloud identity. For example, if you are using ADS server, that is Active Directory, then you can use a service account. You can use it for Google Groups. So all of these you can use for creating a user. We want to use Nikhil as the user. So then you can see I can create a user as Nikhil. So this is what a principle is. And then you can select a role for that user. So you can see here, this is where we are selecting a role. Now imagine we have a bank customer, Emmanuel, for example. Okay, a bank customer called as Emmanuel. He is a bank customer. Now this is the user. Okay, and you want to assign a role to this user. Why are you making it role based? Because it is easier to manage through the roles. Okay, so what are the different roles you will have? So you will have a role called as customer. Okay, what access does the customer have? He can go to the FD only. Then you have a premium customer, okay, pre-customer. What role does what places can he access? He can go to FD and he can go to the locker role. Okay, this is another role. Then you have employee, bank employee. Okay, bank employee. Where can he go? He can go to the FD and he can go to the locker and he can go to the cash section. Then you have manager. Okay, he is like the super boss. He'll have access to almost everything that is possible. So when Emmanuel is entering, you look what kind of a customer you want to. You will make him. You will give him the role of customer. Like that, you manage the user rights or user authorizations, user rights or authorizations through the roles. So like that, Google has primitive roles, predefined roles, and custom roles. Now, from the name itself, you can understand what it means. Primitive roles are, old roles that Google had created. It is like very broad based. Typically, you will not use these roles. Not use these roles. Typically, you will not use these roles very frequently. Because why? Because it is broad based, and you want to give minimum rights to any user. So there is one question that you will always come across in the certification exam. Will you give the primitive roles? The answer is no. You may pick up one of the rights and like a service viewer or something like that, and give him access to only one service. When you give the primitive role access like owner, editor, you are actually giving it to the entire cloud services. Remember that. Okay, so you want to give him one predefined role. That is how it will work. So giving him the least possible access is the answer. Now I will show you practically. So here you can see there is predefined role and there is custom roles here. And we need to select a role. I'll show you here on my screen. So this word primitive, if you see now, they have changed the name to they have changed this name to basic. Okay, earlier it was called as primitive. Now they are calling it as basic. You will never use basic roles at any time. Okay, so if you see here, what are the basic roles that they have? If I go on to this, you will see here clearly. If I click here, we have browser, we have editor, we have owner, and we have viewer. So what are viewer? It views most of the cloud resources. Owner, full access to cloud resources. Editor, view, create, update, delete access to all cloud resources. Browse, you can only browse the GCP resources. So these are the it gives you access across the globe. You will never use this, but I'm just showing it to you for the purpose of understanding.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of Cloud Firestore in Google Cloud? And your options are managed NoSQL database, virtual private network, content delivery network, or serverless computing. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
Then you can see here, these are the predefined roles. Okay, so there are almost more than 1,000 predefined roles. So you can see service wise. There is contact manager, AI notebook accounts, AI platform, analytics hub, API gateway. So all of this, they have different predefined roles. Okay, so if I click on one of them, you will see it gets attached here, and you can create a predefined role. Now, once you attach a predefined role, I can also give certain conditions. Okay, you can see here, if I click on these conditions, it will show me different conditions. What are the different conditions? It can be time-based or resource-based. Okay, I can add multiple conditions. So in time-based, what it should expire after access. Here, it should expire after 1 day. All of this is given as time-based access. Okay. Then you can see here, there is one more role, which is called as the custom role. Okay. Now, what is a custom role? So in custom role, what happens? Yes, typically, you will use a lot of custom roles. Why? In your company, suppose I want to create a role that is called as Cloud SQL. And in that Cloud SQL, I want to combine 4 or 5 roles, predefined roles. So then I'll create my custom role. So you can have use the predefined roles, or you can create your own custom roles here. Okay, there is no segregation of everybody saying it is only a job of an admin. No, you will come. You need to know roles, because there will be a lot of times when you are trying to access a service and it is not working. You are trying to run something. You will see it is giving an error. In all these cases, your understanding of roles and permissions should be very clear. That is when you will be able to implement various services on Google Cloud. So understanding this, I would say, after networking is the most important thing. So learn it thoroughly. Okay. So here you can see we just saw IAM, and there are a few more slides. This will give you a better. Let us go from here to the next one. So you can see all these services or permissions have been defined in this format. There is a service, and there is a, and then there is a verb. Okay. So what is a service? Storage is a service. Okay. Bucket is a resource, and buckets are a resource, and create is a verb. Okay. Compute is a service. Disk is a resource, and listing the disks, list is a verb. Okay. So you'll see all. Why I'm telling you, remember this is again questions come around this format. What they do in the exam, they will write a resource name first, then they will write a service name, and then the verb, and they'll say, is this permission correct? That is why remembering this is important. You need to remember the service, the resource, and the type. So typically, you see compute. Okay. So this is the service typically. Okay. This is the service. I clicked on compute, and instance is a resource. Okay. So you have a service, and creating an instance is a resource. Then if you go here, storage, you can see, and there is buckets. So storage is the service, and bucket creation is the resource. What is a service, resource, and type? So you have a service in Google Cloud, and you have multiple resources for that. Always remember, they will show, these services are created in this way, and last thing is always the action verb that you can do. Okay. So we understood cloud IAMs, cloud. I explained you what primitive roles are. These are known as basic roles now. We are going down further. I showed you what predefined roles are. Okay. We saw what predefined roles are. Then, okay, you can see here, this is roles. Okay. So if I click on this roles, you will see a combination of roles, and there one of the roles is a custom role. You can see here on my screen. Okay. So in this screen, you can see whatever is coming up with this icon is actually a, and you'll also see it is used here as custom role. So these are all custom roles. How do you create custom role? You can click on role and combine a couple of permissions and create a custom role. That is how it will be created. And then you have predefined roles. So this is a predefined role, and each of these role has different permissions. You'll see these permissions. Now one role has so many permissions. Okay. So if you see on Google Cloud, there will be over 10,000 permissions that are there, and about approximately 1,200 roles are there. If you go at the bottom, you can see about 1,315 roles are there. These roles have permissions, and I can create a custom role by clicking over here. And when will I create a custom role? Imagine you want to create a role with multiple combinations of role permissions, which is very unique to your organization. So you go here and create a custom role. You add as many permissions you want. For example, you want to add permission for creating of a VM. You want to add permission for creating a database. You want to add permission for adding a big query. All of that you add, and you create a permission. And they have different role launch stages: alpha, beta, general availability, disabled. If you want your role to work, you directly select general availability. These are all meant for different testing purposes. You go in for general availability or disabled. So this is about roles. You all can see here on my screen. Add permissions or remove permissions. These are known as custom roles. Resources. So you can see this is a service, and within this service, you will have, within IAM, you will have at least 10 to 15 services. Okay. Some of the times, if you see here, if I click on all products, okay, some of the times, the granularity is little different also. So if you see here, most of the time, this compute engine is a service. Kubernetes engine is a service, and within this, you will have many resources. Like, for example, VM is a resource, GPU is a resource, TPU is a resource, disk is a resource. So all the small items which are there within this service is known as a resource. So that is how they build it. Now in BigQuery is the service. Within this you will have SQL, database, tables. These are all the different services. Okay. All the IAM between AWS and Azure, if you see, they are all similar. In Google, in Azure also, you will give similar kind of permissions. Okay, you will have there the naming will be different, but the approach and the standard that is followed is same everywhere. Or under serverless, we will see the app engine. So let me just scroll down. Yeah, here. So you can see this is the app engine. And in app engine, if you are given the deployment role, you can only deploy your application. You cannot create an application or you cannot delete it. So this is the app engine. On this, you can only deploy, or when you say deploy, you can copy a container and put it into these services. So this app engine has create app engine, it has delete app engine, many other roles that will not be accessible. So when do you use a app engine deployer role? Suppose in your company, there are 5 to 6 developers. Out of these 5 to 6 developers, there are many developers who have written the code, they have done the settings, everything, and one developer or a DevOps engineer is expected to deploy the application onto App Engine. He will be given only the deployer role. Changes or created what features? Okay, yes. What you can do, if you go into compute, there is a audit section. Okay, so here there is an audit log section. In this audit, if you enable the audit log, you will be able to see which users have done what kind of changes when he logged in. All of this you can view it. So let me just show you the audit log section. So here we have IAM. Let me just show you where you can see the audit logs. Do you see here? This is the audit logs. This audit logs, if you click on the audit logs, you will be generally be able to see which users have done what kind of changes using the audit logs. You can also see those changes from the monitoring. So there is another section here, which is known as monitoring. In the monitoring, you can also create a logging, which will log all the different activities that a user has done, and you can track it. So you can see there are these policies that are getting created. So these policies are JSON files that have the usernames, the group name, the role that the user will have, the members that are there. So these are all policies that are created. You can analyze various policies, how they are set. You know, if you want to create customer policies, all of that, and then you can implement organizational level policies. So you can see here, these are the organizational levels policies. Suppose you want to set up some constraints at the organizational level, like you can see here, allowed resources to import resources, or don't allow, you know. So at the organization level, you can set policies. Now, when we say, so let me show you in the next slide, it will become much more clearer. So this is how policies are percolated. So what it means is, suppose you create a policy at this level, then policies are inherited from the top to down. Okay, so the policies are inherited from top to down. Now, like for example, imagine you create a policy at the organization level that allow all users to create a VM machine. Okay. So if I create a policy at this organization level, that is allow all users to create a VM, then that policy will be percolated down to the folder level, then to the project level, and then at the resource level. So what this also shows is you can define roles and policies at each level. So there is an organization level, there is folder level, there is project and resource levels. A role is assigned to a person, and a policy is a permission that is part of that role. Okay, so that is the meaning of a policy. Now, there is one question that will come very often in the certification. This is a standard question that will come in examinations. Imagine you have given allow VMs. Okay, you have given allow creation of VMs. I'm just writing allow creation of VMs policy at the organization level. Okay, what is the policy you have defined at this level? You have defined a policy that all users should be allowed to create VM. Now your project manager in the project level comes and defines a policy that Emmanuel deny all rights to Emmanuel to create a VM. What is the policy that is defined for VM? For Emmanuel, deny, D. Okay, I'm just writing D, DVM, which means deny all rights to Emmanuel to create a VM. Now what has happened? There is a conflict, right? There is a conflict between two policies. There is a conflict from here and there is a conflict over here. What is a conflict? At this level, you are saying allow, and at this level, you are saying deny, correct? So when you are having a deny for Emmanuel, it is a that happened. Which policy will get applied? In Google Cloud, whenever there is a policy conflict, the most liberal or the most policy that gives the most rights will get applicable. This is the organization level. These are the folders. Okay. These are the projects. And these are the services and then resources. Okay. You have services and below it you have resources, SR. We are having, you will see the project. So most of you will only see the project. You won't see the folders or organizations. Okay. Why? Because you do not have an organizational account. So you are seeing only projects. And then if you have an organizational account, you will see the organization, and within this organization, you can create folders, and within the folders, you will create the projects. Okay, this is how the hierarchy will be built in your project. Okay, so now, so here at this organizational level, we have defined a policy, allow VM creation. Okay, so since it is at the organization level, naturally it means for all users, allow VM creation. Okay, and it will percolate down to the folders and to the different projects, project 1, P2, P3, and then to the services and resources. Now your manager, okay, has defined at this level, okay, or let me put it over here. At this level, your manager has said, deny, okay, for this particular user, Emmanuel. So Emmanuel is a user here also. It's the same organization. So Emmanuel has inherited this right of allow VM creation, and then he has deny VM creation. He has deny VM creation rights. Okay. So this is project 3. Now there is a conflict, okay, between allow and deny. Okay. So there is a conflict here. And my question was, which one will get applied? So many of you said it is deny. Okay. In Google Cloud, when there is a conflict between two policies. The policy which is most liberal, okay, liberal means most free, or the policy that gives you the most rights will get applied. Now, can you tell me in this case, which policy is giving me the most rights? Is this giving me most right or this one? Allow, okay? So since we defined a policy at the top that says allow, okay, and here it is deny, though there is a conflict, the allow policy will get applied. Why? Because that is how Google resolves policies. The most liberal, the most free, and the one that gives most rights will get applied. Remember that. Standard question, it will come in different ways in the exam. So, whenever you define policies, we say deny VM creation for all users. What is the policy we defined? Deny. Okay. And what is the policy here we want to give to Supriya? Allow VM creation at this project level. Okay. So again, there is a conflict between allow and deny. Okay. Here it is deny. And from here it is allow. There is a conflict. Which one will get applied? Again, allow. Why? Because this allow is more liberal, free, and gives most rights. Okay. So this is how policy conflicts are resolved. Here, the best way in which you define a policy is, suppose it starts from the organization level, okay, then at the folder level, and then at the project level, P1, project 2, project 3, give the least privilege at the top, least privilege, correct? You should always start with the least privilege. So at the organization level, I will directly give deny all permissions. What permissions will I give? Deny all. Unless there is a need for me to give some permission to everybody, I will always give a deny all permissions to everyone. Same thing at the folder level, deny all. And at the project level also, deny all. It is the least privilege I want to give. Okay. So at all of these levels, I'm giving deny all. Now at my services or resource level or at my project level, based on my project, I will give selective rights. What is the first right I give? For example, to Paul, I will say, Paul, you only get allow VM creation. So he cannot create VMs anywhere else, but only for this particular project. And the VM is here. He can create the VM at the resource level, compute VM. Okay. So in this way, I am limiting his ability to do anything different. So this is the least privilege approach right from the organization level. Is this clear? This is how you will define. So all your questions during the certification exam should follow this approach. If Paul wants to create a project in both project 1 and project 2, then you have to go here in project 2 and give him a separate right on project 2 selectively. You give him a separate right on project 2. So Paul gets here again another rights. Always remember, it may not be technically possible in real life to be so granular, but in the examination, if you want to pass, you better follow this approach. Is that clear? In real life, it may be different little bit. In real, you give him multiple project rights, you may give him SQL rights, all of that. But when a question is asked in the examination, always follow the least right principle. Hierarchy how policy conflicts are resolved, and what is the least privilege approach that you should take for any IAM that you're going to define. Okay, so you can see here policies are policy inheritance is transitive. What it means, if you give a policy at the define a policy at the top, it will get percolated down, and if there is a conflict, then the user who has the most privilege will get applied. Okay, so the next thing which we are going, so here you all can see on my screen, there is a service account. Okay, we saw user accounts, and within the user accounts also you'll see service account. The way you differentiate a service account is you can see a logo. It looks like a machine. Okay, so it means this is a service account which is associated with compute. It is associated with app engine. Okay, so these are different services, and all of them will have a icon like a key here. If you go in IAM, here also you'll see the service accounts. Now, you can see the difference. How do you differentiate between a service account? This is a service account, and this is a user account. Okay, so you can see there is a human here, and there is a key here, and these service accounts are defined in this format, whereas it is associated with an email ID. So whenever a resource is created on Google Cloud, a service account is attached to it. So I'll show you an example here. If you see on my screen, so you can see I'm keep clicking on compute. I'm going to show you an example of a service account, how it is used. Now you can see there is one VM. I'll just start it. We'll start this VM, and I'll just open up this VM also. So here, let us see the service account. So here, as we scroll down, networking, boots, security access, keys. Okay. So do you see a service account got created for this VM machine? Okay. Do you see? This is the service account. Now, what is this account used for? Suppose your machine has to access a database. Okay. Data your machine has to access, not you as your machine has to access a database, or you want to access a storage or some resource on Google Cloud. So the permissions and rights for your machine to access some service is given to the service account. Now imagine you are working in a company, okay, and in the company you have created a Python application. This is a Python CRM application, and there is a developer who's working, and this developer is building the application, and Mr. Keshav Sahe. Okay, so Keshav Sahe is the developer, and he is building the application. Okay, he has to connect this Python application to a database. Okay, and then to a cloud storage, GCS. So there are two places where he has to access. Now for having the access, you need to create a user ID. Okay, you need to use a ODBC connection, that is a open data access to this database. So you need user ID and password, okay, or account ID to build the connection string. So you have to have a connection string using which you will connect your CRM application to this database. So Keshav says you use my user ID to create the connection string. Okay, this is first option. So Keshav says use my user ID, developer ID to create the connection string. Another method is you use the service account for creating the connection string. So out of these two options, which one will you choose if you have to create a connection string to the database? Will you use the user ID or you will use the service account of this machine for the connection? You will use the service account. Okay. Now suppose by chance I use Kesav's, which is the correct answer. You should always use the service account. The answer is correct. If ID is deleted or password is changed, the entire system can go down. Or another reason is Keshav gets a better job and he becomes a GCP architect in another company. He leaves this company and goes away. He is disabled. This application will fail. Correct? So always for, now this is machine to machine communication. Okay, this is an application. Application is also a kind of machine. Okay, so this is machine to machine communication. You will always use a service account within your programs. We should use in your applications or in your certification. It will surely come. Here you all can see we are discussing about service account. A compute engine can have only one service account. Multiple compute engine instances can use the same service account. Normal user account, you can use a password or key to authenticate, but service account will only use a key for authentication. There are two types of account. One is a Google managed service account. So whenever Google creates a service account, so what you see here, this is a Google managed service account. Google created. When it is creating a VM, it will automatically create a service account. So there is Google managed service account. And then there are user managed service account, which means as a user, even you can create a service account for a machine. Up to 100 service accounts or more can be created in a project for compute engine, app services, and different services. This is service account, very important if you're going to do Google Cloud development. Okay, so you can see here, this is again another diagram explaining about service account. Service accounts also can be given permissions just like a user account. Okay, so here you can see permissions given to the role. Okay, so grant roles to the groups and not to the user. So you create a user, attach him to a group. The name of the group is Cloud Architect, and give roles to the group. So there can be different group. There is a group called as Cloud Architect. There is a group called as Cloud Manager. There is a group called as Cloud Developer. There is a group called as Cloud Admin Manager. So with this, you just need, if John is added to a group, you just need to manage the rights to a group. It is more easy and flexible if you try to do it through the groups. We saw best practices again. Grant least privilege. This is very important always. This is the approach. Predefined roles or custom role, reduce the number of accounts that can perform. Best practice, grant service account actor role or service account not on the project but to the particular service. So what they're saying is don't give rights at the project level, give the rights at the service level. So you can see here some best practices. Policy structure should be same as your on-premise policy structure, fine. Project level access to be given, need project level access and then give appropriate role at organization level. Use regulatory audit logs to monitor policy. So I showed you how the audit, where is the audit logs, okay. Information to get you good clarity. You all can see my screen here. Okay, so we will understand cloud IAM in greater depth. So these are some examples which you all can use. I'm just pasting it down here so that I can write something on this. So here you all can see We understood what IAM is very clearly. It has domain, user, group, service accounts. The IAM roles are defined at organization level, folder level, project resource level. It's always advised to define the rights at the resource level. Roles can be defined at the organization or folder level, but always define your rights at this level. There are different types of roles. There is basic, defined, and custom. I explained you what basic is. Basic and predefined. Okay. This was earlier known as primitive. It is now known as basic. At the top level, it is very broad, and at this level, it is more granular. So that is why you can see here. This is granular and more smaller as you go down. Typical organization level roles are organization admin, billing account, policy account, folder admin, project creator, shared VPC admin. So you can see this is at the organization level. This is for billing. This is for organization policy definitions folder. And this is at the resource level. So you want to create a user at shared admin level, then this is the resource that you will give at this resource level. Okay, shared admin. Using groups for IAM. So you will always define a Google group. Okay. And this is the Google group. And to this Google group, you will assign different users or roles. So this is the custom role. This is at the folder level, and this is at the resource level. Now, what you see, this is directory sync. Many of you may have heard of Microsoft Active Directory. Okay. So there is a ADS. This is known as Active Directory. Now, when you want to connect your Google users with the Active Directory, you can use a tool as Google Active Directory Sync. Okay, ADS Sync. And using this tool, you can establish connectivity between your on-premise Active Directory and Google Cloud, and you can replicate the users and the rights. Okay, you can replicate the users directly into this Google Cloud. It is known as Active Directory Sync, or it will be used as a connecting between Google Cloud and ADS. So here you can see we have an example group manage. This is how do you manage a network team? This is at the organization level. This is a shared, and this is application. You have security, net, GKE. Okay, a lot of these services. There are different conditions under which you can set up. I showed you how the conditions are set. You have production, test, shared. Okay, all of these are different conditions. And then I explained you service account. These are non-human access. Okay, service accounts are user managed for services and also for Google managed robots. You have service accounts that can be used for application and machine communications. Okay, service account credentials, they are usually given to a VM. OAuth token that is created, and using this OAuth token, it talks to the different resources. Okay, so this is how it is going to be built. So you can see on my screen IAM best practices. This is encryption. We can move on. Yeah, so this is identity and access management. Okay, we just saw about identity and access management. There is cloud identity and cloud IAM. They actually mean one is the authentication, another is the authorization, which we just saw. Where is this cloud identity used? It is used for accessing the APIs. If you want to upload some files, users, groups. Okay, cloud IAM is used extensively for accessing cloud resources. So we'll be doing a lab using cloud IAM and the Google Cloud resources. Then there are different types of authentication, SMS, backup, Okay, these are different types of authentication, and you can see here on the screen that we have the Active Directory. This is the application, and this is the Active Directory. So there is an Active Directory of Microsoft where all the legacy application is there, and you connect it with a third-party tool. This third-party tool is called as Google Cloud Directory Sync. Okay, and then connect it to the service provider. So this is the flow. So there is a concept called as zero trust. Okay, Google implements the beyond crops zero trust. Okay, so here you can see there is access based user identity, then allow users more security to work more securely, allow access without remote VPN, and controls from network layer to application layer. So this is what zero trust means. Most of the companies, you don't have to implement zero trust in your project. Google does it for you. It is following the Google framework. I'm just showing you this because in your examination, they will ask you a question around zero trust. So that this is what you just need to remember. Access based on identity and context, allow users to work more securely from any location, allow access without a remote VPN, and shift controls from network layer to application layer. So this is what a zero trust model is. Google has acquired this company Beyond Trust, and they have built their IAM framework based on Beyond Core.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
So what is this cloud IAM all about? So in very, very simple terms, cloud IAM gives you the option of who can perform what action on which resource. So in very, very simple terms, who can do what on which resource? Very, very simple. The who resonates to your identity or the users groups, whatever it is. Then what is the role he has, whether he's a read-only user or he's something who can change certain stuffs, that is the one. On if he has roles and users, they should be able to do something on a specific resource, right? That's where the which part comes into picture. So in very, very simple terms, this is what I am all about. And an interesting fact which I wanted to share is, if you see, this is like securing your resource from misused. And this is very, very important. If you see from any organization perspective, security is very important stuff. And just for your information, the API calls to Cloud IAM is totally free of cost, which is a very unique feature of Google. So this is IAM policy, Cloud IAM. All use of Cloud Identity and Access Management API is free of charge, which is a beauty. This is where Google shines in many places. So wherever these such things are there, I'll try to highlight it. Nothing from the exam perspective, but if you wanted to pitch in to any customers as a sales engineer or anything, this could be a different, this would be a good choice, I would say. So let's first understand what is this identity all about. What are the types of identities available? So let's look into this. So there are around 5 types of identities which you can use in GCP. The first one is Google account, which is nothing but your Gmail ID, very standard. So what it represents a human being. This is very, very important. It represents a human being. Using this, Google account. That's what we have been using so far. You can call APIs, log into your web console, do interactively everything. So the pattern would be @gmail.com. So that is how you will access it. So very straightforward. The next one is service account. So this is nothing that it does not belong to a human being. It is a service to service communication. If you have a virtual machine which needs to communicate with different service, maybe a storage service or maybe BigQuery or to a database. So if you want to enable some communication between these two services, GCP resources, you will use service account. You may ask me why. The reason is if you attach this kind of a part, maybe let's assume you have a simple batch job you need to run. Maybe every night need to call a specific table in a database, create some script in your virtual machine. So this is something you want to do. So you need to connect and do some process. If you attach this entire stuff to a person, human account, something like @gmail account, what if he leaves the organization tomorrow? This batch job will fail. So the same concept is used even in on-premise. At least I have done this kind of stuff at least like 10 years back itself, where you create a service account which does not belong to any employee. It is like a generic account you create in Windows or Linux and use that to schedule your scripts. So that's where service account comes into picture. It is service to service communication. You can call APIs, use this account to log in interactively into the web console. And the pattern would be project number @cloudservices.gserviceaccount.com. So this is the only place where you will see that project number. Hope you can recollect what is project number. When you create a project, you have three options. One is a human readable name, then project ID. That's what we use in most of the place. And another one is a system generated number called as project number. It is used with closely with your service account. So your service account would be starting with your project number @cloudservices.gserviceaccount.com. That's how it looks like. A project service account is not same as, there's a question, service account is the same as project ID? No. Project ID is it is how you will identify your project. That is the thing, that is project ID. So in service account, it is an identity using which APIs can authenticate each other, and the service account option would be the way, because this is an ID, it has to be having an email ID. The email ID pattern would be using project number. There's another option which I'll show you once we do the demo, which will also have a project ID. So there are different types of service accounts available. So if you create your own service account manually, the system creates one service account by default. System in the case here GCP. So that will have project number. And if you as a user create your own service account, it will have project ID. So that's how it works. The next one is G Suite. So if you buy a G Suite subscription, you can migrate all your users, on-premise users, to this G Suite domain, and you can give access to those users and or create groups. That is possible. So usually it would be, the pattern would be @yourcompany.com, which is using a G Suite domain. That is something possible. So that is one thing. And you have another option called as cloud identity. So the difference between G Suite domain and cloud identity is, if you're a G Suite domain user, you have access to G Suite products and services like Hangout for work, uh, docs, slides, all the stuffs of the G Suite stuff. You will have access to that. Plus, you will have access to GCP resources. So that's the advantage with G Suite domain. This cloud identity domain, this was a newly introduced. What you will have is, you will have only access to GCP resource. You will not have access to G Suite resources. So that's the one. And what is Google Group? You can have a group which is a Google account, a G Suite domain, or a cloud identity, or a service account. Combine everything, makes you a Google group. And Google's best recommended practice is whenever you are giving specific roles, always create a group, because today it may be one person, even though it is a one person, create a group and add that person to that group. The advantage is tomorrow if 100 people joins your organization, you cannot give manually the permissions for 100 users. Simply add those users into this group and the permissions will get updated. So that's the best option. So let's spend some good amount of time, because service account is an important concept. We'll do couple of demos on that. Just keep that question for a minute. So we understood the who part. Now let's switch gears to understand the what part. So the roles, what kind of roles you can give. So when it comes to the roles in Google Cloud, you have three different types of roles possible. The first one is on the towards your left hand side, the primitive roles. When Google started its journey, Google Cloud journey, they started with these three roles: owner, editor, viewer. So this is the initial stage they started. And if you look, these have a very broad access, meaning a owner is a one who can add users, delete users, create projects, delete projects, enable billing, all those stuffs. Editor can do almost exactly the same as an owner, except he cannot create projects and he cannot add and delete users, but he can create resources. Viewer, very straightforward, is like read only. He can just view how many virtual machines are there, how many storage buckets are there, but he cannot do anything. But this looks like a very broad access, meaning if you make a person an editor, he's an editor for all the resource, be it storage, be it compute, be it BigQuery, any resource. He's editor for all those things. Very, very broad access. It could be sometimes misused. So that's how they started the journey. Then they later realized this does not work in the production, does not makes. So that's where they started with predefined role, which are very granular roles, meaning if your job is to just create virtual machines, you just give a specific permission related to compute engine. Don't give him editor permission. If you give editor, he will be able to create virtual machines, create storage bucket, everything. So very fine-grained access is called as predefined role. So the advantage here is it's very, very narrow. It's to the point. If you want to create VMs, that's it. You're not allowed to create storage bucket using that role which you have been assigned to. So there are few hundreds of roles available. We'll discuss few stuffs there. And the last one is custom roles. Not all size fits everybody. So there are some standard predefined roles, but as a customer, you may require some small changes in those predefined roles. Like maybe, say for example, one example could be like you want to provision all resources, but those virtual machines should not have external IP address. Very standard requirement, right? Because if you somebody gives you a permission to create virtual machine which has external IP address, you can misuse it. So you can apply a specific policy so that they cannot create an external IP address when they are creating a virtual machine. So you can set certain rules like that. Or if you want to combine two roles, because say for example, every time you create um, a project, you want to give certain set of groups a specific project, like a specific role, like they should be able to create VMs and also upload certain stuff to storage bucket. So you need to combine this always. So instead of giving it individually, what you may do is combine these two predefined role, make it as one custom role, and make it easy for the admins to apply it easily. So that's where you can use custom roles. What we'll do now is we'll slowly learn primitive roles, predefined roles, then go to custom roles using a demo. So to do that demo, what I'll do is I'll go to my compute this thing. So I'm using my account. So this is learning.gcp2019@gmail.com. This is my ID. And this is where your learning GCP project is there. To access your cloud IAM, click on the hamburger menu, go to IAM and admin. Select the first option, IAM, where you will see the roles and what are the users all available. And if you quickly see, The only one which you may recognize is this one, because I am the owner of that. So that is the one which you can recognize. But there are other few stuffs which we'll discuss when we come to the service account part. So these are all service accounts. So this is the only one which we have. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Google account, meaning a Gmail account. This is another account which I have. I'm going to give a role, which is a primitive role. I'm not going to make this user a owner. I'm going to make this user a editor. He can edit, he's having access to all the resource. Let's see that. Just add it. You see it should be reflected here. You see it's been reflected. Editor, Gmail ID, all good. Now I have another browser instance opened. This is my browser instance open, and this is the account which I added just now. Let me do a hard refresh so that that project gets allocated here, and I can use this user and get access to that project. Now let me click on this project. I should see, okay, it's not reflecting. Maybe I should refresh it again. You can add n number of owners, no issues. Because owner is already there, I wanted to show you this editor option. That's the only thing, nothing else. I'm just doing a refresh so that I can see that project. Okay, you see learning GCP. This is the project ID which we have just allocated. Switch to that project. Now I'm an editor. What can I do? Can I come and add users? Let me see. I have another Gmail ID. Can I add users? Let's see. I'm in the cloud IAM. You see the add button gets disabled. It tells you need permission for this. So I can just view users. I cannot create. And that is the thing which you cannot do here. So that's the one. But as an editor, I can go create a virtual machine. Create a virtual machine. So what I'm doing is, as this user, the editor, I'm able to create resources. So let's wait for it. Leave everything default. Let's see whether I can create it, whether my permission of editor works or not. Let's see that. But the intent of the owner was this user should be only able to create virtual machines only. But you have given him a very broad access of editor. What he will do is he will try to misuse it, meaning he will not only create VMs, which he's supposed to do, but he will, along with that, he's also going to create, he can create other resource. He can create storage buckets, upload anything if he wants and make it public. He can misuse it. So there's a chance of misusing it. Let's see whether with the same editor permission, can I create a this thing, learning GCP demo. Let's see. I can upload a file of my choice and share it with anybody. That is possible. So very broad access. This is not you wanted in production to happen. Or if you want, you can delete it also. That is possible. Now let's move. This is what we had tried, editor. Let's now move to a predefined role. We saw the drawbacks of it, right? It's very, very broad. The owner screen, what I'm going to do is I learned my mistake. I'm now going to remove this editor and going to give a fine-grained permission. Like his job, this user's job is to create only virtual machines. So if it's virtual machine, it's called as compute.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So just scroll for the option compute or just type in here. It's your choice. Which one you want, you can try. I prefer using the options here. Compute engine. So there are various predefined roles available. Compute admin looks like something like full control to all this thing. Looks like good option. Let's enable it. Only compute. Let's save it. Now what I'm going to do is I need to do a hard refresh because I've applied a new role or updated the role. I'm not an editor anymore. I need to refresh it. So and one thing which I have observed, don't quote my name. What I have seen is if you're using free tier account, sometimes the screen loading, the way the resource gets provisions are slightly slower. That's what I heard from few people. Now I am only compute admin. Let me check whether I can do something with my IAM. Let me click. If you come immediately, you'll see some message. The caller does not have permission. We don't know what it is. Let's simply ignore it. Go ahead and click create. We just gave compute admin. Looks like something we are missing, but let's see what happens. Because Google is very intuitive to give the errors. Let's wait for the error. Maybe that error can give us more better information. Let's wait for that. Okay, some error popped up. Let's look at the notification. What it does, the user does not have access to service account, because when you are working with virtual machines, you'll be closely working with service account. It tells you, see, this is the project ID @-compute@developer.gservice.com. So it is asking, ask your project owner to grant this role, IAM.service account role. So what we'll do is edit this compute admin, add another role. The role is something related to service account. If you scroll down, you should see that service account somewhere here. Service account user. That was the message which it mentioned. Just add it. So you're just giving fine-grained permissions. Compute admin and service account user. So let's do a hard refresh. Okay, let's create one last time. So now the permission, that message is gone because the service account is visible. Let's go create it. Looks like it is getting provision. All good. It will take maybe a few seconds for the external IP address to be provisioned. You should be all good. By the time the external IP address gets provisioned, what we'll do is we'll go to storage. Let's check whether with this predefined role, can I create a bucket? Go to storage, click on browse. You see immediately it shows you don't have permission for storage browser. So that's what it mentions. If you want permission, come here, edit this thing, add a storage permission. This is like giving very niche fine-grained permissions. Storage, let's make him storage admin just for the demo purpose. Save it. So compute admin, storage admin, service account user. If we have given this, now if I do a hard refresh, you should see the screen. It's now showing you the screen because we have added those specific permission. Now if you go to some other service, you will not have access to those service, like something like big table or anything, because you have given very fine-grained permission. So this is how predefined role works. I guess there was one question, outstanding question. Okay, how can we get G Suite domain? You can get access to 14-day trial G Suite option. Just search for G Suite free trial option. 14 days you can try it yourself. Afterwards you need to pay. So it's only 14 days. How custom roles can be used on the same demo. Now, instead of using the predefined role, we are going to combine it, because we see as a user, he needs to get access to compute admin and storage admin. Both he needs to access. So similarly, tomorrow, if some other user comes in, as an organization policy, you need to give always these two permissions always. This is a repetitive process. So what you feel is, instead of always giving this way, you may combine these two roles and give that new user permission to that thing. So that is possible. So that is one way. But since we are not working with a G Suite account, so what we will usually be doing using a free tier account, what we usually do is we will be directly assigning the roles to a specific user, not to a group. But in production, or the best recommended practice from Google is always to use groups, even if it is a single user. So just keep that in mind. There's a chance that you may get a question on that kind of topic. So we'll discuss such questions also at the end of this topic. So what we'll do, instead of giving it 2 times like this, instead of giving 2 different permissions, what we are going to do is we are going to combine storage admin and compute admin. We'll see how to do that. To do that, click on the roles, and you can click on create roles, creating a role from the scratch. That is one way, but I prefer a different way. If you click on storage, search for that, you get those roles. Click on that storage admin, you will see all the permissions. So storage admin is comprised of 380 permissions, and usually the permissions would be of this format. I'll explain the format in a minute or so. But this entire role is a combination of 380 permissions. Now what we'll do is create a new role from this. If you click on this, it gets preloaded with all the 380 permissions. So some permissions cannot be inherited or made as a custom role. So around 7 permissions goes off, and the name is custom compute admin. ID needs to be unique. You have the privilege of creating the custom role with the same name, which is very exactly similar to your predefined, but that's not recommended, but you can do it. There's no harm. The only thing is that make sure the ID is unique. So let's make it custom compute storage admin. So what we'll do is we'll add few more permissions. This time it is storage admin permission. So in the role, if you search for storage, you get the storage admin. Just select it. There are around 15 permissions. Just select it. And the UI is slightly bad in this way, I would say, because there's no option of select all here. So if you see a small observation, and you cannot navigate, you cannot increase the pagination more than 10. So if you remember, the number of permissions in store compute admin was 380, meaning you can just do a math, almost like 38 times you need to click next to select all the permissions. So that's the reason I always choose create a custom role from an existing role permission. That is the way I usually do. So this is using the web console, but if you want to do it in the command line, it may become easier. So let's add this 15 permissions. So it's added. Now we have a combined role available. Let's click create. You see the permission has been added. Now what we are going to do now is go to IAM.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which service is used for managing and deploying applications on Google Cloud? And your options are Google Cloud PubSub, Google Cloud Build, Google Cloud Functions, or Google App Engine. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, This course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
Are custom things. So custom roles are available under the name. You can see custom here. That's where you see here. Select it and save it. Now, instead of giving two permissions, we are combining it. So that's where you can see custom roles coming into picture. So we have done. So let's switch back to our browser where have been logged in as demo.gcp 2018. Let me refresh it. I'm just doing a hard refresh. So it tells me access insufficient permission to view it. So since I am authorized to only to create virtual machines and storage bucket, I don't have access to cloud IAM. I cannot see anything. Who are the people in this like who are the users, all those things I cannot do. Similarly, if I want to look at some other features, like say for example, if you want to create compute Kubernetes engine, just for an example, you should get an error. You don't have any permission. Similarly, app engine, we'll discuss all these things as it comes, but this is where we are seeing how permissions can be applied. So, but if you click on compute, you should be having full access because you are a compute admin. Click on this. The screen should open up and you should be able to provision the resource as usual. You see, quickly let's provision one resource just to show the permissions is all in place. It's the exact thing, but we have made our life simpler by combining the two roles. That's the only thing which we have done. Click create. Should be getting created. Looks like it's working fine. Yeah. Okay, so it's provision and the external IP address should be provisioned in few minutes, because usually provisioning the external IP address takes a longer time. That's what I have observed. So we are all good. The permission is working fine. As a best practice, to have the free tier being used fully, delete it. We saw the permissions have been all working fine. Let's delete the instance. Similarly, you should be able to create your bucket because it's a combined role. We should be able to create our storage bucket. Let's create it. I'm just verifying everything is working fine. So if it's working fine, the procedure which we followed looks good. So let me create one more. As I mentioned in the beginning, the bucket name should be unique. One of the easiest option is to use the project ID. That will be always unique. So it should be working. Let's create it. Okay, bucket is working fine. So our combined role, which is the option of custom roles, is working fine. So in custom role, what we just added two roles, made it a single role. Looks like it's working fine. We'll discuss more on those things. What is storage? Because there's a dedicated session on storage where I'll explain you what is regional, what is cold line, what is near line. Let's explain there. But here we are just learning how to give permissions to a specific resource. Fine. So as a best practice, delete it. So quickly in a demo, we saw how primitive roles could be used, and we saw how it gets a broader access. Like if you give somebody an editor permission, he can do everything apart from adding users and creating projects. Then we narrowed down our access by giving predefined role, and we saw how it worked. And we became very smart by combining roles. So that's where the custom role came into picture. We saw everything now. So let's go much deeper into these things one by one. So whenever you're working with roles, usually the roles would be of this pattern: service dot resource type dot verb is the action. So the names would be something like storage, that is your service name. What is the resource in that it is being used? It's bucket. And what is the action you are trying to do? Create. Similarly, compute is the service name. And what is the resource you are acting on? It's a disk, network, whatever it is, and you are listing all the disks in the compute. So that's what you're doing. Every service, whatever you do, be it, say for example, be it a predefined role, be it a custom role, or be it a primitive role, every role will have the same pattern. That's the standard one. I can just quickly show you one more. Almost like a huge set of numbers would be there. Almost like 1778 permissions are there. And if you see, it is the same pattern. Like, let me just look for one. You see, compute dot disks dot create. So it will be in the same pattern. Service dot resource type dot verb. That's the pattern. So this is how you can see all the permissions for a specific role. Now, if you want to see do the same thing for using a command line, just provision your Cloud Shell environment. Let's give a minute for this Cloud Shell environment to be provisioned, and we'll see what is the command, because sometimes the chances are there in the exam they ask a specific command line. So getting used to this will be at least helpful. You may not be able to remember all the commands unless you do an extensive hands-on leave GCP day in day out. But if you at least see once the command, you'll get an idea what kind of commands usually come in. At least you can make a guess, at least, because you would have gone through the various command of whether this command is right or not. Sometimes one of the options in the command, the options would be like a wrong command option. So that could be that's the reason why whenever possible we'll spend some time on understanding the specific command line, gcloud command line. So let me clear it, and so that I can get a full screen. So usually this is on IAM. So gcloud, just type GWGCL. You should get that. IA and tab. It should auto complete. IAM. What we are looking at roles. Just type R O. You should get auto completed. Let's describe a specific role. Owner. So if I hit, you should get all the permissions, like the same set of permissions which you're seeing, 1778. All the permissions will be listed, and it's a huge list. So you'll not be able to see it completely. Another small Linux command which you can use is put a pipe and use less. And you should get an option of like hitting your space bar. You can see all the permissions. So you saw the first permission, which was access context manager access level, that is there. You see access, this one, see? So it's easy for you to navigate and see. So that's a small Linux command. So this way you can see what permissions, what is this role comprised of. So just make it very clear, roles is nothing but a combination of permissions. So permissions are your building blocks. So let's minimize this. So this is how the roles are comprised of. Let's move on. So let's spend little bit time about these individual roles so that we'll have a good idea. We saw a demo. That's really good, but let's spend some time on these stuffs. The first one is primitive role. As I mentioned, you have owner, editor, viewer, and owner as a one who can do the entire stuff. He has full access. He can create projects, enable billing account, create users, and he can do everything. So next is editor. He'll be able to do almost everything as a owner except changing deleting or creating projects or adding users or deleting users. That thing he cannot do that. The last one is viewer, which is just read only permission. If you just want to give somebody view only permission, like for example, if it's a huge organization, there'll be a dedicated team called as a security team who wants to check whether your VMs or all those things are following some security standard, they'll not be modifying your VM content, but at least they need to get a view access. So in such cases, giving them view permission could be a better choice, because they will not be able to stop, delete anything, just view, okay, at least whether they have followed all the practice. And the buckets, what is the naming convention? Have they followed the naming convention followed in the organization? What are the content put? So they'll be able to at least view it. So that would be a better choice if you want to give less permission. Their own primitive roles are only three: owner, editor, and viewer. The one which is in the braces, the common bracket, is the option for you to view it in the gcloud command. So if you type gcloud IAM roles describe role/viewer, you will see all the permissions. So that's the reason I have given this part. Moving on to predefined role. Predefined role, there are hundreds of predefined roles. Putting everything in a slide is not a easy task. So I have tried to highlight few important stuffs which could be helpful from the exam perspective, usually because what I personally suggest is, when you are having some good amount of time, just go to IAM section. What are the various options? Like, for example, BigQuery. What are the various roles available? BigQuery, admin, data, editor. So just mouse over, you will get what is this role all about, what it gives. Sometimes looking through this, glancing through this will give you a good idea. Okay, these are the stuffs which is comprised of. Say, for example, if you go to compute engine, you get compute admin. Then you have, if you scroll down, you'll have compute viewer. So very similar to your owner, editor, viewer. Sometimes the same pattern follows, but this is at a specific resource level. This is not at the entire project level. So you'll get an idea. So I strongly suggest you look at into few important stuffs. Maybe not now. Once we finish the entire course, by the time we finish the entire course, you will see various options like various resources like compute engine, app engine. Then you will have a better idea. Like if it's app engine, these are the permissions, roles available. So at least going through those things will give you a better understanding. So if you see some questions on what role to be applied, at least this glancing through option will help you. Have tried to make that very simple here. When it comes to compute, you get options like compute admin, compute instance admin, compute viewer. So admin, we had seen how it works, compute admin. Compute instance admin, if you give, it gives access, comes into picture. Similarly, you have network admin. The name itself mentions it is a combination. I would say it's a combination of admin, compute admin, and compute network admin, this instance admin, because it has option to storage, compute, networking, all those things. Similarly, if you scroll down, you should see something like storage admin. So compute storage admin, compute network admin, combine it, you'll get compute instance admin. So again, it's your Google already had made few roles which is like you don't need to combine it. So if you still feel you need to do some combination, then you can definitely use custom roles. So these are stuffs. And when it comes to network, it's again part of compute. You see compute network admin, compute network user, compute network viewer. Here you can see a pattern like something very similar to owner, viewer or editor kind of a permission, and a viewer kind of a permission, very similar to your predefined roles. So similarly, app engine, one of the important one could be deployer. Maybe you just want to give somebody permission to only deploy your code. App engine is platform as a service where you just upload a file, upload a war file or an executable. It can be just, you can just deploy it there. Don't need to worry about your like infrastructure, and you can have a web application up and running very quickly. So if you just give a specific user or a group deploy a permission, only they can deploy it. They will not be able to modify it or do any changes or code review. So that's where deployer comes into picture. Similarly, storage, when you're working with storage bucket, or you upload any files into any document or any files into a storage bucket, these are called as objects. So you can be an object admin, creator, or a viewer. Similarly, for BigQuery and Kubernetes, you get this. I'm just putting few important stuffs here, but if you want a comprehensive list, definitely look into the documentation, or I would suggest looking into that IAM section, go one by one. So custom roles, as I mentioned, if predefined role does not fulfill your requirement, you have the option of using custom roles. Just one which we had seen was combining the role. So this is where custom role comes into picture. These green dots, so all these green dots are your permissions. If you want to combine these three roles, you want to combine it, use custom role. That is one option. The second option where you will use custom roles is you have maybe like 100 permissions which is a role comprising of 100 permissions, but your requirement mentions you don't need two of those permissions, maybe specific requirement. What you will do is open that role, create a new role from that existing role, but uncheck a specific permission. Like, let me show you one quick example. Roles, compute admin, click on it, create a new role. Last time we combined it, but this time what we are going to do is accelerated type. So this is something like GPUs, all those stuff. So your requirement says you don't need to have some access to GPU related things because it is expensive. As this thing, what you try to do is you make sure you don't have options to get those details. So if you uncheck it, you are removing certain permissions in that role and creating a custom role. So this is how you can use custom roles based on your requirement. If you want permissions, you can use it. And another thing could be you're not adding two different roles, but you're just adding a specific permission, like add permission. And so you see all those permissions, like almost like 1500 permissions. You want specifically this one. Maybe I'm not able to select it. Let me select one. Yeah, just for an example, I want to add this option, or maybe let me just get something on compute, or maybe something on storage. Like I just wanted to add, along with this existing permissions, I want to add one more, which is that storage related thing. So it's only one permission I have added. So that is also possible. If you just want to add a specific permission to an existing role, that is also possible. So these are the possible scenarios where you will be using custom roles. Now, so far so good. We saw what is roles comprised of, all the stuff, the various types of roles which is available. Policies connect your resource. So the roles which you make, how do they connect with that specific resource? It is using this policy and binding. So if you see in this screenshot, policies connect the resource, the roles, and the members. So in this case, if you see, there are members, a specific user, a specific set of group, and they are made as instance admin. So by this, what you're doing is you're combining or connecting the members and the roles using binding. So this entire thing is called as policy, IAM policy. This is your policy and policy binding. So policy binding makes sure that it is able to combine or bind the roles and the members together. And this, once you bind it, what you get is a IAM policy. There are so many permissions. How would we know if there is a permission missing in an easy way, or do we need to create a policy, or it is automatically created, or it will generate it? Question is, so many permissions are there. How do we know whether the permission is there or it is missing? So usually you'll be worrying about that specific version of permission only if you want to create a custom role. So what I would suggest is describing the permission would be a better option. Like for example, if you go here, one way, if you, let me show one example. Let's assume you wanted to know all those 380 permissions of compute admin. You run the same command. Okay, it's case sensitive. compute admin. You should get all those permissions. It was updated on 28th of January. You see some new permissions have been added. So best practice, as what Google mentions, is whenever you're about to create a custom role, come to this page, look whether the role which you are expecting is been added or not. So this could be, it's a change log. So you can look into this. Maybe there's a chance that you already have, it's already there, and you don't need to create a custom roles. And don't be in a hurry to create a new role every time. Check whether the specific role exists, whether the role inside that has the exact permission or not. Do that thorough check before you do create a new custom role. The reason is, if you create a custom role, you need to manage it. Google will not manage those permissions, like, because usually the custom roles which you create are created from an existing predefined role. If the predefined role gets updated, your custom role will not be updated directly. You need to manually update it. So one of the drawbacks of using custom roles is manageability. You need to manage it yourself. But if your advantage based on what is your business use case. So these are the various options to check whether a specific permission and a specific role exists or not. This would be an important one. Change log, this thing. So this is how the policy, the binding and the policy works. It has to be combined only if the users and the roles, users are nothing but your members or identity. Here, there's a set of, there's a group, this is how you add, and there's a user, that is the members, they are all instance admin. Similarly, there's only one user who is a owner. So here it is a primitive role, here it is a predefined role we have used. This is our policy, IAM policy in short. So if you want to visualize or you want to see what is your IAM policy, one way is in your web console. So we usually were exploring this members. If you just click on this roles, you'll see that IAM policy somewhat like that. If you just click, you will see the who is the owner, how many people are editors. You can see it everything easily by clicking on roles tab. That is one way. Another way, policy in place. It shows all the things. This project comprises of these roles: compute, compute engine service agent, storage admin, the custom role which we created, editor, owner, and a service user account. More on service account will come. So this is what it's comprised of. So this is a way of seeing your IAM policy in the web console. If you want to see it from the command line, the option is clear the screen. So the command is slightly different. It's gcloud. It's not starting with IAM, but it starts with projects. Get IAM policy. Get IAM policy of which project? What you can do is you can just copy this project ID and you can just hit enter. It should show you a format which is somewhat like this. It shows the binding, the members. This is, I'm not sure what is the format here called as, but if you are comfortable using JSON object, JavaScript object notation, what you can use is you can use a flag called as JSON. Now it will be in a JSON format, and in the slides what we saw was a JSON format. So this is one way, or you can redirect the entire stuff to a file so that you can view the entire IAM policy. Just use your editor of your choice. You can see the stuffs. See, it starts with binding the members. This is the member who was a custom compute admin. The same thing which you saw in the web, you're seeing it in the command line. This is one way. Now, the command which I used works only in my Cloud Shell environment. The reason is I have hard coded my project ID. If I share this command with you, this will not work because this is a unique one, right? So what I can do is I can make this very generic by using an environmental variable called as dev shell underscore project ID. What it does is the moment you provision your Cloud Shell environment, from which project you provision, it will take that project ID and store it in an environmental variable. This is the name of the environment variable. If you hit enter, the same command will work. If you are curious, just do this, echo it. You should see the project ID. So this time, if I now paste this command in the chat window, you should be also able to run it. It's now not hard coded, it's very generic. Let me just put it. If you are curious, you can just try it yourself. So this becomes a handy option. So we will be using this environmental variable called dev_project ID heavily as we progress. So that's how you can see IAM policy and the binding using the command line. Get IAM policy. The next question which I have is, once we created a custom role, do we need to create a policy? Yes, definitely. If you have a role, you need to add that in the, you need to assign it. So policy is nothing but you have a role. Just having the role does not make any sense because it has to be attached to a specific identity. You need to apply it. Only then you can have a policy. You need to do it. It's not automatic. You need to, like, you can have n number of roles, but if these roles are not added, it is of no use. For example, let's take our project itself. You saw so many policies, so many roles, right? But in our project, we are just using owner, editor, few permissions on few roles on compute engine, one service account. If you see, there's nothing on BigQuery. There's no roles assigned to anybody on App Engine. Nothing has been there because we don't need it currently. So if you need it, you need to add that binding. So how do you do the add the binding? It's by adding this one. You can add a service account, give a specific app engine or those thing. Once you do that, then you are updating your policy, IAM policy, using the binding option.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
The second one is, how can I store some data? Storage and compute usually is the starting point for every learners. So what we'll try to do is we'll try to access these two resources, compute and storage, using 4 different options. The first one is web console, command line interface, which is more towards command line, client libraries, and REST APIs. We'll see all the 4 options, few demos, how to access how to create a virtual machine, how to create a storage. All those things we'll see. Before to that, we need to have some basics of Google's stuffs. They call it as regions. Usually when it comes to cloud computing, there are 2 concepts which usually comes, regions and zones. So GCP currently has 18 regions as of today. Maybe after 6 months, this number would definitely be more. So currently it has 18 regions and 25, like 55 zones. So regions are, in very simple terms, I would say groups of zones, and zones in very simple terms are nothing but data center, physical data center. So region is a specific geographical location. It could be something like, these are the regions. Let me zoom this a bit for you guys. So there are 18 regions in which currently Google operates. If you're from India, Mumbai is one of the regions which is there, and all these blue icons indicates these are generally available regions, and the one which is in white are upcoming regions. And the number inside that indicates the number of zones. Zones are nothing but physical data centers. So in Mumbai, there are three data centers. I really don't know in which part of Mumbai where the data centers are available, but in Singapore, I'm aware there's one specific place called as Jurong East. So there's one data center there. So similarly, there are two more data centers in Singapore. So as such, you have regions. Regions are made up of zones, and most of the regions have three zones except one region called as US Central or Iowa, where it has four zones. So that's the base stuff, because we may need this in our demos, because whenever you're provisioning a resource, it will be in a specific region or it could be in a multi-region. So for that purpose, I wanted to share you this information. So as of today, there are 18 regions and 55 zones. So coming back to our web console. So this is your web console. Same like, yeah, it's very much similar to your AWS. Most of the stuffs, it would be somewhat similar. Some of the terminologies, like there it is called as availability zone. So that's how it is called as. So very similar to your AWS stuffs. Now, so once you have your console, this is you have a dashboard which indicates what is your project name, project ID, all those details, and it also has few resource information, whether is there any resource you have provisioned, some getting started guides, and some documentation. One of the important thing in this dashboard, I would say, is this platform status, whether all the services are up and running. Just click on this to see is there any service disruption or any outages on the various products and services which we saw: App Engine, Compute Engine, BigQuery. And if you see in Kubernetes Engine, there was a service disruption on January 24th. There was a disruption. So that's what it mentions. If you want more details, click on this to know what was that information details, what was the problem and when it was started. It started on 23rd of January and it was resolved here. So you'll get that full detail. So this would be an information helpful when you're doing something in production. If something is not working, come to this cloud status, platform status, to see every service is up and running. If it is down, then it is nothing to do with your application, but something to do with the platform itself. So that's the information with respect to this dashboard. And these dashboards are draggable dashboards. So if you like, you want to move it to different place, you can do it. But this is a nice sleek dashboard. You'll also have this free trial status. If you just click on this, it will show you this part. What is your status? Never ever click on this activate or update button. So they have just made it a change. It is activate now. Previously it was upgrade. So never ever do this. If you do this, it will start cross charging in your credit card. Just dismiss it. So that's a small tip which I wanted to share. There's other few stuffs which we'll discuss as time comes. Now what we'll do is we will not use the project which Google created for us. This is my first project. This is a container, a logical container in GCP. If you're coming from AWS world, there's some concept called as accounts. Whatever you do it inside that account. If you're from Azure, there's a concept of subscription. Whatever you do, it's under a subscription. Similarly, in GCP, any activity which you do that inside a project. So how do you create a project? Click on this drop down. You should see a create new project. Before creating that, let's look at the structure. So if you are using a free tier account, you will have no organization. What is organization? So if your organization purchases GCP product, their name will be available here. Something like, let's assume abc.com is the organization name. So it will be an entity here. It will show there, and all the employees under that, if you have upgraded or like added all those username, they'll be able to create use GCP thing. So in that case, your account, in this case, for example, I have used a Gmail ID which is like learning.gcp2019 at the rate gmail.com. If your organization has purchased this, then it will be like mahesh@abc.com. It would be something like that. It would be @yourcompany.com would be your ID with which you would have logged into your Google Console. So let's not use this one. Let's create a new project, brand new project, so that we know how to create the project also. That's the key stuff. Click on project, new project. You'll get this. You have around 24 project quotas remaining, I guess. In free tier, maximum is 25 projects you can create. If you activate to a full paid account, you don't have any limit on the number of projects you can create. So let's give a name, learning-GCP. So that's our project name. This is your human readable name. The moment you do this, under your this thing, it shows you something called as project ID. This is dynamically generated by the system, and this is globally unique. And this name comes from a pool of names. So later tomorrow, like maybe tomorrow, if you delete this or shut down this project and you create another project with the same name, project ID would be different. Here we discuss about networking, why the project ID needs to be unique. At that time, I'll show you the details. But for now, remember the project ID has to be globally unique. If you do something like that, let's say for example, test, it will give you a randomly generated name with use of this form, but this is again unique. If you do the same stuff in your screen like test, the ID would be something totally different. If you something give a very nice name, say for example, learning-GCP-Mahesh. The project ID and the project name would be very almost the same because this is very unique. But if you just give it as demo 123, these are something generic. Everybody will use the same stuff, standard one. So it will give an ID which is like auto generated. So let's give learning GCP itself should be good enough. It is giving adding few numbers, like I guess it is adding a specific random number to make it unique. If you want, you can try to edit it. If you try to, you can add numbers, that should be okay. And because we are using free tier account, there's no organization. So with that information, let's click create. If things all go well, you should see a project created. This is your notification window, which shows a project is getting created. So our project is created. So if you click on this, you will get into your project will change from my first project to learning GCP. Tomorrow, if you want go to back to a different project, just click on the drop down and you can switch. That's one thing. And the important thing which you need to remember is what is your project ID. This is your project ID, which you can get it from the home screen. Just click on this Google Cloud Platform. It will take you to the home screen and it will show you the project. Under project information, you will see that project ID. So if you see, you gave the project name, project ID was generated by the system. There's one more thing which you see, project number. This is again automatically created by the system. This is used again for something called as service accounts, which we'll discuss in module 4. That is the only place where you'll see project number being used and no other places. Project ID would be used extensively throughout all the stuffs. Whenever you create resource, it will ask in which project I should create. So you need to pass this information every time. So remember this. If you don't remember it, no worries. Come to the home screen, see this or click on this drop down. You should see this ID. That is another way. The third way, which is my favorite way, is look in this address bar. Just a URL hack where you can see what is your project ID. If I switch to my project, my first project ID will change. So very easy way, because you'll be doing demos. Address bar will always be there. Just copy it from the address bar. That's how I do it. But the other better ways are just look into the project info. You'll see that. So we are in our project which we had created. What we'll do is we'll create a compute engine using web console. What you see is your web console. So to access your compute engine, click on this hamburger menu. So if you see this for a longer time, just do a hard refresh in your browser. Let's see whether the APIs are enabled. And these are live demos. I'm not doing a canned demo. So sometimes the demo may break, and we'll also do a debugging on that. So that's how you will learn. So the APIs are enabled. So you see that create button. Just click on create. And this is just an introduction class. We will have a deep dive on the compute engine where we'll see what is this machine type, what is this container, what is boot disk, all those things will go in detail. But for now, this is just an introduction class. We just want to get our hands dirty by provisioning a simple virtual machine. We'll just give a name and maybe select a specific region and a zone. That's it. We'll not go into the nitty-gritties of, okay, what is this firewall rule? What is this? We'll not do that. So for now, just let's try to understand how to use the web console. That's our main aim. So let's give a name like learning. Because this is Google Compute Engine, let's try to use this acronym GCE. In the exam, sometimes they will use acronym. Let's get used to those terminologies. Google Compute Engine. So learning hyphen GCE. That's what is the name of our virtual machine. Region, as I mentioned, you have 18 regions. What we'll do is we'll select Mumbai region. When you select Mumbai, you'll see 3 zones. Select any zone of your choice. And because we are using a free tier, this is my small tip. Try to create with a small compute option so that even if you forget, because you are doing this for the first time, there's a high chance you create a VM and forget it, not to shut it down, it will incur cost. So if you select micro VM, on your right hand side, you see the price details, one vCPU and 3.75 GB of memory. You need to pay $30 or roughly $29 per month. If you forget stopping it. But if you make it micro, you'll be just paying $5 per month. So this could be a small tip. That's the thing which I wanted to give. So give a name, select the region of your choice, make it micro, and by default, the operating system would be Debian Linux OS operating system. If you want, if you're a Windows guy, click on this change and you can change the boot disk. What you want, whether a specific different distribution you want, you can select, or if you're a Windows guy, select a Windows operating system of your choice. But for us, just a Linux machine should be good enough. The reason why I'm going with Linux is it is free. It will not incur additional cost. If you select Windows, your price will go up again because you need to pay for the license. These are enterprise software. Windows are not free. Maybe I can quickly show you that. You see micro VM, its operating system is Debian, it is 5. If you change this to Windows, it will add the license cost. Let me select Windows 2016. You should see it increased to $21. And if you click on the details, you should see the license fee. So it's not free. We'll discuss more on this. For now, let's go back to our default Debian operating system. So all good. You can just click create, but I'm not going to do that. I want to share some other information before I click on create. So the first thing which I want to share is this two stuffs, command line and REST APIs. So we know there are 4 options of accessing GCP resource, right? One is web console, other one is command line, REST APIs, and client libraries. So this would give you a hint for that. Just click on this command line. Let me just zoom this for a little bit for your better visibility. So this is your command line option to provision a virtual machine. So what does it stands for? G Cloud, Google Cloud Compute. What is your project ID? You see that project ID is getting started using. What you're trying to do, you are creating an instance create, and what is the name of your instance? What is the zone? What is the machine type? You have lots of details which you can provide here.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is cloud identity and access management in Google Cloud? Your options are a database service for managing user identities, a network security feature for protecting cloud resources, or a service for managing access and permission to cloud resources, or a monitoring tool for cloud-based applications. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
So this is how you can provision your resource from command line. If you want to run this command directly, there's an option which I'll show you later using something called as Cloud Shell. For that, I need to explain you what is Cloud Shell. We'll come to that later. So this is one option. You will know what is your gcloud command. This is a very, very handy option. Tomorrow you change certain stuffs, because going forward, once you get used to it, every time you'll not come to the console and provision a resource. You want to automate it by using a script. So running this will be a good option. Like give a various options, click on the command line, and you should be able to see the option for that. So that's one option. So this is your REST API form. So where you can provision your resource programmatically, like if you use a curl command or utilities like Postman, which is an add-on in Chrome browser, you can just use this, authenticate it, and provision your resource. The important line which you see, it's a post command. It is googleapis.com/compute. So this is the important stuff. So you can provision resource easily. Just fill the form. You should get the updated REST API information or command line option. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click create, and the instances gets provisioned in few seconds, like maximum 20 seconds or 30 seconds. That's it. That is that blazing fast in GCP, which is not the case with AWS and Azure. The reason is Google has its own fiber broadband across the globe. That's the key stuff. As I'm talking, the resource is provisioned, and you see that green tick. It's not just provisioning. I can just click on SSH in the browser. I don't need any third-party SSH client like Putty. If you're from Windows, if you're using Windows machine, just click on this SSH option, which is from the browser itself, and you can log into the virtual machine directly without setting up any keys or transferring any keys. AWS, it's a pain. Similarly, it's Azure, it's a pain. But in GCP, if you want to access Linux machine, it's damn easy. And I'm all good. I'm in the machine. I'm going to update the operating system. And because it's a Debian, I'm going to do it. You see, in few minutes, I'm able to update all the stuff and I can do everything. So that's how easy it is. So let me leave this as is. GCP will not automatically select the preferred zone. You need to specify the zone where you want to create. But one option is, say for example, if you're working for a project, for example, in this project learning-GCP, all the resources which you're going to provision will be always in Mumbai. What you can do is scroll down to the settings. You have an option where you can set what is your region. So every time you provision a resource, it will always create it in South, which is Mumbai, and in Asia South 1B zone only. That is possible. You can set your preference. So for a specific project, that way it will, next time when you create a new resource, it will be always showing that drop down updated. So that is one way where you can select your specific zone. But Google will not give you automatically selected. So you need to set your preference. So it's updated. If I just do, I'll just show you one more option of creating one more time. Edge location comes only when you are working with storage or where you want to cache stuffs. So we know Google has 18 regions and 55 zones. These are the 134 edge locations. So what it means is It's called as point of presence. So if you see in India, there are 3 edge point of presence. So if you want to enter Google's network, it is in Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai. So these are the point of presence where you can enter Google's this thing, Google's edge point of presence. So data center, don't get confused with a data center. So once you get into this, you will get, there's only three data centers for GCP in Mumbai. So that is your zones. So don't get confused with the other data center concept. Like if you see in Asia, in Singapore, there is a data center. This data center is not for your GCP stuffs, but it is for GCP, but the other stuffs, like when you are serving a request for YouTube, Gmails and all in EMEA, it is coming from Singapore data center. That is it. That is for your end user products. But for GCP, it is called as zones. It is not called as data center. So if you again create a new instance, this time you see the regions is not updated. This is because the UI is not refreshed. Let me do a hard refresh. If I do a hard refresh and when I try to create a new VM, you see the region and the zone is preset because of my preference setting. That's the thing. So that's one way of creating your virtual machine. We have created a virtual machine. Looks good. Now what we'll do is after compute, the next thing usually people try to do is storage. So let's create a storage. So one option is click on the hamburger menu, scroll down to storage, where you can click on the storage, Google Cloud Storage. That is one option. The second option is you can use the search option. Just search for storage. You can click it. It's your choice how you want to navigate. So it is very similar to your AWS S3 buckets where you can create your bucket. So you need to create a bucket. It's like a container. Give a name and the name has to be globally unique. The reason is whenever you have any storage bucket, it can be made public. The bucket can be made public and the resource in that can be accessible publicly. So if it's accessible publicly, it is accessed via a URL, and URL by default has to be unique. So for that reason, you need to make your bucket name globally unique. So if you just give test, it will not, it will say it is already in use. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, it will be again used. So try to give a new unique name. So recommendation is you can use your project ID itself as your bucket name. It says it is good. The Ajax call is done and it says it's a valid one. For or if you want, you can do it like this, GCS. Let's see. Yeah, it's a good name. Learning Google Cloud Storage. That's the stuff. And you can have your buckets in various options, like in various, the storage option could be in multiple regions or in a specific region. If you have multiple region, it could be US, Europe, Asia, that is possible. In regions, it will show you those 18 regions and you have various storage classes. We'll discuss those things in detail in our storage section. But for now, let's give a name and just click on create. It should create a bucket. So we have a bucket learning-GCS. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just slightly delete this name. I'll just delete it. I'll tell you the reason why I'm deleting it. Let's create a bucket. There's nothing like country here. There's no concept of country. It's region, multi-region only. So you'll be selecting Mumbai as one of the regions if you want. Storage, and I'll mention the way I created it. It is using web console. So name is there. So if you want regional, then it could be in Mumbai. If you want, you can select Mumbai and it will create in Mumbai region. Or if you want multi-region, this is for to make your data accessible easily across the globe. So for now, let's leave as default and it is multi-regional and let it be in US. Just click create. You have the bucket created learning hyphen Google Cloud Storage, and it has been created using Web Console. Let's upload a file. That's damn easy. Just click on upload, click a file. That's it. You have the file here, and if you want to make it public, you can make the object public and give access to it. More on this in our storage class. Let's not go much deeper. The only intent of this introduction is to get our hands dirty, how to use the various options, how to use web console, all those things. That's the only reason. Now we have created our first part. That is, we have at least now have a good understanding how to use web console to provision various resources, in particular compute engine and storage.
Just a quick info guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.
So now what we'll do is we'll do the same steps, but we'll try to do it in a different option, that is using command line option. So for that, what we'll do is, if you want to do this command line option, you have two options here. Let me go back to my home screen. So if you want to do anything, you need to run the gcloud command. Where will you run the gcloud command? You have two options. First option is use this option. Let me highlight it. Use this option. This is called as Cloud Shell. So what is this Cloud Shell? Let's see that by clicking on that. So just click on this, activate Cloud Shell. So when you do this for the first time, it will show you an animation to see what and all you can type in. All your gcloud commands, git related commands. This is like a free virtual machine which Google provides you free of cost, and where you can use this virtual machine to run your gcloud commands, any commands related to your Google Cloud platform. It could be gcloud. There's other commands like gsutil, kubectl, or to run or to build a Docker image. All those things you can use it. And if you see, it is a Linux Debian operating system, 5 GB of persistent disk in your home directory. So this is 5 GB. It's all free. It does not come under your free tier account. It's totally free of cost, and it is attached to your email ID. And it comes with pre-configured softwares, like you have popular runtimes like Python, Java, Go, Node.js, and tools like Docker if you want to build Docker, or if you want to create like if you want to connect using a MySQL, you have a MySQL client. All those things you have. The key stuff is 5 GB of persistent disk is there, meaning if you just start it, you can have everything. You can have any files or anything stored in /home partition. It will be persisted. And if you store data in any other place, it will not be persisted. So that's the key stuff here. Let's wait for this virtual machine to be provisioned. It's provisioned. And the important thing is, when you provision it from a specific project, it will take that project ID automatically and show you what is your project ID. And if you want to switch to a different project ID, say in this case, my first project, one way is close this project, this Cloud Shell environment, and change the project ID and again relaunch it. That is one way. That is totally in a user interface way. But if you want to switch program like using command line, what you can do is just copy this ID, run gcloud config, and it's autocomplete. You can just type few letters and hit tab, it gets auto completed. You want to change the project ID to different, have an eye on this yellow color text, it will change to a different one. You see, it's now emerald diagram. So we are now switched to your my first project, this thing. So that's how you can switch from the command line. So let's go back and use our the old the learning GCP project itself. I just wanted to show you how to do that. Let's hit enter and switch back. So clear the screen. Now we wanted to create a virtual machine. So what I'll do is, if you don't remember the command, the easy way is provision a resource. Click on the bottom of the screen where you will see the G-Cloud equivalent of it. It acts as a cross reference. Just copy paste it or run this in Cloud Shell. If you just click on this, it will paste the command here and you can just run it. That is one way. Or if you remember it, you can just do it. I'm going to type in the command to show you the flavor how to run it. So in a very simple stuff, what we'll do is we'll try to provision one resource we had provisioned in which region. Let me see. It is in Mumbai. Let's try to provision compute engine now this time in maybe in London. So what we'll do is we'll do gcloud. That is the command which we saw. Gcloud compute instances, create, give a name, learning hyphen GCE, and it is using Cloud Shell. Just give name Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell, and you need to mention what is your zone. If you don't remember or if you don't know what is a London zone, what you can do is just click on create instance. You should see this option. You see the various options. London is Europe West 2. And let's do it in maybe West 2A. Just give that thing. Europe. This will not be auto completed. You need to type it fully. West hyphen A. That's it. What we'll do, if you just hit enter, the remaining stuffs, if you see, this is a very small command, but if you see the equivalent of this, there are lots of stuffs here. What happens is, if you don't give any other details, it will take all the values as default. So that's the key stuff here. If you want specifically to override certain stuffs, you can give that. Otherwise, it will be all default settings only. For instance, the machine type will take it as one vCPU. It will not be micro, and the operating system would be Debian. So these are all default. So you no need to specify it. If you want to override it, you can give it. That option is available. So it's a very simple command. Gcloud compute instances create the name of your virtual machine. We have just mentioned we are creating it from Cloud Shell just to make the name difference. That's the only stuff. In London zone, specifically in -A, that is our zone. So you can just hit enter. It should get provision, but I just want to show you how fast Google can provision this thing. So I'm just putting a time. So this will show you how the actual time it is taking to provision a resource. Let's hit enter. So this should be your real actual time it takes to provision a resource. So this shows the fastness with which Google provisions a resource. Let's see. Because I'm doing a demo, it would be usually sometimes slowness I have seen. So the actual clock time is 17 seconds. I can challenge no other cloud vendor can create a resource that fast. It's all because of Google's network. This is emphasized many times. I'll be emphasizing it many times because of that uniqueness. So that's the key stuff here. In 17 seconds, you have your virtual machine ready. So if you want to see that virtual machine, you can just click on the hamburger, come to your compute. You see that it is there, and it is in Europe West 2-A. Minimize this thing. So this is one way of creating your virtual machine. Let me clear the screen. I can minimize it. So this is one way. So advantage with this Cloud Shell is you have not installed anything on your laptop. The reason is why I wanted to emphasize on this is if you just have the browser, you can do everything in GCP. No need to install anything. on your local laptop. Reason is there are few organizations even today, service-based organizations, where they put a restriction on what kind of softwares you can install or download. There's no admin privilege on their laptops or desktops. So if you're working in such organizations, this could be a good option where you don't install anything, just browser based. Definitely you will have at least browser installed. You should be able to do all your stuffs which you want. So that's the key stuff which I wanted to highlight. Now, the second option which I mentioned is you don't want to run from your, you don't want to use Cloud Shell. What is the other option? You can install Cloud SDK, Google Cloud SDK. So just use that. It will select, you will have various flavors, one for Mac, Linux, and for Windows. Select the one which you have, which is of your choice based on your operating system. If it's Windows, it's a standard next kind of an installation. Just install all the stuffs and you should have something like this. This is my Windows prompt. So if you just type gcloud version, you should see the up-to-date version which I just installed it recently. So this is the one which you can do. So you can do the same provisioning which I did from my laptop, and I should be able to do that. So that is something possible. So that's the stuff. So you have two options when you comes to command line options. Now let's what we'll do is we will see, we'll try to configure our this project learning-GCP project, this thing, so that because whenever you provision your Cloud Shell environment, it knows what is the project ID, what is the account, all those things. But if you're running from a third-party system, that is my laptop in this case, you should share the details. Okay, this is the email ID, this is the project, all those details. You need to mention that. So currently, I guess it has been configured. If you want to do it for the first time after installing your SDK, you should do this gcloud init. So if you do this, it will initialize the stuff. So by default, it tells this is my account, that is my Gmail ID, and it is using the different project, Emerald. This is my first project. If you see, that is a project ID, my first project. So it is using a different project ID. If you want to reconfigure it, you can configure it, or do Control C, use the command which I shared, mentioned you, set project, copy your project ID, you're all set. So you can, so if you just clear the screen and run init, this is one way to see what is your current project account, what is your current project ID. Or another option is, sometimes gcloud commands are important. They may ask you those things in your exam also. If you run this another command, gcloud authentic list, it will tell you what is the account using, at least what is the Gmail account it is using. So we have set it to our current project. So far, so good. Now we have created a virtual machine using command line. Similarly, what we'll do is we'll create a storage bucket using command line. So hope it is interesting. So we have only one bucket which is being created using web console. Let me open my Cloud Shell environment. There's a small Linux command which I'll use so that I can get my full screen. Like if you see, this prompt itself is half the way. Whatever the command I type, it comes to the next line. So I'll use this small Linux command so that my prompt is like this, very clear. I get the full real estate to type my big commands. So whenever you're working with Google Cloud Storage, you can interact with the storage using command line utility called gsutil, Google Cloud Storage Utility. It's not gcloud command. You might get a very basic question also in the exam. What is the utility to connect? So usually if it's a 50 question exam, some question would be the toughest question which you have ever seen, followed by a very simple damn easy questions. So that is possible. So gsutil is a command with which you can interact with your Google Cloud Storage bucket. So let's create a bucket, make bucket. MB is your command which you will use. So, and if you work with AWS, Amazon's S3 bucket, you will always use S3 colon //. So here you will use something called as Google Cloud Storage, GS colon //. Just give a name, learning hyphen GCS hyphen Cloud Shell, because we are provisioning it from Cloud Shell, right? That's the reason. So hit enter. If things are all good, bucket should be provisioned. It's provisioned. It's not reflecting here. You can use this refresh option. Click refresh. You should see a second bucket created with the name learning GCS hyphen cloud shell. What we'll do is we'll try to upload a file from my Cloud Shell to the storage bucket. How do I do that? Is there any file? I see a README file. What I'll do is use GS util. So this is where your Linux skill set comes into picture. If you want to copy a file, what will you use? Copy, name of the file. Now what is your destination? The destination is a storage bucket. So just copy this. That's it. Hit enter. You should see a copy command working. It's copied. You see the object not reflecting. If it's not reflecting, refresh this thing. You should see that README file showing here. Very straightforward. If you want to upload something to your storage, to your, say for example, to your Cloud Shell environment, how do you do it? You see this 3 dots. Click on this, upload a file. You can upload a file from your laptop. Let me upload this demo.gif. It will upload to my Cloud Shell environment. Let me just refresh it. You see that demo.gif. You have it. Now you can move that to your storage bucket. This is like two-folded. If you don't want to do, you don't directly want to transfer a file from your laptop to a storage bucket. How can you do that? You can use that's where your command line option, Cloud SDK option comes into picture. Let's do that. Let me see, is there any file here? Okay, I have one JS file called create.gce.js file. What I'll do is I will run my GS util copy create. So this is what I'm trying to copy. That's it. I'm going to copy it from my laptop to Google Cloud Storage bucket. It will be slightly slower. Let's give a minute or so because this is from my laptop. So it is taking time to authenticate all the steps. But if you do it from the Cloud Shell, it will be faster. Good. It's getting copied. Yes. Just refresh it. You should see a second file with the name create.gce.json.js file. You see that? I can copy it from any location as long as I have the right utility installed. So that's how you can interact with command line options. If you're working extensive, because if I do close this and start again, half my screen, because I already zoomed this for your better resolution, for you to see it better, I get little real estate. See, almost half of my screen is filled with this prompt itself. I don't want this prompt. Just use export one, or if you want a different. Now, if you're a programmer, based on your workflow, based on some specific logic, you want to provision a bucket or provision a compute engine programmatically. What is the option? Option is using client libraries. So what are those client libraries? If you just go to this URL, Google supports almost like 7 client libraries for a specific set of languages like Go, Java, Node.js, Python, Ruby, PHP, and C#. So if you are a developer using any of these languages, you should be able to create your virtual machine programmatically. So let's do that using Node.js. The reason why Node.js is it's very lightweighted. That's the reason I chose that. if you want, if you are not a Node.js guy, no worries. From the exam perspective, the syntax is not at all important. Mostly it's the concept is what you are expected, because the exam is more towards solution architect. So you don't expect an architect to do a coding, but if you have a experience, it will be really good. I can show you by a Python. If you want Python, just click on this Python repo. You should see the code. So the codes are available. So it's everything is there in the GitHub. So no rocket science. If you just look at those things, you should be able to get it. For the demo purpose, I already have a code which I have created. It's again from the GitHub, slightly modified with names and all, nothing else. So let's do that part. So this is my Node.js program, roughly around 40 lines of code. I've tried to zoom this so that it is having a better view for you guys. So it's using Node.js. Don't worry if you this looks like Greek and Latin for you. No worries. The key stuff is the concept. So if you look at this part, because we are going to create a compute engine, you need to have that specific module or library or DLL, whatever you call from the language from which you come. That is the one which you need to have. We import that library or module, and you need to mention what is your project ID. Copy this, update it here. That's it. And I want to mention, I want to create a compute engine, and in which zone? It is in Singapore zone. And the name of the VM is learning GCE-SDK using Node.js. That's the name of this thing. And the operating system is Debian. That's it. All standard stuff which I'm mentioning. And if you are a programmer, you may quickly see this JS file, JavaScript file is in my laptop. I should be able to create a VM in a cloud, in a specific account. How do I do that connection from my laptop to the cloud? That is using this option. You can get the access credentials and authentication by running this gcloud command. So let me run this, copy this command, open my Cloud Shell, my Windows prompt. I am already in this folder where I have this files, everything. I'm in this folder. Let me clear the screen. Now I'm going to type this command. What it will do is it will give me access to the GCP credentials, meaning once I get the credentials, I don't need to save any tokens or username and password in this code. This code is free of tokens or user credentials. So if I upload this code to a GitHub and a hacker scans my code, he will not get any username and password. That's the beauty of this code. So let me hit enter. It should authorize my SDK. That's the only thing. It opens the default Edge browser in my machine. Sometimes it does not work, so I'm going to close this, but I'm going to open this in my Chrome browser. You should see my credentials are saved in this place. It's a JSON file, encrypted JSON file. It is saved here. So it's saved in my local laptop. So no worries. So if you have a worry, like if you save all your credentials in your code, there's a problem, like somebody tries to hack, it could be a problem. So this is your credentials in an encrypted fashion. All good. Now, what I'm going to do is,
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of Cloud AutoML in Google Cloud? And your options are a service for automated machine learning, an infrastructure for management tool, a data backup and recovery service, or a content delivery network. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
to run any Node.js program, if you're a Python guy, you will run it in Python, the name of the file name. Java, you will run Java, C and Java, and compile it and run it. If you're running a Node.js program, you need to type Node and create the name of the file. Create Google Compute Engine. Hit enter. It should take a minute or so to provision, and you should see a third instance created in Singapore zone. So let's wait for it. Fingers crossed. Let's check whether it's creating. If it does not create, there could be an error. We'll try to fix it. No errors. Looks like it's all good. Let me do a refresh. You see it's reflected. The one which we gave the name, it's created in the right zone. It is created. And quickly, if you see, you may see there's no external IP address, because in the code I did not mention I need to have an external IP address. That's the reason because of which it did not provision, nothing else. Specifically, I did it just an introductory thing. I didn't want to show you 100 lines of code and scare you. So I just want to keep it very short and simple. Just give the project ID, name of this thing, what zone, that's it. You were able to provision it. If you still want to get access to create a public IP address, it is possible. Just click on the virtual machine, click on edit, scroll down to your networking. The external IP address is currently none. Make it ephemeral and just save it. What this will do is it will create a external IP address. Let's wait for this notification window to be. You see, it got an external IP address. Once you have external IP address, you can SSH into. So far, so good. So programmatically, we were able to do it. Similarly, we'll try to do the same stuff where we'll try to programmatically create a storage bucket. We have only 2 buckets. Let's do it. So let's look at that code. It is create GCS. Same style. You get the authentication. If you are already authenticated, no need to run this again. That's one thing. And instead of compute, you are going to install a storage library. Make sure your project ID is correct. This project ID is not correct. I'm going to copy my project ID. Just update the project ID and give the bucket name as learning Google Cloud Storage -SDK Node.js. Straightforward. What we'll do is I'm going to run the program create gcs.js. There are a few questions popping up. Let me answer it once I finish this. Bucket created. Good. Let me refresh it. You see that bucket, because it was all default setting, you have the thing using the same thing. So we saw the 3 options how to provision it. If you are a programmer, maybe C++ programmer, C programmer, or Perl programmer, and you see you don't have your client libraries there, don't be scared. Your REST APIs comes for your rescue. So if you want to do something using REST APIs, or if your language is not there in the client libraries list, that could be your option. How do you do that? So to do anything with the APIs, click on the hamburger menu. You see APIs and services. Click on that. And you see libraries. Everything, whatever you see in GCP are API driven. Behind the scene, everything is API. And if you want to create a compute engine, just type compute. You should see that compute engine API. And when we started our compute engine in the web console for the first time, there was a wheel spinning. Why it was taking a longer time was this API needs to be enabled. Getting this enabled was taking time. That was the reason it was taking a longer time. Since it's enabled, you see that green tick. If you want to try this API yourself, you want to create a virtual machine by calling this API, it is also possible. Click on this, try this API, which will open up a URL called as developers.google.com. So this is where you can use all your APIs. Just wait for the screen to refresh. Or if you want to create compute engine, you just use compute instances dot. It's not create, it's insert. It's likely a variation in the REST API. You should see those specific API for creating a virtual machine. You see 2 methods. Select any one of them. Both are the same. I'm not sure why it is showing both. Just click on that. You should see a screen where it will ask, give me the project ID, the zone in which you want to create it, and the machine name, machine type, all those stuffs. You can just fill in this form and click authorize and execute. You should be all good. In the interest of time, what I have done is I have filled the details already. Let me just zoom this for your better visibility. I've already filled in my project ID. I want to create it in US Central A. That is a zone. I've given all the necessary fields. Machine type, machine name would be learning-GCE-rest. All the details I have given. Now click, you need to authorize this API and execute. Click on this, click on authorize and execute. This will use my Gmail ID. What is it is saying? Invalid name. No worries, let's fix that. Okay, there was a white space here. That's the stuff. Let me recreate it. Just execute. Let me see if it works now. Okay, 200, HTTP code 200, meaning my virtual machine is created. How do I verify it? As usual, go to your compute screen by clicking on the hamburger menu. Click on compute engine. You should see a fourth instance. You see it's getting provisioned. Let's give a minute or so for it to get provisioned. You see, all good. Similarly, since I did not give more details, it does not have an external IP address. No worries on that. But we saw how to provision it, not programmatically, by using REST APIs. We saw this. If you send all this in a JSON format, you will be able to provision it. Now let's try to, instead of compute, let's see storage and create a bucket. Buckets, insert. This is very straightforward. Click, don't click the beta one, select the generally available command. It shows, it asks for you what is your project ID. As usual, I'll copy it from the browser, from the URL, give a name, then I just need to give a bucket name. That's it. Learning hyphen Google Cloud Storage hyphen REST, because I'm trying to create it from the REST API. So that's it. Authorize. It should be able to create a bucket program like HTTP 200. That means my bucket is created. Go to your storage bucket and see the fourth bucket created in US, because that's the default this thing. You see this? This is the one which you created. Now if you see, we have created almost how many? 4 instances, all working in, one in Mumbai, one in London, one in US Central, one in Singapore. If you just leave it as this, you will incur cost. So you can know what is the cost for each of those things. When you are provisioning the resource, you were able to see that price, right? Compute engine. Or if you want a better information, what you can do is you can just go to this pricing calculator. As any cloud provider, you have a pricing calculator available. You can know how much cost it will incur. So you can just mention, I want one instance which is running a Linux operating system and so configuration, like one vCPU and 3.75 GB of RAM, and in Mumbai, and it will be running for 24/7. If you see, you will see the price for that. It will be like $29. So you'll get that pricing information. So based on that, you will have a decision whether should I stop this virtual machine or delete this virtual machine. If you don't need this, if you stop it, what happens is you are paying zero compute. But because this is a virtual machine, you will have a operating system. It will incur storage cost, which is very little. So that tomorrow if you come back, you can just start it and start using it. So during the night times, you are not paying for your compute option. So that's the beauty there. But it is only for demo purpose and you don't need this virtual machine later. What you can do is just select this, delete all those stuffs. This could stop incurring any cost the moment it gets deleted. Again, an important thing, a distinction when you see it with your AWS stuffs. In AWS, when you do something like this, it's called as terminate. It will show you there for maybe an hour or so. Only then the virtual machine gets cleaned up. But here it's instantaneous. The moment you delete, it's gone. That's it. So similarly, This could be a good housekeeping stuff which you can practice so that you can utilize your $300 credits effectively. Once you finish your demos, you don't need it, just delete it out. So that's the stuff. Hope it was useful. So that is like first two modules where we understood what is GCP, introduction to GCP, various stuffs, the basic initial stuffs, and we got our hands dirty in our module 2 where we activated a free tier account and accessed GCP resource using 4 methodologies: Web Console, Command Line Interface, Client Libraries, and REST APIs. And if you are mobile, like if you want to do something from mobile, want to control some such certain stuffs, it is also available. Play Store, Cloud Console. So you have a mobile-based app where you can install this on your Android. I guess there is an equivalent in your iOS also, where you can stop, delete, stop a VM or anything. So you don't need to log into your web console. So that is also an option which is available.
Now let's start off with the first question. So let's start off from the very basics. So the first question is going to be compare GCP with AWS. So now we all know that AWS is the #1 cloud provider in the world according to its market share. That is, it owns the most of the entire public cloud market share. It shares it with Azure, GCP, Alibaba Cloud, IBM Cloud, but it holds a complete chunk of it. And GCP is in the top 3 right now, but it seems like they won't be in the top 3 very soon because Alibaba Cloud or Ali Cloud is catching up behind it. So now some differences are, first, GCP and AWS. AWS has a lot of data centers than GCP, but right now GCP is trying to bring up their numbers every single year. Market position, GCP is in top 3, which basically is it's in the 3rd position. AWS is in the 1st position. Entry into cloud, GCP came at 2011 and AWS came into the cloud industry at 2006. So basically this 5 years gave AWS a huge lead in the market share. So you can also talk about they provide similar services, but the company who's providing those services are different. That is, here it is Amazon.com, which owns AWS. There it's Google, which owns GCP. So now they both provide same type of services. So they both provide virtual machines. They both provide cloud storage and database engines which is running on the cloud. But the company is different. That's it. And how they're providing and the pricing points will be different. Second question, mention platforms which are used for large scale cloud computing. So now you've already seen differences between Google Cloud and AWS. So now what are the other companies, which are the other platforms which are providing large scale cloud computing? That is the cloud computing providers who basically tie up with companies who need 100,000 or 200,000 servers, basically a lot of servers and a lot of compute power. So what are those companies? So first I would obviously say AWS, then Azure, then GCP. Then there are other cloud providers, alternative cloud providers who are really coming up in the industry: Alibaba Cloud, IBM Cloud, and Oracle Cloud. So these are 3 other alternatives. Explain different models for deployment in cloud computing. So there are mainly, let's say, 3 models. One is public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. So now community cloud has also been included within these 4, but the main 3 things or the main 3 deployment models are public, private, and hybrid. So now public is basically a cloud provider who you can use, a company can use. So basically anybody can use that cloud provider. And when you create a server, that physical hardware which that server is running could be shared across multiple users. But if it is a private cloud, in that case, you will pay more money or maybe sometimes less money if you're taking a contract or a discount offer for a long-term period, for example, 1 year. So in that case, the physical hardware where your servers will get created will be basically dedicated to only your company or only you. So basically they dedicate that particular server or multiple servers which you need one to only you. So whenever you create a server, those servers will be created on the physical hardware which is dedicated to you, and that physical hardware is not shared with anybody else. So most of the companies don't take either private or public, they go with an hybrid cloud model. So in this case, private plus public. Some of their applications which are mission critical, which has very sensitive data, will be stored in the private cloud, and public cloud, for example, applications which users can basically check it out, users database information, so not sensitive information, so normal profile creation or something like that, so that can be hosted on a public cloud. How users can gain from utility computing. So utility computing is a service wherein you get pay as you go and on demand services. So first let me just explain what these two terms are: pay as you go and on demand. So first of all, pay as you go in the sense, so normally what do, you go to a shop, you pay the money for a certain product, get the product in return and leave. This is not pay as you go. So you pay upfront for the product. But pay as you go in the sense, it's like a credit card bill, or it's like a postpaid connection, phone connection or something like that. So basically you use the cloud provider, you use all the services, you basically create servers, database engines, cloud storage, you use all of this, and you can basically check your usage and pay at the end of the month. So as you go, as you need these services, you can basically pay at the end. And on demand in the sense, servers which you need can be created immediately. Whenever there is a demand, they have their services and it will be available for you and they'll give it to you. So there is no let's say there is no delay in service provide. So they don't make any delays in providing that service. Whenever you need the service, whenever that service is in demand, whenever you need 10 servers, you can create it and it will be provided to you. And on demand services, in which the provider offers to manage and operate the computing services, you can choose which service to access, which are deployed on the cloud. So now when it is pay as you go and on demand services, whatever it is, the cloud provider who is offering you these services, or these for example, you want a server from AWS, so you basically launch a server. So now that server is running on the physical hardware of an AWS data center, and the data center is managing that server for you. They'll manage it, they'll operate it for you, but you can access the server with certain remote credentials, and you can basically access any service like that, and that's what they provide. So that is pay as you go and on demand services. And as a common user or even a company, you can basically gain reliability and fast access to certain services. For example, if you want to host a website immediately and you don't want to go to a hosting service, you can do that in a matter of minutes. Fifth question: when you are transferring data, how do you secure it? How do you ensure it is secure? So to ensure that data which is being transported is secure, you should check the encryption key implemented and there is no leak in the data. So it is 50-50. That basically means it's a shared responsibility of you and also the cloud provider. So the cloud provider should make sure the cloud storage or the physical hardware which the data is being stored is secure and safe. Their network should be safe enough so that there is no unauthorized or any attacks. And your part, that is the data which you are storing, also should be stored in a proper way, and it should be encrypted. Only if it is encrypted, even though some data leaks, it cannot be decrypted and viewed until they find out what is the key to decrypt it. So you can use public key cryptography, so where a physical key is visible to everyone. For example, when the encrypted data is moving, public key will be attached to it and it will move with the data. Even though the hacker gets the public key, they cannot decrypt it unless they get the private key. So the private key is not stored in the cloud storage, it's stored in your local PC or in your local server. So now when the data is before getting into your system, you will have to use the private key to decrypt the data. So basically the private key is like a key and the public key is a lock. You use it to open it and you basically decrypt it. So describe the security aspects that the cloud offers. So access control is one of them. It basically offers control over the users. So you can create users, you can delete users, you can create a user and give them certain permissions so that they cannot use any other service or they cannot do any other things which you don't want them to do. Then identity management. So you basically provide authorization for certain application services. For example, let's say you are creating two users. So one user is a developer and one user is an accountant. So for the developer, you don't need to provide billing information. So the developer doesn't need to know how much it is going to cost for this. They can basically check it out in the calculator and in the AWS simple calculator or any calculator which is available for any cloud provider. So now let's say the developer doesn't need billing information and the developer only needs like 3 services. Let's say it is in AWS, let's say it is EC2, S3 and RDS. So the developer needs only these 3 services and only need permissions to view these 3 services. In that case, you can provide them authorization by creating a policy only to these 3 services, and they cannot view or access any other service. Same goes with the second user, which is who is an accountant. So in this case, you can provide the accountant only the billing information. So because an accountant only needs that, and they can basically take it down. Then authorization and authentication. This security feature lets only the authenticated and authorized users to access the applications and data. So this happens with every single website. Only authenticated and authorized users can basically log in and use the applications and data. So these are the 3 different aspects which cloud is providing. What are the various layers in the cloud architecture? Okay, so let's look into this. So mainly there are let's say 3 layers, but over here there are 4 layers. Let me explain that. 3 layers in the sense there are 3 different types of services. One is software as a service, one is platform as a service, and one is infrastructure as a service. So in infrastructure as a service, there are 2 different parts, and in the top, which is software as a service, let me show you this. Yeah, so over here you can see the end users are the people who are using the services, the applications. For example, as a user, you're watching this through YouTube. So YouTube is hosted in a cloud service, and basically YouTube is a software as a service given to you where you're logging in and using the application to view videos. So the applications are in this layer, which is basically software as a service. So Google Apps, Facebook, YouTube, Salesforce.com, any website which is hosted on a cloud is software as a service, because you cannot view YouTube's code. Maybe you can view YouTube's HTML code when you inspect element or when you just click on F12 by opening the developer preview. So now that is not the code. You cannot obviously view YouTube's backend code because it's stored in their own personal servers or in a Google Cloud server. You can only view the software. You can only view the application. In that case, it is a software as a service. Second comes a platform as a service. So in this case, you will be provided with a platform which you can use to build certain things. So over here, Microsoft Azure, Google App Engine, Amazon Simple, DB, or S3. So if you know about Elastic Beanstalk in AWS, that's the best example. So let me just brief it to you. Basically, you have a website in which you can upload your code, and it'll automatically host it for you in a certain type of server which you need. So it's basically a platform which lets you to do things. So in the first case, it is just the software where you can only view the software and use the software. You cannot view anything else. Platform as a service, you will be given a platform in which you can do certain things. And finally, coming to infrastructure as a service, which is the most popular type of cloud services which are used, because when you use AWS or GCP, or when you use let's say Azure, so in that case, let's consider GCP. So in GCP, what do you want? You want to basically create servers. You want to host your website on that server, and you want to make users upload certain images, and that images will be stored in the Google storage, and whenever the user needs to download it, it will be downloaded from the storage itself. So to do this, you obviously need hardware. That is, for the server to run, you need a physical server in the Google's data center. So that is provided by Google. Same thing goes with storage. They'll have storage units in which the images will be stored. So in this case, you are given access to the actual hardware. You are not given only access to the software. You're not given access to just the website, and everything else will be taken care of Google or AWS. But in this case, you are given access to the service or to the infrastructure or to the hardware itself. You are given access to basically the servers, you are given access to the database, you are given access to the storage. So these are the 3 different types of layers: software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service is the most popular type of service, which is basically provided by GCP or any other cloud provider. So one more layer which I forgot to tell is the physical layer, which basically for the infrastructure as a service layer to provide you certain things. For example, if you want to launch a server, so the server has to run in a hardware. So that hardware is basically running in a data center. So even this basically comes under the layers. Now coming to what are system integrators in cloud computing. So the cloud can consist of multiple components that can be complex. Now the system integrator in the cloud is the strategy that provides the process of designing the cloud, integrating the various components for creating a hybrid or a private cloud network, among other things. So basically, a system integrator is a strategy in which you can combine multiple cloud providers. For example, right now you're using GCP and you want to use a certain service from AWS and connect it with your GCP architecture. So you can do that. And system integrators, again, it's not a tool or something like that. It's a strategy or a concept which you can use to create a hybrid cloud network. Okay, so we've seen the basic questions. Now let's get into the intermediate questions. So now first, what's eucalyptus in the context of cloud computing? So we already know what is eucalyptus. It's basically a plant. It's also famous for its medicinal abilities, but in this case, eucalyptus is basically the abbreviation for Elastic Utility Computing Architecture for linking your programs to useful systems. So it is basically an open source cloud computing infrastructure which is used for deploying cloud clusters.
Okay guys, a quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud Platform, you're at the right place. Go ahead and check out our Intellipaat's Google Cloud Platform training right now. So now let's continue with this session.
Now you can use eucalyptus. You can basically build your own public, private and hybrid cloud platforms. You can even have your own data center in the cloud, and this can be used to harness its functionality in your organization. So now the eucalyptus concept in cloud computing, basically it's way of doing something. That is the way of creating your own public or private or hybrid cloud platforms, or even host your own data center. So you can use the eucalyptus principles to do this. So it basically is called Elastic Utility Computing Architecture for linking your programs to useful systems. So you're basically making your own data center, or you're using a cloud provider to establish elastic utility computing. That is for example, if you want to create servers, it should be easily scalable. Now, why do you need the virtualization platform to implement cloud? So cloud is basically virtualization, to be frank. Without virtualization, you cannot have cloud at all. If there is no virtualization, then the companies should provide individual computer systems to every single user who wants a server. In that case, there won't be enough space to hold all of that computer systems. There is no space to hold that many electronics. But when virtualization comes into place, you can have a single hardware which runs something called an hypervisor, which basically creates these virtualized servers. So now, if you want 1,000 servers, all of those 1,000 servers could be created in one single physical hardware. So now virtualization lets you create virtual versions of storage, operating systems, applications, networks, and so on. If you use the right virtualization, then it helps you to augment your existing infrastructure. You are able to run multiple apps and operating systems on existing servers. So in one single server, even in your own computer, you can basically download Oracle VirtualBox and you can run any operating system on it. So you can create an operating system with, let's say, Ubuntu. You can create one with CentOS. You can create one with Windows itself. So you can basically run multiple applications and multiple operating systems in one single physical server, and that can be done using virtualization. So you can virtualize a desktop, you can virtualize an application, a complete network, you can virtualize storage, and also you can virtualize servers. And that is the main part. Virtualizing servers basically changed the game for cloud. Basically, you can get a data center where you have thousands of physical servers. So in those physical servers, you can create 10,000 of virtualized servers. So you can basically have one hardware which runs multiple servers in it. Let's say 10 users need 1,000 servers for them. So all of those users can have their servers running in one single physical hardware, but if there is no virtualization, they cannot do that. Basically, they would need 1,000 different computers to do that, and that would be a lot of money. So basically, virtualization helped the cloud platform like this. You can virtualize anything, and when you virtualize it, it basically makes it easier for you to access, and it makes the cloud cheaper and cheaper. What are the things to consider before you make a move to the cloud? So now this is a common question. Before moving to the cloud, what are the things you should make sure that does not happen or should happen? So first, you should not lose any of your data while migrating from your on-premise data center or a different cloud provider to a different cloud provider, for example, from AWS to GCP. So you should not lose any of your data. You should have a proper data flow plan which works for you, and which can basically transfer all of your data. You should be able to continue with your business within the shortest interval. That basically is planning is required more than the technology. The planning to do this is really important, because the plan you make and the technology you're going to use will come together to make this process seamless. And when it is seamless, it will be like it should be done within a few hours if your company's data is small, or it can take very less time to do this. And you should make sure it takes, or the migration takes, very less time, so that your business can continue and you can keep seeing profits. There should be fast uptime and data integration with the cloud. So basically, your data center or your cloud network which you're using, GCP, should never go down. Even if it goes down, you should have a failover setup, so that when one data center goes down, your application is still running in the other data center and can be accessed. And also, data integration should be provided. What are some popular open source cloud computing platforms? I'll just name 5 of them. So Docker is not a cloud computing tool. It's not a cloud computing platform. It's a tool which can aid cloud computing, which basically helps in creating containers. For example, even inside the servers, you can have multiple containers and make it even better. So if you want to know more about Docker, you can check out in our YouTube channel about Docker. Yeah, you can basically learn more about it, and you can also get into it. So now the 5 tools which are open source cloud computing platforms are OpenStack, Cloud Foundry, Docker, Apache Mesos, and KVM. If you want to look more into these, go ahead and Google them or check out in our YouTube channel. Compare a cloud and a traditional data center. This is pretty easy, and most of you would already know the answer to this, but let me just give you a brief. Having a traditional data center and a cloud data center has a lot of differentiating factors. First, the initial cost is high for a traditional data center because you're buying things and setting it up by yourself. But in the cloud, if you're going to use cloud, in that case, everything is already set up in the cloud computing company's data center. You just have to use the product. Second, you can easily scale up and scale down in the cloud data centers, but in a traditional data center, you'll have to buy more servers if you want to scale up, and to scale down, it's practically impossible because you'll have to sell the servers which are idly sitting. Maintenance is a huge cost for traditional data centers, unlike the cloud data center. So if it is a cloud data center, if you are using GCP, GCP, for example, GCP obviously has data centers, and the managers or the security personnel in the data center will handle it. You don't need to maintain the data center. You'll just have to take care of your application which is running on their data centers. But if it is your own data center, in that case, you'll have to invest a lot in maintaining it and securing it. Finally, cloud offers excellent uptime. That is, your application will be up for 99.99% of the time. But if it is your own traditional data center, you will have to make sure that it does not go down. And even if it goes down, you should have a failover plan that basically makes your application stay up. Now, the next question, which is the 14th question, explain what are the different modes of software as a service. So there are basically 2 different modes: single multi-tenancy, fine-grained multi-tenancy. Single multi-tenancy in the sense, in this type, you have your own independent resources that you don't share with anybody. So for example, this particular user has his own application to access their own database. Okay, so every user have their own application running on their own server to access their own database engine. If it is fine-grained multi-tenancy, in that case, so the thing is, even though they have access to these databases, for example, separately, they'll be in a single hardware. But if it is fine-grained multi-tenancy, in that case, all the users will have a single application to access each of their databases or each of their data. So in this type of software as a service, the resources are shared between multiple tenants, even though the functionalities remain the same. For a very simple example, if you're using Gmail, the application is going to be the same for every single person, but the data stored is separate for every single person because your mails will be different from the other person, and it should be stored in a secure location. And that basically is multi-tenancy. Single tenancy is an application which you create or which you take up or buy and store your own data in it. What is the benefit of API in the cloud domain? So API means application programming interfaces. So basically, APIs are used to access a certain code. For example, if you use mobile applications to pay money through online. So for example, I'm from India, there is something called UPI. So when you're using UPI and you're trying to pay a certain amount, and let's say you're buying some food and you're trying to pay through a Google Pay, or through Paytm. And while you're doing that, when you click on Google Pay and click to pay, it'll basically show you a simple window which asks you to pay over there. So basically the food delivery app is using the API of Google Pay to access it. So in the same case, how does the API benefit in the cloud domain? First, you don't have to write the complete program. You can use the APIs or the existing code which is already written and embed it with your own code. You can easily communicate between one application and the other because you don't have to hard code anything. It is already available. You will just have to make the connection. For example, the food delivery app doesn't have to hard code its way into paying through Google Pay. They just have to use the API and include it in their code to pay through it. You can easily create applications and link it to the other cloud services. It seamlessly connects between these two applications. There is no problem. You just click on the button to pay. It'll take you to the other application. You can pay and it'll bring you back to the same application where you started. So same thing happens in the cloud services as well. 16th question. What is the difference between elasticity and scalability? So first, let's look at scalability. So scalability in cloud is the way in which you increase the ability to service additional workloads, either by adding new servers or accommodating it within the existing servers. For example, let's say your application is running really well right now and there are 10 servers being under use, and suddenly your application becomes a hit and there are so many users and you need around 100 more servers. So right now you have 10 servers and suddenly there is a need for 100 more servers, and cloud can provide you that. You can easily scale 100 more servers immediately and accommodate all those users. And let's say in the next day the half of the user base has been reduced because they are sleeping, or let's consider like that, it's nighttime, they're sleeping. So now your user base is around, so right now you needed 10 plus 100 servers, so 110 servers are running. Suddenly your customer base has been reduced to half. So in this case you only need half of it, that is 55 servers. And so basically if it is running on the cloud, you can basically set it up so that it checks the workload and reduces the number of servers accordingly. Now coming to elasticity. So elasticity is the process by which you can either add or remove virtual machines depending on the requirement in order to avoid wastage of resources and reduce costs. So elasticity is basically you can basically remove it or add more according to your requirements. So there it is completely elastic, that is you can basically delete it or increase it or remove it whenever you want. There is no restrictions. So this is basically the difference. Scalability basically is adding new servers or reducing the number of servers according to the workload. Elasticity is your own process or your own way of increasing or decreasing virtual machines to avoid certain costs or wastage of resources. Now, how important is the platform as a service? So now platform as a service is obviously important, and you can get an application layer and it lets you have the complete virtualization of the infrastructure layer, and this way you can work it like a single layer. So that is, you the user basically get a platform in which you provide all the details and upload your code, and the cloud provider will handle loading that data into a server to host your application. So you don't need to manage any infrastructure, that is you don't need to manage the servers, you don't need to manage the storage, you just have to manage the platform in which you uploaded your code, and basically it stays in the middle. So you can see over here application clients, service provider, which is basically GCP in our case, and data center has the servers. So when you upload your code and you want to host the application, it will be automatically hosted in a server. And if you need certain software and operating systems, you would have mentioned what kind of servers you need, what kind of an operating system you need, how much memory you need, how much compute power you need, and any other cloud service. So GCP is the central part. So now this particular part is in GCP, and your website which is being hosted in the server can be used by end users. So when they're trying to use your application, they can they will not know it is hosted on GCP. You are the person who knows that, and it makes it really easy because you can just work with the cloud computing technology with just one single web page. Okay, so we've seen this. Now let's move on to the advanced questions. So now, how will you request more quota for your project? So quota in the sense, for example, if you are a free account or something like that, there will be certain restrictions. For example, let's say you can only run 30 servers right now. That is your quota. But your project needs 50 servers. So in that case, what can you do? You only have 30 servers. So in case you have to increase the quota limit, you will have to basically request it. You can request more coders directly through the edit coders button on top of the page. So on top of the page on GCP's website, you can find the edit coders button and you can change the quota over there. And some default quotas are provided to all the Google Compute Engine projects, and when it exceeds the quota, you cannot go more than it. And basically, to increase the quota limit, you will have to request for it. And to request for it, you'll have to click on the edit quotas button. Okay, what is object versioning in GCP? For example, an object is basically something which you store, an audio file, a video, a PDF file, all are objects. These are binary objects. And object versioning is basically to retrieve objects which are overwritten or deleted. So whenever you're uploading a certain image, let's say you're uploading that image 5 different times and you made a simple edit each and every time. So you want your latest version to be available on the main, let's say it should be available in the front. And if you want to access your older versions, you can, because even though you uploaded the same image with the same name 5 different times, but whenever they got uploaded, they would have been given a version.
Okay guys, a quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud Platform, you're at the right place. Go ahead and check out our Intellipaat's Google Cloud Platform training right now. So now let's continue with this session.
So let's say the first image you uploaded is number 1, version number 1. So number 2, 3, 4, 5. So now the latest version will be displayed and the other versions will be stored even though they are not visible. So if you want to view them, you'll have to go into that particular object and view all the available versions. So now object versions can be enabled in GCP. If you don't want object version, you can still disable it. And when you enable object versioning, if it is the same object being uploaded, and it basically removes it will not be overwritten or it will not be deleted. The properties used to identify a version of the object are generation and meta generation. Generation identifies the content generation, while meta generation identifies the metadata generation. So generation in the sense content generation, the number of images which are keep coming. Meta generation basically identifies metadata, which basically is the size and all the other small details. So object versioning is the different versions given to an object which is uploaded again and again so that you can avoid overwriting. Now, how does cloud computing provide on-demand functionality? So we already know what is on-demand. It is basically providing you the service immediately when asked for. So now cloud computing as a technology was created on the pillars of providing the functionality to all its users on demand, anytime, anywhere. If you have a device with internet, you can get a server immediately. So that is what was promised when cloud computing was created. With the latest advancements and easy access to applications such as Google Cloud, the idea is much easier realized than earlier. With applications like Google Cloud, a user can view the files on Google on the cloud on any device at any time of their preference, no matter which part of the world they are in. For example, if you have something called Google Photos, you can basically experience this. You can view a photo which you have taken on a particular day, let's say 2 years back, even now, by just searching for it or by looking into it, but you just need internet to view that. So it's basically on-demand functionality. So now how they provide on-demand functionality is that they have a huge data center with amazing compute power, and you can basically, if you have internet, you can view or you can use their services anywhere from at any time. Basically, what are the libraries and tools for Google Cloud Storage on GCP? At the core level, you need XML API and JSON API, which are available for cloud storage on Google Cloud Platform. But along with these, there are other options provided by Google to interact with cloud storage. So you have a Google Cloud Platform console, which is basically the website, and using that website, you can perform basic operations like creating a bucket, uploading an object to the bucket, deleting it, enabling object versioning. So you can do all of this in the website. Second is a Google Cloud client libraries. So in this case, it provides programming support to languages like Java, Ruby, and Python. You can basically code it using this client libraries, and you can access the storage. That is, you can access the objects and buckets using your code. Third is a gsutil command line tool. So now you have certain commands which you can use on the command line tool to access the objects and the buckets. How are the Google Cloud Engine and Google Cloud App Engine related? Sorry, it's not Google Cloud Engine, sorry. Google Compute Engine and Google App Engine related. So first, Google Compute Engine and App Engine are complementary to each other. So Google Compute Engine is an infrastructure as a service product, where Google App Engine is a platform as a service product. So now, Google Compute Engine is the service which will provide you servers on demand. Google App Engine is the service which will provide you a website in which you can upload your code, and it will basically handle the provisioning of servers and uploading your code into that server and hosting it for you. So Google Compute Engine provides you the server itself, where you can log in and use that server completely, which basically provides you the infrastructure. Google App Engine provides you the website, which is the platform which you can use to upload your code, and all the other things like provisioning the server, logging into it, and hosting your code will all be done by Google App Engine itself. But Google App Engine needs Google Compute Engine. Without Google Compute Engine, it will not have a place to host the application. So now Google App Engine is generally used to run web-based applications, mobile backends, and even line of business. So if you want to keep the underlying infrastructure in more of your control, then Compute Engine is the perfect choice, because when you basically create a server using Compute Engine, you can provide your preferred operating system. You can provide the memory you need. You can provide how much compute units you need. You can provide let's say storage. You can provide every single aspect you need your server to have, and that basically gives you more control over the server. But if you don't want to waste time on provisioning the servers and looking into each and every detail of the server, you can basically go ahead with Google App Engine, and in this case you are just uploading your code. You can concentrate more on your code and your application rather than the server itself. So once you've done with the application, you upload it to Google App Engine, and Google App Engine will take care of provisioning it for you inside the Compute Engine server. For instance, you can use Compute Engine for the implementation of customized business logic, or in case you need to run your own storage system. Okay, so now as I told you, Google App Engine, you can basically upload your code, it will handle everything else. If you want to host a website on your own inside a server, in that case, you can basically go ahead with Compute Engine, and you can basically install all the softwares you need, and then you can basically upload your code and host your application. Now, what is a bucket in Google Cloud Storage? So buckets are the basic containers that are used to store the data. So buckets are basically like folders where you can upload data. You can basically organize data and also give access to certain users, and you can basically restrict access from certain users. The bucket has a globally unique name with geographic location where the contents are stored. It also has a default storage class that is applied to the objects which don't have a storage class specified and are added to the bucket. The storage class basically means whether this object will be taken, downloaded or uploaded frequently or infrequently, or this has to be archived somewhere. It won't be used for multiple years. It has just to be stored like a backup. So these are different types of storage classes, and that will be assigned to the object or the files which is being uploaded. There is also no limit on the creation or deletion of buckets. You can create any number of buckets. You can and you can store any number of storage as well, objects, and it basically does not limit you. You can store 1 GB of data, 50 GB of data, 1 TB of data, so anything is fine, but you'll just have to pay the price for it. Now, what is serverless computing? So this is really important. So in serverless computing, the cloud service provider has a server running in the cloud and dynamically manages allocation of resources. So this particular sentence has to be understood very carefully. So the server is already running. You're not going to provision the server. The server is already running. Serverless does not mean there is no server. Serverless means you don't need to access the server by yourself, or you don't need to provision the server by yourself every single time you need to do something. The server is always running, and whenever you have a certain task, only at that time resources will be allocated for you on the running server and your task will be done. And once your task is done, that's it. You cannot use that server again, because only when the task is happening you will be provided permissions to use that server. So in this case, you don't need to worry about the hardware, you don't need to worry about the server, you just have to worry about the code you are going to run on it. So the users need to pay for the resources they have used. Basically, you're not using the complete server, or you're not using the server for the entire time, because let's say your code, whenever it is run, it takes 2 seconds to run. So every single day, your code is run 100 times. So 100 into 2 is 200 seconds. So you'll have to only pay the money for the 200 seconds of the usage of the server which is running. That's it. So this basically decreases the cost you spend on a complete server which is running all the time. You don't need to do that because you're only paying for the seconds which your code has used the particular server for. Also, you don't need to worry about provisioning or scaling the server because whenever there needs to be more servers for your code to run, the cloud provider will automatically do it for you and they'll automatically maintain it for you. So this is what special about serverless computing. Serverless computing does not mean there is no server. There is a server or there are multiple servers which are already running. You will just have to basically concentrate on your code, and whenever your code runs, the code will be allocated certain resources on the running server and you will only have to pay for the seconds or minutes it runs on those servers. So now, what is load balancing in cloud computing? So load balancing is the process of distributing the computing resources and workloads in cloud computing environment to manage the demands. It helps to achieve high performance for lower costs as the workload demands are efficiently managed with the allocation of resources. To be very simple, load balancing is basically, from the name itself, you're balancing workloads in the sense incoming traffic. So let's say there are 100 users who are using your application right now and there is one server which is able to handle all of them. Suddenly there are 300 users, but this particular server can only handle 100 users. In that case, you would need 2 more servers to handle all the 300 users. Otherwise, your application will not be able to handle the incoming traffic and the server might slow down and crash. So you would need more servers. So now that is basically auto scaling, or that is scaling. But let's say even though you have 3 servers, so 300 users have come in. Right now there is only one server. Basically the code you have or the auto scaling tool you have basically identifies that there are more users and the workload is increasing and basically creates 2 more servers. So now there are 3 servers and there are 300 users. So now here is where load balancing comes into play. If there is no load balancing, the 300 users can be assigned to a single server and again the same problem will occur. But with load balancing, what happens is the incoming traffic is evenly distributed or distributed according to the weightage you have provided. 300 users, let's say one server can handle 100 users. So now when there is load balancing, it will split the incoming requests to each of those servers. So let's say a request comes, it goes to server A. Another request, it goes to server B. Another request, it goes to server C. So this process goes on. So this is basically traditional load balancing. There are other forms of load balancing as well, but here I'm not going to discuss all of them because that is a completely different video. If you want to know more about load balancing, again, you can go check out our YouTube channel. We have videos on load balancing. So now it uses the concept of scalability and agility to improve availability of resources to the demands. It is also used to provide health checkups for the cloud application. So load balancing can also be used for health checkups, which basically means it checks whether a certain server is healthy. Healthy means whether it is running properly and has the application running on it. So you can also use load balancing to do that. And mainly it is to basically allocate the workload across multiple servers and efficiently handle and manage the allocation of resources to the incoming traffic. So this service is offered by all the major cloud providers. GCP, AWS, Azure, all the major cloud providers provide load balancing because without load balancing, it's really tough to handle a certain website.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Google Cloud Platform Certification Training course. This Intellipaat GCP certification training has been created by industry experts to help you understand GCP in a better way. As part of the training, you will learn cloud computing essentials, various GCP core infrastructure services, and managing GCP services like storage, compute, database, networking, identity and access management, security services, and more through real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link today and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cloud computing.